Welcome to BTN Reviews, where we talk about the news. Got the scoop you need to hear. Stay a while, join the cheer. Super Chat Me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super Chat Me, don't be late. Join the fun, it's here today. Pour the verb and let it flow. Talking drinks you need to know. Whiskey's aged and barrels old. Stories told in glasses full. Super Chat Me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super Chat Me, don't be late. Join the fun, it's here today. Boys and gadgets, playtime fun. From old school to brand new ones. Action figures, cars that zoom. Feel your heart and light the room. Super Chat Me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super Chat Me, don't be late. Join the fun, it's here today. Cozy flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super Chat Me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super Chat Me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super Chat Me, let's go live. Feel the buzz, come take a dive. Super Chat Me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Friday to everyone. I think we're going to have a good show tonight. We don't really have a whole lot planned. Those usually turn out to be the best nights. It just goes from one topic to the next. I invited a bunch of people. We'll see if they show up. If not, that's fine. We'll still hang out. So, what's up, Zombie and Ben and Sky Abyss? Rich C, how are you, sir? Well, we can have a competition to see who's more communist, Illinois or Maryland. Probably Maryland, though. I used to live in Maryland, and even back when I lived in Maryland 30 years ago, it was pretty communist already. Used to live in St. Mary's County, down by the Chesapeake Bay. Lived there for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, something like that. I could send an EVS the link. How you doing, Goody? Two Shoes, Sweet Tooth, how are you? California. You're right, last son of K. So, hope everybody had a good day. We'll have a better night. I got more of the background in somehow, finally, I got the camera the way I really want it. So hopefully we get, it's not annoying. If it's too busy, guys, let me know. But Jim, how are you, sir?
Hey, how's it going, man? Great day today, man. Playing around with editing software, fucking for 6 hours, chopping
Jim's-
down videos.
6 hours for a 3-minute clip.
Hey, it started out as a fucking 30-minute clip, so. But that was just because
cut
there
it
was a
down
lot
that
of dead
much?
silence. Yeah, because there was a lot of dead silence because I had to like reposition the camera so I could get the book in the camera and stuff like that. And there was a lot of me swearing and what the fuck, and
Trying to do a little bit of running after I ate like half a cos in burgers. I don't know what a cos is. What? People are trying to peer pressure Rittenhouse into backing Trump.
they already did. He already came around and changed his story.
Is that right? How
Yeah,
you
he
doing?
He already
eat the
pushed
burrito.
out.
Yeah,
whatever.
it's why. Why do they care what Kyle Rittenhouse does? Who was he supporting? Nobody.
He just said he was going to write in a candidate that he can't support anybody, or something about, because of Trump's stuff with the Second Amendment, that he doesn't think Trump is strong enough on the Second Amendment. And someone was like, dude, what are you, fucking retarded? It's like, anybody besides Trump wins, the Second Amendment's fucked, i.e. a Democrat.
They keep telling us that, don't they, Jim?
Well, they do, but I don't know.
Every time they take a little bit more of our rights, though, don't they? They find a way to just take a little bit more and a little bit more.
Yeah, Rand Paul, whatever. I mean, I voted for Ron Paul in 08, so I don't know,
Oh, you did?
Fuck yeah.
Okay. Fuck yeah. He would probably been the best. How you doing, Julio?
Doing all right, Dave. Jim, thanks for having me on. Good to see y'all.
Of course. Yeah. I'm not a big Rand Paul guy. I think his dad was better, don't you, Jim?
Oh yeah, his dad was better. I mean, he's not the worst senator we have, but he's not the. I don't know if he's the best senator we have right now. I don't know.
Who, Rand Paul?
Yeah, I mean, Mike Lee's pretty cool and based as a motherfucker. JD Vance, I guess, kinda.
I thought he was weird.
He is weird, but
He's
he's
a little
weird
weird.
for the right.
Weird.
He's weird for all the right
He's
reasons.
weird. That's weird.
Looking
It's
for
weird.
weird in all the right places.
I mean, that Trump fans combination, that's weird. It's weird. And apparently,
Here though, check this out. When Trump wins,
yeah.
just forget I said if. When Trump wins, it will be the TVA, the Trump Vance administration. They're going to go back in time and fix everything.
Very nice.
Can somebody explain to me what brat is? I keep seeing that Kamala is brat. Is that like the kids?
That's another way of saying bitch.
Oh, I see. All right. Well,
Is that
that's
what that is?
Yeah. I'm a brat, bitch. Oh, no, you didn't.
oh, what? Oh, okay. Really? All right.
So, wow, that's what that's all about.
Yep.
I work with Indian women all day. I've never seen one of them do this, but might be working with the wrong one.
But Lucifer, I got Pritzker, man. Pritzker's a piece of shit. I mean, they outlawed all AR-15s in this state. Nothing. Can't do anything.
You got to remember about Pritzker's brother's sister.
What is that?
Oh, you don't know?
No.
You don't know?
No.
Yeah. That's
News.
who's behind all the trans stuff is Pritzker's brother's sister.
Oh, his brother's a trans?
Yeah.
So is it really a dude or is it a girl?
That's a dude. It's
Oh.
a dude that identifies as a woman and is a billionaire. So that's where all this is coming. A lot of this is coming directly out of them.
Huh. Wow. Why do they need to do this to people? Just
I don't know.
do why do they have to do they have to justify it by making other people do it with them so it makes them look not as weird? Is that why they do it, Julio? Because hey, I don't want to be the only guy on the block that's chopping my cock. So I want to get as many people as possible to join this party.
I have personal experience with a person who I guess would be considered trans.
Uh-huh.
I was the best man. He was my running buddy in high school. Let's go out, drink beer, cruise the strip, try to get girls, egg parties, best man at his wedding. So
Mhm.
lost contact with him like you do with high school friends. And then just a couple of years ago, he popped up on my Facebook feed and he was Andy and now he's Andrea. So I don't know. I met up with him. We had lunch. It was a little awkward at first. It was odd, but in the end, I just talked to him about football and shit that we always talked. It was difficult, but I'm like, he's my buddy. You know what I mean? I knew him for 20, 25 years. I'm not gonna.
You know what, dude? Honestly, I don't care what adults do. I really don't. As long as you don't do it to kids, don't do it to kids. I don't care what you do.
Yep.
I
I'm
don't.
all for anybody doing whatever they need to do to be happy, as long as it doesn't impede on my.
As long, yeah, they could chop their dicks off or their tits off. As long as it doesn't cost me any money, go right ahead. If it costs me money, then I might have to say, whoa, 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 why is it costing me money?
Katie's got a new clip channel, guys.
Katie's got a new clip channel.
Yeah.
I think
Katie did clips.
She put it in the chat. She's got 600.
I mean, that's great. I
She's
just
got
don't
673
know.
subs already. Now 674. we're one of her two videos on her new page, Jim.
Yeah.
With
I
she clipped us for Black Angus last night.
Cool. Benjamin, I agree with you. My opinion about whether it's what my personal opinions about it doesn't affect their right to do it as an
the right
adult.
to do it, right? Yeah.
I'm not gonna, if I was
you
to
got
be
your AR-15s in Maryland, I can't believe it. They let you keep your AR-15s in Maryland.
how do they know you have them? Did you tell them you have them? That would not be very smart to tell people what you have. So that's why like they always say, the first part of confiscation is registration. So whenever they start registering shit, you go, fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
Get the fuck away from me.
Yes. Like when the state requires you to register your guns. Why? Why do they need to know what I own? It's not their fucking business.
that goes to everything. Actually, my son just got 2 kittens a couple of weeks ago,
Yeah.
and he called the rental office to see if there were fees, pet fees, and they fucking shook my son down for $700. And I said, Zach, my son's name. I said, it's good to tell the truth, but maybe not say anything. They're not going to fucking know if you have cats in the house. Just keep it quiet. And if they catch you, go, oh, I didn't know. Whatever.
If they do, they keep your security deposit and you move the fuck on.
Right.
Don't have someone-
$350 per a cat. It's not like they're going to chew up, the walls or nothing. It's insane.
Yeah, you need Don Corleone to go talk to him and get his rent reduced. The cat stays, right?
Oh, they still sell them?
Day of my daughter's wedding.
They still sell them in Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland is really weird. Like, I think one of the guns that's banned in Maryland is the M14 M1A. But yet you can get an AR. It's weird. If I'm not mistaken, I think Tim Pool talks about it because he lived in Maryland for a little while. I think, or maybe I'm completely wrong.
Yes,
So what's this-
Pastor Flash. We told her that the other night. Like all of her, they're all. As soon as you make it a clip from a full length video, it's transformative because a clip can do a lot of things to whatever you're clipping. It can make it look better or worse. So he says you are correct, Jim.
Yes.
So that is, yeah. Maryland doesn't, or Illinois doesn't want us to have any kind of.
What's the? I just keep.
They are.
I was looking for that channel of Katie Dids, and all I'm getting is Katie Dids channel.
It's in the link, and it's in the chat. Just click on the link in the chat, and it'll take you there
Dave, you said she clipped you guys on Black Angus? That was
already. Yeah, from when we
That
were on
was
there
like-
last night.
You're like storming the fucking beaches on D-Day in that show. You came in heavy. You came in heavy.
Man,
I felt bad.
I was just trying to be
No, it's
nice.
good.
I felt bad, but I was like,
All right.
I didn't want to talk about Deadpool yet. I wanted to just, I wanted to get to know his guest too. I didn't know who he was.
Oh,
Seem like a
AJ?
nice enough guy. I mean, I could get along with anybody as long as they don't you don't do personal attacks on people, and then you get along with anybody. They start doing personal attacks, and then you start throwing shit back at them, and then it's like mutually assured destruction.
Right, right. Yeah, you're right, Ben. They will strike without even giving you a chance. But I think they strike first, and then you tell them to review it. And they go, "Wait a minute." Well, now if they say something that you didn't know as a YouTuber, then that's your fault, right? Because I don't know any of the rules. I'll find out one day, right? I'll find out if something happens, but I'm out of it today. Huh. All right. So, do you know what they're talking about right now over on our favorite old show,
I don't know.
Friday Night Tights?
Oh, I no, I don't. Why? What are they talking about?
I didn't
Woke
watch this today.
Woke Batman.
Yeah.
MCU is doomed,
What the fuck, man?
and the Rebel Moon Snyder cut. It's like, wow. It's the same shit they've been talking about since I started watching them years ago, man. And tonight the special guest is Mahler, who's on the show weekly with them anyway. So
What's with the Snyder cut? Like everybody hated Rebel Moon. What's the point?
well, that's what they're gonna say though. It's like the Justice League movie in the theater sucked, but they like the Snyder cut of it better. So they're hoping the Snyder cut of Rebel Moon will be better. That's what Snyder fans want, but I don't know what these guys are saying about it because I don't care what they say.
Is it out? Did they already release the Snyder cut?
I'm guessing it's coming out because that's why they're talking about it. But
It's not Snyder cut of Rebel Moon.
yeah,
Oh, I never
So-
watched Rebel Moon. Is it good?
I didn't watch it.
Me neither. It's
I
supposed to
didn't.
be shit.
It's supposed to be, I mean, because I listened to those guys, they told me it was shit, so I didn't waste my time. But I stopped listening to all that shit and I go turn on Netflix and there's still a lot of shit I like. It's like, wow, even some of the new stuff's good. It's not all bad.
Wasn't
Not all
Rebel Moon supposed to be a Star Wars project initially that got turned down or something? So he kind of changed it around to be an IP. I think I remember hearing that. Could be
Oh,
wrong.
really?
Yep.
Thanks, Katie. I got your DM. Cool. No, I haven't seen the new Batman show, Andrew. But that's Aegon the Dragoncock. They can't help themselves because that's how they make all their money. Right now on Rumble for Friday Night Tights, there's 9,000 people watching on Rumble Friday Night Tights.
That's pretty good for Rumble, isn't it?
It's really fucking good.
Yeah.
Like, that's unbelievable to me. I mean, and God knows how many are watching on YouTube.
Well, they cut it off an hour early on YouTube and they do an hour, I think, exclusive on Rumble.
Oh, is that what they do now?
Mhm.
So they do like the Ricada thing?
I guess that's what he does. Yeah, they do 3.5 hours on YouTube and Rumble, and then they cut YouTube off because I think Gary made a deal with Rumble to do some exclusive content for them, which good for him. I mean, whatever. Good. He'll be selling dog food next week on Rumble, like Nick.
Well, is that around the time Az left that they made that deal?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Within a week or two, I believe.
Oh, you know what? I'm just going to speculate here, but that might be why Az had to leave.
That's what I was thinking.
Because not because anything, because there's European Union and all that weird stuff with Rumble. There's like a big issue.
Yeah, but they replaced him with Disparu, right? And he's in England, I think.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I mean, I don't mean.
Fuck with my conspiracy. Why don't you?
Sorry. Get my mouth shut.
Julio. Yes,
No.
and
Excuse-
yes, and that's how we keep it going.
I apologize.
That's
An
why.
asshole, Lyle.
I'm only kidding.
Actually,
Actually,
Maybe.
actually, Fish Farrow's from England too.
I got a new one tonight, Jim. This High and Wicked. So I had that other High and Wicked the other day, the 15-year. This is just a 5-year, but it's a rye. It's a high rye. So we'll try that later. See
It's
how
a
that
high ride to hell. Boom, 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 boom.
goes. Katie sent us an exclusive clip that she hasn't even put out yet. So
all right. World
I think-
premiere. I
I
like it.
think we should play that. Plus, she has another clip that she has on her channel that's called "Don't Attack the Fan." So it's going to be a detracting night. We're going to have some fun detract. I mean, we've detracted the shit out of Matt Barr the other night. And by the way, Carbon Heart commented on that video or that live stream that we did about Matt Barr. And he's like, man, I like seeing you guys' reaction. He goes, it was harder doing it than it is watching it. I said, yeah, I could tell, dude. They wouldn't let you answer a goddamn question. They wouldn't let you get your thoughts out. It was annoying, very annoying. So I invited him on if he wants to stop in later. Seems like a nice guy. So we'll just see if he wants to or not. It's Friday though. You know, people are out. People are all at the Deadpool movie. They're all out enjoying movies and stuff.
That's from my
Take
son.
him-
He's watching Deadpool tonight. He went to the theater to watch it.
I'm taking my wife tomorrow. I already told her before the show tonight. I said, hey, let's go see Deadpool tomorrow. What was it? Black Angus last night was saying, like, the story's stupid, but the movie's still good, which is fine with me. I can watch Ryan Reynolds act stupid. And I'm sure that Wolverine's going to be funny because he'll have to be the straight guy, right? Somewhat straight guy. You know, Deadpool's the funny guy. Wolverine's a serious guy.
Well, you know, here's the thing. I don't know if we could trust Black Angus about anything because he loves House of the Dragon.
Right.
So I don't know how I'm like. I mean, he's entitled to his opinion, but I don't get it. He's like,
Oh, Angela loved it. Andrew saw it twice.
I think general consensus is it's fun. Whatever, get some popcorn, go see a movie, and it's fun. Just don't think about it too much.
Oh, I'm going. I don't. Yeah. Dude, don't think about a lot of movies too much and you'll have a good time. Right? Except for
Don't think
Beverly
about
Hills.
life too much. And you'll have to,
yeah, Blue Blade Comics, that boxer was just as biologically female as Brittany Griner, who just fathered a child. So go fuck yourself.
are you not buying that narrative, Jim? I'm on the fence.
No,
No?
I don't buy it. No, because it's bullshit.
What happened?
You know, the boxer that was male until a little while ago, and now is all of a sudden female, is beating up people in the Olympics. He's like, America lost another Algerian boxer was bio-female retards. It's just like Brittany Griner, who just fathered a child. That's what women do, right?
I saw the next opponent for that Algerian boxer, some girl from Bulgaria, I think.
Mm.
She came out. She's like, I don't give a shit if it's a man or a woman. I'm going to knock that motherfucker out. I'm like, you go. That's right.
They all say that.
I saw Michelle Tyson is getting ready to go out and fight. She says she could bite his ear off.
I mean, it's easy to say till you get hit. Like,
Right.
oh,
I agree.
shit. That's a
what
dude.
Tyson
hitting
always-
me. That's a dude. That ain't a woman.
Who said that? Marshawn Lynch. Every motherfucker's got a plan until they get hit.
Exactly.
The great Marshawn Lynch. He is amazing, actually. He's funny as fuck in everything he's in. He's got a podcast with Gavin Newsom. Have you heard that?
What?
I swear to God, it's Marshawn Lynch and Gavin Newsom have a podcast, which I can't even imagine what the fuck that is.
Okay. Why would Gavin Newsom? Well, I guess it gives him some street cred.
Maybe. I mean, I guess.
I mean, you
He's
know,
got the
makes
state
him.
locked up anyway. What is, he doesn't need street cred.
No, he wants to go national, though, dude.
Maybe you're right.
He doesn't want to just be the governor of California.
Yes, and agree.
Right. That's
How's
not
that,
where he
Jim?
wants to be. I just don't know if he has any national appeal. He doesn't. I mean, he's got appeal in California because they just vote blue. They voted Jerry Brown back in, dude. They voted that guy back in.
I remember. Yeah, I remember him. He was a hot ticket. Remember he did. Oh God, I'm going to boomer it up. He was dating Linda Ronstadt. I remember they were like the it couple in California
Yeah,
in the
but
whatever 70s, 80s or something.
yeah, and then he reruns and he wins in California. That tells you how just dedicated they are to you know. And it used to be a red state. That's a weird thing too. Like they transitioned that state from red to blue, and now it's been solid blue for for the national elections for what 25 years now, Jim.
I think the last person to win California as a Republican was Reagan.
Wasn't Schwarzenegger?
No, I'm saying I think you said national.
Oh, I'm talking about for California politics, a governor or something.
Well, yeah, Schwarzenegger, but he was more of like a. Was he really a Republican?
No, he ran Republican, but he
I mean,
wasn't.
there's California Republicans,
Yeah.
just like there's
He's a Hollywood Republican.
yeah, just like there's 80s Democrats. They're the same thing. California Republicans and 80s Democrats, they're the same.
Right.
No burrito, not the coach of the Spurs. Different Jerry Brown.
Uh
I think.
oh, he doesn't even have appeal. But why does it's that weird thing, man? It's a weird thing, Sweet Tooth. They just vote for that elephant or that fucking donkey, right? They don't even know who the person is they're voting for. That's why it gets annoying when you want to talk about this stuff to people. Is this your review, Jim?
Yeah, I don't know if I just popped it up. If
Yeah, we can pull it up.
it's such
you know what
short, it's only 3. I mean, this is 3
No.
minutes, and the other one is 3 minutes too.
I'm going to
So-
put a poll up in the chat. Too many swirls or no? Yes or no? I'm going to put a poll in the chat for you, Jim, because you're worried about
Okay.
the swirls.
I'm worried about the swirls.
All right.
It's an artistic choice.
No, I was getting carried away.
Well, need an
Well,
editor.
Well, he has to have an editor for his swirls. All right. So I'm going to start the poll, and now we're going to play it, Jim. Let's play your review of Starlight Cats.
How you doing? My name's Jim, and I'm here with a review of Starlight Cats by Shane Davis and Yanzi Lin of Nine Lives Comic. It's a story
both.
about a little girl who's getting bullied, and she finds a cat, and she takes the cat home, and the cat has this cute gem around its neck. And then she also remembers that her grandmother had a gem that looked just like that in her drawer. And then a creature called a Verkin comes to try to steal that gem because it's one of the missing Starlight gems that they need to get. There's a battle that ensues outside the girl's house, and then the gem fuses with the little girl, and she becomes super powered like the rest of the Starlight Cats. They travel back to the Starlight Cats capital, and then at first they don't trust the girl. They try to take the gem away from her. Then after a while of being there, the Verkin attack the capital city of the cats, and the little girl is needed to help defend the cat world. After a battle ensues and her cat Barnaby gets
Pause it,
hurt,
Jim.
she's able to summon the power.
Explain to the chat why there's so many swirls.
It's
All
the
right.
greatest thing I've ever seen.
All right. I filmed this thing and I was having trouble and I kept fucking up and having to start over. And and someone gave me advice and said, just film it and just let it run and then just cut it out. And then, I don't know. And to me, without the swirls, it just jumped too much. It was too much jumping.
I'm entertained by both the swirls and your calm demeanor is great.
So
Amazing.
I would say it's Power of the
That's right.
Cigna
Seizure
and
warning.
the
There
Virgin
should be a
army that came to the cat world. And then at the end of the book, she wakes up, and it's almost like maybe
At
she
least
doesn't
he's
realize
trying to
it
be
happened.
creative
She's back
without
in
just.
her home, and she's able to withstand the
But goddamn,
bullying
Jim, how many
and
times
defend
were you
herself a little
stammering
better.
in this
It looks like
video?
there's a big dragon lot. monster in this that is shown at the end. It's kind of like a little cliffhanger for the volume 2. And all in all, it's an extremely well written book with beautiful artwork that would make a great entry into comics for young children. I think especially girls. Actually, I think it's would be a good way to get girls into comics. They have multiple covers of this book. This is the actually the main cover that's available for reprint, and then there's also multiple covers by famous artists like John Malin and Kenneth Rocafort. I believe this is the Malin cover. I believe this is the Kenneth Rocafort cover. I believe this is a Shane Davis cover. Now let's
Hey,
look at some
chat, pause it,
pages
Jim.
and talk some more.
Everybody be nice. This is
Thank you
Jim's
so much.
first ever editing job. He's never done this before in his life. And on the flip side, any video I have ever made, I have never edited. I just talk and then hit send. So that's why they were so ums and ahs and whatever. But yeah, I love it. I mean, at least he's trying something. But this is his first time ever, so it's
All right.
It's
I didn't,
I like
Entertained as
I
fun.
like-
Perfect.
I like the video, dude.
Didn't change a damn thing. The best part is when the swirls stop for about 10 seconds. You're like, when's the next? And then it hits. The
Can I
timing-
ask why you didn't show us the inside?
No, here it comes.
Okay.
I should have cut it up better because I was trying to figure out how to move things that I recorded at different times, and then I had to start all over twice because I fucked it up twice. So then I just because I thought I could film everything and then I could cut in clips of the book. You could if you could do it and not be retarded like me, but I kept fucking it up. So here comes the inside of the book. All right, so this is Starlight Cats that you can see. Starts out, as I said, with a little girl who is getting picked on. Finds the cat that has this gem, and then this monster comes to try to get the gem. This cat comes to save her. I think it's a girl or 4 and a girl. 4 cats, so there's 5 in total. But as you can see, the artwork is beautiful. There's a prophecy of the Cigna. I would recommend it.
Wow, it's very,
Anyone
very
with small
colorful,
children.
Jim.
Comes with some black and white line art in the back and additional covers. There's the Kenneth Rocafort cover, the John Malin cover, as I said. I could show you those in a minute. There's also a Merlion cover, but I don't have that one. And thanks to their guests, Barnaby, Taurus, Misato, and Wobbles. Thank you. This is the John Malin cover. Very beautiful. This is the Kenneth Rocafort cover. Gorgeous work. A Shane Davis cover, I believe.
You don't even
It's
know.
a very good book. It's very easy to read and easy to follow. I would recommend it for anyone with small children or someone who just likes to read. It's not just for kids. It was an entertaining story, and I hope to see more from Nine Lives Comics in the future. Hopefully, they will do another Starlight Cats, which I hear is in the works right now. If you go to Nine Lives Comics, you can sign up for Inglorious Rex 3.
Goddamn, Jim, you couldn't
Which will
get
be
4 words out.
released in the coming days. Thanks for stopping by, and please don't forget to like and subscribe to the video. Bye.
Very good, Jim. That last 30 seconds was killing you.
Yeah.
Jesus. I'm dying.
Let's now that the video's over, we'll look at the poll. The poll is 60% yes.
Guess what?
Too many cuts.
Oh,
Too many
cuts.
Too many swirls.
Luddites. It's a work of art.
Hey, man. At least he's trying to do something and not just have just an image jumping every 5 seconds. I mean, he is having an image jump, but it's a different view.
I have another one that doesn't have as many cuts.
Oh, I'm sure. But I do like Last Son of K says the recap was okay, minus the swirls, of course. But Jim could use a bit of Coke for a little more energy.
I was trying not to
What he
yell.
needs to do is he needs to watch an Eric July video before he does a review, and he's got that adrenaline flowing because it will piss you off when you watch these Eric July videos. So, what is this? Is this your other one, Jim?
Yeah.
I don't know if I could take it.
There's no swirls.
Oh,
There's
Oh,
some
you have a-
swirls.
all right.
There's some swirls. There's some lightning. There's some
Ooh.
Oh, no.
fire explosions and clouds.
No wonder it took you 6 hours to clip this stuff. Or holy shit. So Geronimo says, my review, it was a fun, basic story for young kids. It was formulaic, but that's okay. The art was good. The art looked, I like that, the colorful art that I saw. Tank says, wait ahead, swirls.
Hey, I'm just learning how to do this.
Hey man, that's more than I've ever tried to do to a video, like ever. I'm a little jealous, but I don't have that time all day, during the day.
I'm going to release a video on my channel, my first react video to your video. Pause it, critique the use of swirls, the cadence of your voice.
Oh, that's great. That is awesome. How long is this one, Jim? 20 minutes,
It's-
right?
No, this is a little over 3 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? This is a quick little, I don't know how quick it'll be, but this will be a little review of Good Ying
Your
Polymath.
your sound is off.
Polymath.
There you go.
I just like to
Caught
flip around. From the Rippaverse. I got all 4 covers. This is D. This is A, I believe.
Here we go.
This is
Ooh.
B, I believe. And this is C. The,
Oh!
Fucking amazing.
I have to say, I was originally very excited about the Rippaverse and what Eric July was doing, and supported the initial launch of ISOM. I decided to jump back in to Good Ying because mainly Mike Barron. I'm a big fan of Mike Barron and loved his Punisher work. And my thoughts on Good Ying. Well, the artwork is very, very good. It's nothing bad. The story moves at a very fast, very good pace. I shouldn't say very fast pace. It moves briskly, goes from point to point. It's an origin story. It starts out with a young Cato Gooding having dinner with his parents, and very clearly he's an extremely intelligent, very exceptional boy. He's learning calculus in the 4th grade, and moves from there. He faces some bullying in school. So, as you can see, decent artwork. Story moves along. He notices that this guy that he was his enemy, or not an enemy, I should say, his rival in high school or grade school. I think it started maybe middle school, high school. Can't remember exactly. I think it was the girl knew him in middle school, and this was in high school. That him and Gooding were having problems, and then Gooding develops kind of element. Gooding ends up defeating the guy in a short battle. They take him away, and then this is the part of the story that I have a problem with, and the way they put this forward as a one shot.
Wow.
And then it ends on a cliffhanger with, this guy escaping, and Gooding finds out that he escapes, and then he says he's going to go look for him or whatever. But all in all, it's it's a good story. The main villain is named Splatterpuss. I'm not sure if he gets powers from the lightning strike at this place or if some other process, or the person that they were rescuing after he gets sent to Procurement Incorporated. They should continue this story and continue to follow Kato and Four Corners Pueblo, or develops new things. And it's a kind of funny too that his first invention that he wanted to make was something to stop people from hearing bass in cars, in the loud stereos and stuff. And all in all, I would say it's a good book, and I would recommend it. It's a good read. It's quick. It's not a long story. It's not drawn out. It's a comic book. I would recommend it, and I'd say well done, Mike Barron. Well done, Eric July and Rippaverse, and all the team over there. You put out a good comic book.
I can't wait to see the next one. That's what I'll say. Always leave me wanting more.
I don't believe that you like it that much. I would say
Me?
no, Jim. Like the book. I don't know if you really like it that much.
It's a comic book.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
would if he had a Gooding 2 second issue, I would buy it just because I'm a
Right.
glutton for punishment.
But even on our show the other night, when you did the review on the stream, you were like, oh shit, I don't think I like it as much as I did the first time I read it.
Well, I mean, it's like I said, it's not like B.A. Turner's novel. It's just a book,
Right.
and I sat down, I read it in a couple minutes. I was zipped right through it, and I was able to find, you know what I mean? I didn't have to go scratch my head and go, what the hell, and go back or anything. I just kind of,
Yeah, I don't know. I am never going to buy it because I'll never give that guy another penny. But Jim's a fair player. But he did it for Mike Barron. If it would have been an Eric July book, you wouldn't have bought it, right?
correct.
Well, you haven't bought anything else since
Correct.
Ice Bomb, right?
Correct. I might buy Horseman.
That's Chuck Dixon, though.
Yeah, Chuck Dixon.
But didn't Chuck also do Alpha Core?
Yeah. I was still angry then.
Angry. I'm angry. So let's pull up this video that Katie was very nice to DM me. She hasn't done anything with it yet. She said, "Hey guys," or here, Dave. So you know what I want to do? I just want to play it all the way through and not transform it. Just because he's being a bitch. You know what I'm saying, Jim? He sends out these tweets. I didn't know this was going on. Blah, blah, blah. It's a good question. Did you like the main character? Did you like Gooding? Was he a likable person? No.
I was interested in his story.
But not him.
Not really him.
That's a problem then.
Yeah. Like I don't know enough about him to like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, you don't really find out, you don't find out very much about him, like, I don't know if he's doing all this stuff out of a sense of wanting to help, charity. Like I thought like it was a bit, I didn't even bring it up in the review about the not charge. Did I? About him not charging?
No, you didn't.
Weird.
No, you didn't.
Why? I don't know why that change was made. Like if he would have been, you would have known more about him if he's just a guy he's inventor. He wants to make money. He's an entrepreneur, and he's doing everything to succeed and be
Did you
successful.
even mention the gay way that he won the fight? with the meat
No,
infuser.
I didn't bring up the meat. I mean, I wasn't trying to like spoil the whole story.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You know,
I get you. That's fair. That is fair.
so.
You'd buy the second one. It was entertaining enough that you'd buy. Good
I
meat.
would. I mean, it's for $18. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you bought, well, you didn't spend $18. You bought
Shut up,
all 4
Dave.
covers.
yes, and the Jim taught me.
Oh, I'm handing the shit out of him.
Actually,
Oh. It was a.
So
it
was
a-
the $18 cover better than the $30 cover? Yes, we talked about that the other night.
We did
right?
talk about it. I personally think the not the $18 cover, but the what was it? The I think it's cover B was the best cover. My opinion. I
Right.
think it was the guy who did the interiors.
Okay.
I can't even think of his name, but
Did the interiors? I thought it was. Oh shit! I thought you said his name the other night.
yeah, I can't remember. Like the expensive cover was by some guy, I don't know who it is. He must be expensive for enough. Well, then again, who knows? They charge $35, and I didn't like the colors. The colors like were all muted, like blended together. It was like just whole reddish tinge to it. Like it doesn't pop. My opinion.
Right.
Will Conrad.
Will Conrad, yeah. His cover to me looked the best
Okay.
visually. Then followed by Kanan's, and then cover D, and then the C cover is actually the worst looking cover, the most expensive one in my opinion. It didn't look like when I saw it on. I want to say the pictures of it did not look like the way it looked.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
False advertising once again. False advertising from Eric July.
I know most comic book creators will sell multiple covers. Has there ever been a comic book creator that sells multiple versions, like changing some of the dialogue in each?
No, I don't think
No,
so.
it's all about the covers.
Okay.
You know, they don't do Snyder cuts of comics. But by the way,
That's for
Jim,
like- that's
Jim,
like
Jim,
for-
I do want to say though, good job on your videos, man. It's not easy, dude. It's
Wow.
first of all, it's having the balls to even decide you want to put yourself out there and do a review of anything or talk about anything. It ain't easy. And then, you know, when you rewatch it and you see all your mistakes, and then you want to start fixing it, and then you go down a rabbit hole of how do I even start? I never edited it. I mean, now that I do like make, you know, thumbnails, or I'll do a clip or something of my own, and what software do I use? Like Andrew Campbell was in here last night, and he's right. Clipchamp is actually pretty good. It's actually good, and it's super fast to upload. The problem is, like, I record everything on StreamYards just like Jim does, and you have to save it and then upload it
or
to your
Yeah,
next thing,
yeah.
and then you have it over there. You do all the work, and then you got to download it again so you can put it on YouTube, which
Yeah.
is another upload.
Hmm.
So that's like, God damn, there's got to be a faster process. There's got to be another way to do this. I just don't know how to do it.
I agree with Clipchamp. Last night, I know it wasn't great, but I threw together that John Titor minute-long trailer for the Woo Woo show next week. I did it. I'd never used Clipchamp before. I just jumped in during the stream and
Easy.
added music, added this, clip this. It was so easy. Yeah.
And it's like you can, like, the whole clipping thing. Like when I try to clip in Canva or I try to clip in another one, it's confusing. But in Clipchamp, nope. You hit this point, and that's the part it's going to take out, and it's no problem. I know, but I don't know where to shoot the video, Crazy Cat. Do I just do it on Windows Media Player, and then it's in my hard drive, because it'll save it to your hard drive, and it's going to save you an upload?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try the Adobe Pro and see, because I think Adobe Pro lets you film it and everything on Adobe Pro. You could do all the editing and everything there, and then just do the uploads.
Do they have like a free 30-day trial?
I think they have a free
7-day trial?
like a free 7-day trial or something.
Because
So I'll
Adobe
try it.
products are ridiculously expensive.
Right. Well, but if it works and it's good, several people have told me that it's really good. So I don't know.
Julio, did you notice? I think on Clipchamp you can actually shoot your video too. I think it gives you that option to actually make your video in Clipchamp, Jim, and then go. But you can do that in YouTube too. You know, right? You can make a video.
There's some
in
kind of
YouTube.
editing stuff in YouTube too. I saw where you can go back and edit in YouTube.
Yeah, when you make your video in YouTube, you have editing tools there.
Yeah.
I
That
just
saves a
did
lot.
Clipchamp because it was so easy.
Easy.
Like, I'd never seen it before, and I'd like, oh, that's intuitive. Figure it
Yeah.
out in 2 seconds, and bang.
Yeah. Look, Elemental MJ is making my clip videos now from our shows. He's
Oh.
awesome.
Awesome.
Oh yeah. So you have a grandfathered price. Holy shit, that's nice, Elemental. Yeah, every time I have this spreadsheet, I look at my spreadsheet all day. Did he add a new one? Did he add a new one? Because it's like, oh, these are great. Just for to see what he does, because now he's adding music. He's doing that whole zoom in on this, zoom in on that during the screen. The one he did with the one I just had up there called, is it all a fraud? Just a Kamala Harris, and it's all Jim talking for 2 minutes, which is great because Jim's here every night. So, and then the Mike Partika Marvels movie review, he made a clip of that. So that's a video up on the channel now. I don't care. It's just content, right? It's just another thing for YouTube maybe to promote. Because it's not algorithm chasing. It's just not all red or orange. It's green stuff that, YouTube will actually promote your stuff. Because dude, they don't promote the live streams because we're always cussing. We're talking about everything in the world. So
I just want Elemental MJ for Cap, because that's what I used for those 2 clips, those 2 edits was CapCut, but I had to upload it to the website, and then you only have like a certain amount of space in there, and it told me I had to delete some stuff in order to do it, and it wouldn't let me do it. Like I downloaded it from my computer, but it kept making me upload it anyway. So is that a software that you can do it all on your computer, or do you have to do everything from the cloud?
I don't know. But a lot of guys use their mobile phones for making clips, not editing, but just making clips. That's what Katie does, right? So she watches it and then she'll clip it right from her phone, and then she just uploads it to her site. Yeah, because they can't play enough commercials to make them profitable, especially when we stream for 7 or 9 hours. They're like, what the hell are you doing, man? So, that's why I never monetize the live streams. I don't even try. It's not worth it.
So there's no ads on your live streams if you don't have premium? No?
No, because if I monetize it, they'll turn them either yellow or red, which means if it's red, it's blocked. If it's yellow, I'm sharing my monetization with another artist or minimal ads because of age restriction stuff. Even though I say my stuff is not suitable for kids. So, you could actually promote it to adults, like promote the video to adults, but I think they just want a wide range. But, I don't know what YouTube ads are. I don't know. Do they do any adult ads only? No, probably not, because YouTube thinks they're like NBC or CBS, right? They're like this wholesome. I don't know.
Do you see the Rumble ads?
He says CapCut has a PC version, but it arguably sucks ass.
Yeah.
All right.
Go figure.
Did you guys see, speaking of ads, Nick doing Rumble streams where he had to do an ad read for a woke-free dog food?
Yeah, I saw that. That was
Non-woke dog food. What the fuck does that even mean?
Well, have you seen the non-woke beer? That guy has his his own beer company that's woke free. Like I've seen that guy.
Beer.
Wild. Well, the Bud Light shit pissed a lot of people off.
It did. That's true. I used to get my beer across the street at Sheets. I would go into the cold room, Coors Light sold out, Miller Light sold out, Bud Light stacked to the fucking ceiling when that happened.
For months.
Nobody was buying. Yep.
For months, yes. But we're Americans and we all have a short memory, so it kind of faded away. But I still bet Bud Light sales are down and Coors Light and Miller Light are up since that happened.
Probably.
If you look at like a graph, I'm sure Bud Light's still paying the price because here's the weird thing though, is like, does anybody even talk about that weirdo anymore?
Oh, Dylan Mulvaney? I don't.
Yeah, is that person even a topic anymore, Jim?
I have no idea. They went to Peru or something because they were scared of America, and then after they got there, Peru decided to make it a crime to be trans.
Is that true?
Yes, I saw it on the internet. It's got to be true.
Wow.
I can look for it. I'll pull it up.
Bud Light really fucked because when I used to run a dive bar, it was like a dive bar / biker bar, lots of blue collar people, but they ordered Bud Light. That was the drink. Country music fans, give me Bud Light. Give me Bud Light.
Hey, if you guys ever see this in your liquor store, it's High and Wicked Rye. It's fantastic.
We got to find somebody to find this. There's a.
Let me give a little taste here.
I guess there was a Twitter fight between Eric July, D-Day Cobra, and Kyle Rittenhouse, but I'm not going to be able to see it because I'm blocked.
I saw
Julio's not blocked by Eric.
Go find it.
All right, I'll
find it.
Yes, sir. I'm the rookie, like an intern.
Gray Wolf, you're right. Wow, I just did the swirl, Jim, and for the bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, it cleaned up. You know what I'm saying? Like it stung every sense on my tongue, or taste bud on my tongue. That's great. So now I'm going to take the actual taste. All right, so this is a holy fucking shit. Jim, this bourbon is a rye, right? It's 124 proof. You hear me?
What?
Yeah, it's 125 proof, 125.2 proof.
Well, that's 62 and a half. Yeah.
62.6% alcohol. Holy shit. I'm glad I read that.
Has it got a cork?
Oh yeah, baby. This is
Jesus.
this isn't mellow. This isn't mellow corn.
I was worried you're gonna have to bust out the corkscrew and
that it tastes fantastic, especially wow. Now I know why it, kind of destroyed every taste bud on my tongue, but going down, it does not burn at all. Just get some gunpowder and see if it explodes, Dave. See, that's the other thing. Like, I'll watch, Critical Drinker, and he talks about, like, when he drinks whiskey, he loves Jack Daniels. And the Europeans, they get really weird about high proofs because, a lot of scotch is like, 45% alcohol or whatever, right? 40, 45. Even though it's aged like 25 fucking years. That's what's amazing about those scotches, man. I mean, you look at the age of like 25 years. Holy shit. I
was always a Jim Beam guy over Jack Daniels. If I had to choose between the two, it's sweeter and smoother.
Yeah, but I gave up that shit. Like that was like the high school stuff, right? I mean, yeah.
Technically,
or if you're at the bar and you don't want to spend a lot of money and you just want a Jack and Coke or a Jim Beam and Coke, yeah, you'll do that. But again, I didn't even start drinking bourbon like this until like 2 years ago, and it's I never wake up with a hangover. Is this it, Jim? or
No,
Julio?
no, this is.
I've got a. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Jim.
I got a quick little video.
Did you find it, Julio, for the Eric July Twitter
I
fight?
found a video that Eric July put out about Kyle Rittenhouse on Twitter.
Oh.
I got a 10-second video of the whole thing, and this is exactly what happened.
He's missing the splooshes on the video. He should have put some of those in there.
So,
That was just somebody put.
is that from the trial?
Yeah, that's from the trial when he was
Okay.
crying and stuff. So
Yeah.
I felt
Okay.
bad for the kid doing that, but I, understand.
Yeah. You gonna present it, Julio?
If you want me to, sure. Give me just a second.
We want to find that other one too, where Jeremy and Eric and Kyle are fighting. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
That
I
was
saw
funny though.
Vicky Verse and Katie were going back and forth, I think, on Twitter today. Also,
Today?
I think so. I don't know what I'm talking out of my ass. I think it
Well-
came on my feed.
Well, Vicky Verse, last night we talked about that, right? With Vicky Verse and Eric, telling Eric July about these clip channels that are monetizing your videos and they're not adding any commentary. And Eric's very shocked that it's even happening. Like, Eric July doesn't know who the fuck Katie Ditt is. Get the fuck out of here, man. Stop. He watches every video. You know he does. He watches every one she makes.
This is from Eric's channel. So you want me to hit play?
Yeah.
X-Ray Julio on the job.
So people were mad at Kyle Rittenhouse. Why? Because he pointed out Donald Trump's inconsistency on the Second Amendment, and he said that he was going to write in Ron Paul for president. Now, many were going crazy about it because they felt he owes allegiance to Donald Trump. Since then, though, he's tweeted that his opinion was ill-informed and that he's back to supporting Trump. Okay, so the tribalists got exactly what they wanted, and they put him back in line. But I do think that this is a great opportunity to talk about Trump and the Second Amendment. This goes without saying, but there were some things that Trump sucked at. Trump, the Congress, and Biden are to blame for the lousy spending efforts. Operation Warp Speed may be the most egregious thing that Trump did, but the bump stock ban was pretty terrible. I think the blow was softened.
Pause it. Jim, did Trump, he had to sign that into law, didn't he? The bump stock ban?
no, it was a rule from the
Supreme
ATF.
Court?
No, from
Oh,
the
the
ATF.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I mean,
because
but
the ATF makes their own rules, right?
correct.
This is what Nick is talking about, where these departments don't have any oversight and they can create law. Isn't that what he's talking? That's why he wants that decision overturned by the Supreme Court, so that the ATF and the EPA can't make up these rules without actually having Congress and the executive and the judicial actually make this stuff a real law.
It actually probably helped everyone, believe it or not, by Trump telling the ATF to do that, and then the Supreme Court coming down and saying, no, you can't do that. They're not supposed to make whatever rules the president tells them. They're supposed, you know what I mean? So it kind of, in a fucking retarded backwards way, Trump actually helped the Second Amendment by doing it the way he did. Because now we have a ruling saying
The bump
you
stocks
can't
are
do
legal.
this. Yeah,
Right.
you can't do this. And now we also have a ruling now saying that forced reset triggers are not machine guns either
And we
because of
also
that
have-
ruling.
We also have a ruling out of New York where if it hasn't been common law since the creation of the country, then we can't just go around and changing gun laws, fuckers.
I have a dumb non-gun owner question, Jim. What the fuck is a bump stock?
It's a piece of plastic that lets the gun ride back and forth. So what it does is you push forward on the gun, you pull the trigger, and the recoil pulls the gun back. But then when you pull the gun forward, you pull it into your finger again and pulls the trigger again. So it's wildly inaccurate. It's basically just for going to a range and pretending you're shooting full auto. It's not close to full auto. It can get close, but it's not. It's just it's legal under the way that the law is written. Personally, machine guns, the tax on machine guns in the 1986 Hughes Amendment is unconstitutional.
Yes.
The GCA is unconstitutional. It was specifically passed to disarm the Black Panthers and other black felons who, prior to the GCA, regained their gun rights as soon as they got out of jail, which is how it was for all of history in the United States until 1968.
Any gun laws that have been passed are illegal since the
Pretty much.
Constitution was created. They're all illegal. They're one of the like absolute rights that American citizens have: the right to bear arms, the right to free speech. It's ridiculous.
Like it would be more in line with constitutional jurisprudence for them to say you're a dangerous person. If you're going to want to have what existed were surety bonds, where if you were a threat or something, you had to post a bond that you would lose if you misused your gun.
That's illegal too.
No, there were surety bonds at the time of the ratification of the Second Amendment.
Oh, there was.
So it was, if you were a danger, like say you did something, like say you went and shot at someone or did something, you would have to put up a bond to keep your gun. That's the way the law was, and when the Second Amendment was
Seems
ratified.
like the Wild West was pretty fucking wild, dude. There was a lot of guns, a lot of people killing people.
Correct. There was hardly ever any cases of them actually. The surety bond wasn't a lot of money. It was like $50 or something.
Yeah, but they broke the bond every day. Like, so
No. It was.
I'm going to ask you a question though, Jim. Do you think that if you have a felony, you should lose your rights to guns for the rest of your life?
No,
It's
absolutely
a
not.
bullshit law, right? It's
Bullshit
bullshit.
law.
Yeah.
No, even if someone,
If you serve your time,
if you serve your time and get out,
You're
you should
done.
get your rights back.
All
like
your
if,
rights.
if you don't serve your, like say if you were sentenced to 20 years and you only served 10, then if they want to
that's
keep
the state's fault.
right, but if they want to say for that additional 10 years that you're that would be, I think that would actually be consistent.
I think that point, Jim, is when you make them do the surety bond. You're out early. If you want a gun, here's the bond. You have to pay for it because you do have the right to protect yourself, as a person. And that's when that might be great. But these guys, man, they lose. Like, look, man, as much of a dickhead as Gary is, the guy can't own a gun legally, and he served his time 20 years ago. He has no record of any violence in his history, does he? He's just breaking and entering. He never had a gun or anything like that. But I think that's some bullshit that they take your rights. Don't you lose your right to vote too if you get convicted of a felony, Jim?
Yeah, but most states now it's an automatic. Like they put it in the law that it automatically comes back when you get out, simply because
is that after you complete your? Because a lot of time, after you get out of jail, you're still on probation.
But I'm not 100% sure about that. But like a lot of states did an automatic restoration of all your rights except gun rights.
But
because if they wanted to, they could restore your gun rights too. Like some states, you have to go.
Is that only for state elections though? Or can they vote for
well,
federal
if you're
elections?
eligible, I don't think the federal government actually. I don't know if the federal government has any restrictions. Like the states are responsible for the elections. So if the state says you're not eligible to vote, I don't think the federal government has anything to say about it. But like,
dude, if you're in the military though, and you get a fucking dishonorable discharge, you don't get to vote.
I don't know about that.
They take away your rights to vote.
It's possible.
They do. I know they do.
But if what I was saying is like some states like Texas and Florida used to be like this, where you had to go in and petition a judge to get your rights back after you get out, like all your rights back, like voting rights and everything. You didn't automatically get them back. And a lot of times you could get your gun rights back at that same time.
You should get your gun rights back, man. You served your time. Well, especially when you're talking about like a, you get a felony for fucking stealing $800 from the fucking, 7-Eleven, and you serve your time, and they charge you with a Class A felony or whatever. Forever, you lose your gun rights you did when you're 17 years old.
There is an office in the ATF has an office of firearm disability, which is basically they're supposed to you're supposed to petition them and tell them you want your rights restored, but they don't do anything anymore because they were defunded under Bill Clinton, and nobody's ever gave them the money back. It was never supposed to be a lifetime ban. There was always supposed to be a process. Like when they wrote the law, and even the '68 Gun Control Act, there was a process to restore your right. To basically, I'm not dangerous. Give me my guns back. But when they did the crime bill in '92, I believe, or '93, whatever it was, they defunded that portion of the ATF, which is supposed to handle the restoration. They're supposed to do an investigation and basically say, oh yeah, this guy has whatever, and talk to your neighbors and family and stuff and say, yeah, no, he's fine, and restore your rights. But just
Right.
like everything else, they always change it and make it worse.
Right. Did you find that video, Julio?
I've been playing the video. I'm waiting for
No,
you
no,
to tell
no.
me
The
it's
one
played.
with the other one.
I guess DJ
It's not a
Cobra and
video,
Eric
it's-
July were fighting on Twitter.
It was
Yeah.
an argument on Twitter. I can switch to that if you want.
No, but you found it. You did find it.
Yeah, but it's not a video. It's just a.
That's fine. A Twitter thread.
Do you want me to share that?
No, I want to finish Eric talking about gun rights because he'll air you out if you show up at his warehouse. And in Texas, you can kill anybody for any reason, right, Jim? That's how Eric thinks gun laws work in Texas. You show up at my warehouse and take $40 for my windows, I can shoot you. Go ahead.
All right.
Referred to it as a bump stock ban. It made it easy for people to say, why would anybody use a bump stock anyway? People didn't actually read it, so people neglected to mention how terrible it was. The Supreme Court recently struck down some of it, but it does not change the intent. He pulled the whole we are protecting the kids things that we grill leftists when they react to a mass shooting. But don't take my word for it. I'll directly quote the summary of the final rule directly from the Office of Public Affairs. The Department of Justice is amending the regulations of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, to clarify that bump stock type devices, meaning bump fire stocks, slide fire devices, and devices with certain similar characteristics are machine guns as defined by the National Firearms Act of 1934 and the Gun Control Act of 1968, because such devices allow a shooter of a semi-automatic firearm to initiate a continuous firing cycle with a single pull of the trigger. Specifically, these devices convert an otherwise semi-automatic firearm into a machine gun by functioning as a self-acting or self-regulating mechanism that harnesses the recoil energy of the semi-automatic firearm in a manner that allows the trigger to reset and continue firing without additional physical manipulation of the trigger by the shooter.
That was
It's a semi-automatic firearm
pause it, Julio.
Got it.
That's not even a true
No, they changed the words. It's not a pull of the trigger. The law says a function of the trigger.
right.
And the trigger functions. That's why the judge just threw out the whole thing and barred him from going after anybody about the forced reset triggers, because the trigger resets and you have to pull the trigger again.
Yes.
Just because it pushes your finger forward, so you just go pull, and then so you forward pull. So you're pulling every time to fire with a forced reset trigger. Those things are wicked, by the way. I don't have one,
No, me neither.
but they're
How-
crazy.
But is he saying that Trump signed this into law? He didn't sign this into law. The ATF created this on their own.
Correct.
And he had no right or had no ability to stop them from doing this based on that 1972 decision that Nick Rekieta talks about all the time, that gave all these agencies free will to create laws as they go.
But technically, though, they are part of the executive branch. And if he didn't want them to do this, they couldn't have done it. He could have told them, what the fuck? No, they did this because they wanted to do this and he wanted something done. And he's okay, cool. But by him saying that he did it, that they did what he told them, it totally blew up the whole rationale that this was a reasoned decision based on what actually happened, as opposed to just doing what Trump wanted.
Okay.
So this actually, Trump doing this led to Chevron deference being tossed out.
Is it tossed out?
Yeah, it's gone.
Chevron deference is gone.
It's dead. It's gone.
EPA can't make their own
Nope.
laws anymore.
None of them can.
ATF,
Nope.
none of them.
Nope.
When did that happen?
Just a couple months ago, month or two.
Oh fuck, man.
Yeah.
So we got rid of Chevron deference. We got a ruling in New York about the Second Amendment and
Yeah.
what fucking with people's gun rights. And people keep fucking with gun rights, but all these states are going to get sued and they're going to lose in the Supreme Court. I mean, the decisions have already been made.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know about Amy Coney Barrett. Like, she seems like a squishy now because she wants to be liked and hang out with these people. So she's not ruling in the way that she did when she was in the appeals court. I mean, if we had 9 Clarence Thomases in the Supreme Court, holy fuck, would we be free?
But New York's already, they've already voted on New York. So when all these other states get sued, like Illinois is going to get sued for the AR-15 ban.
Well,
They
it's going to
can't-
take
they-
it's going to take a while to work its way up there. Eventually, they're going to take it, and then it's going to get slapped down.
Right. That's my point. Like she can't vote one way in one state and another in another state because it's the same fucking rule. Well, they did. Simply Green in America, the Chevron deference gave these agencies the right to give cities and states, like the EPA was the biggest monster of them all, dude. They fucked with everybody. These
What Chevron deference did was it gave the experts that worked for these agencies the ability to they gave them the deference in deciding what the statutes actually meant.
right, and the state or the county or the city couldn't fucking fight it because the federal government knows all, and all these cities had to, like, dude, Jim, I don't know if you know anything about public works utilities, but
A little bit.
The EPA walks around, they come into your town, they go, hey man, that fucking septic or your sewer treatment plant, man, it's just not up to code. It's just not there. But you know what, man? If you take this $20 million loan for the next 20 years, you'll be up to code because we'll build you a whole new treatment plant. And a lot of these towns still use lagoons, Julio, because they're small towns. They're towns with like less than 1,000 people. They can't pay for a fucking $20 million sewer treatment plant. So they got these lagoons. They've been working perfectly fine for the city for 150 years. But now the EPA sucks these poor towns into these long-term loans. And that's just because Chevron deference. They just have the ability to say, you're not up to our fucking standard. And they can't fight it. There's no fighting it. It's like lead water services, Jim. Another fucking joke that the EPA has put on all these towns that they can't possibly prove lead services have killed one person in this country since lead services have been put in the ground. Let's get back to, you know what? Fuck this. Let's play the other one. Because
You want me to show the Twitter
yeah, fuck
feed?
this guy. Yeah, I don't like this.
Second?
Yeah, let's play the Twitter thing.
It's not a video. It's just a
No,
series.
it's a Twitter thread, but you're going to have to scroll
Right.
through it, right? Okay.
Yeah, I got you. Just tell me when to
All right.
scroll.
First of all, make it bigger so we can read it.
Give me a minute. Good.
There you go. All right. Go ahead, Julio. Read it to us, buddy.
All right. So Eric said, so many dog shit takes by people on Kyle Rittenhouse's opinion, cultural ineptitude with regards to Kamala. Election season.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Cultural ineptitudes with regard to Kamala. So it's Eric saying that he's got to support Kamala because they have the same skin tone.
I have no idea, but he's threatening us by returning to 2018 to 2021 forum with political commentary video.
Please do. Don't
Again.
fucking threaten us with a good time.
Again, dude, this is why Eric July's full of shit. He's a CEO of a multi-million-dollar comic company. You need to stay out of this stuff if you want to bring in new customers, Jim. Like the right's already there. If you shut the fuck up, Eric, you're not going to, destroy your ability to sell to one Saskatchewan fan. But whatever. So here we go. Let's scroll down here.
So Jeremy, I guess, said Kyle Rittenhouse's individual opinion isn't the issue. Rittenhouse turning his back on the millions of people that had his back when he needed it most is the problem. What a faggot take. Single issue voters are gay and very female in nature.
Okay. Dude, 12 people found him not guilty. Okay, that's it. And his lawyers did a great job. If Kyle would have been found guilty, Jim, 3 years ago, if he would have been found guilty, you know what would happen? Kyle Rittenhouse would be rotting in jail, and we couldn't do anything about it, right? So now that he's not guilty and he has his own opinion on something, that's his fucking prerogative as a man, right, Jim? This is a dumb take, Jeremy, because millions of people had his back. So
Donald Trump had his back. Donald Trump spoke out about him.
I get it. I understand that. That doesn't mean that Kyle liked him.
Personally, I don't care what Kyle does either way. But here's the thing: is
Kyle's not going to affect 1 million votes.
He should have just kept his mouth shut, because all he did was open himself. Because he's just opening himself up for more problems. The left, no matter what he does, the left wants to kill him. They want him dead. So why would you now anger the only people that are going to support you, going to come to hear you talk?
No, but
he makes a living now going places and speaking to conservative events. So,
but don't you appreciate somebody that's just out there that gives what they feel about something?
Sure. But I'm saying that's great for us. I'm saying for him personally, for his future, he should have kept his fucking mouth shut.
Dude, but that'd be like if you told me that you bought the Gooding book and you personally,
I shouldn't have told anybody. I should have just said it sucked.
But you said that it sucked in a review, but actually you really liked it. I'd have no respect for you. But Kyle's out here saying, "Hey, dude, I don't respect his take on the Second Amendment." That's what he said, right? That's what you said earlier.
Oh.
He didn't like Trump's stance on the Second Amendment.
Well, his I can understand why he says that. And Trump has said a lot of stupid things about the Second Amendment. Like, take the guns first and have due process later. That was retarded.
Yeah.
The fact is that it doesn't matter. The picks that he's going to put on the Supreme Court is what matters for the Second Amendment.
No, but dude, when he says take their guns and we'll fight it out later, that's going to give cities and states or police forces like this weird thought that like, well, our president says we can do this. Now, what he does know is all these red counties and states, they're not going to go take people's guns. So it wasn't really like that big of a threat. But the problem is the blue states, and they go, well, the president said we could do this. Like,
I'm going to keep rolling.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So Eric then said Rittenhouse does not owe allegiance to Donald Trump. It's a nonsensical position, hibbity-jibbity, simply because he's writing in Ron Paul and has a highlighted Trump objective failure on Second Amendment does not equal him turning his back on the millions of people that had his back. That necessitates your position. It's not a two-way position at all. It's a loyalty to Trump position.
Well, Eric is wrong, because the greatest strides in Second Amendment have come because of Trump's Supreme Court justices.
Well, the greatest corrections.
Correct. But I'm saying if Trump wasn't president and Hillary Clinton was, guess what? We'd all be turning in guns right now.
No,
because the pick she would have put on the Supreme Court would have been rubber stamping every fucking thing. It doesn't matter what the law is. Those three liberals on the court, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah,
they're going to go say it's fine. They don't believe there is any right. They don't believe it's an individual right to have a gun. They think it's government's right. Like, That's how retarded they are. They think that the right of the people means that the people means government this one time in the Constitution. That the founders fucked up when they wrote it that time, that it doesn't mean the people, it means the militia. It doesn't say the right of the militia, it says the right of the people.
Right.
But they don't believe that. That's the problem.
All right, so Jeremy says, tell that to Kyle, in quotes Rittenhouse. Trump showed support for me from the beginning. I will gladly support that and stand up for a president who cares about the American people and does what is right. Now, I have a question for you two. Is he writing his own tweets, or does he have a team?
Who, Kyle?
Oh, he doesn't have a team.
You think so?
I
Okay.
don't.
No,
I
Kyle's
don't-
broke ass. Kyle's broke as fuck.
Mhm.
Like this, if he wasn't doing speaking engagements, he wouldn't be doing anything. I heard him with Nick, 6 months ago, Jim, and he's like, dude, I got to go to work in the morning and do a speech. Like that's all he's got right now. So,
That's fair. Oh, God bless him. So Eric said, this negates absolutely nothing I said. Do you want me to keep reading this?
I'm going to see what, yeah, of course.
So Jeremy says, it absolutely does. You, someone who believes in your principles very strongly, has never and will never show support for Donald Trump as a presidential candidate. That's why nobody, generally speaking, is going to be mad if you vote for Ron Paul. Yet Kyle, someone who claims to believe in these things, showed complete and total support for President Trump when Trump has always had these Second Amendment flaws.
Okay.
So Eric said, people are mad at me anytime I ever said I was not going to vote right in or I was going to take a dump in the voter booth. People just aren't surprised. Kyle supported Donald Trump. This don't mean him choosing right in Ron is, quote, turning his back on the millions that supported him, quote. If you supported him, it's because you supported Trump and not because he was having his rights tread upon. You're doing it wrong.
Well, that's a bullshit statement there. That's no. If Trump wouldn't have been president, Kyle might not have got all the fucking love that he got. Jim?
You're right. Read this next thing from D-Day Cobra. No, a few people got mad at you because they don't understand you and what you stand for. But the heavy majority of your audience that follows you has never been mad at you for not supporting Trump. You and I both know that. Okay, first of all, I don't know what the fuck Eric July stands for anymore because he talks one way and does stuff completely fucking different.
And
than
thinks
what
he's
he
the smartest
talks.
guy in the room because he doesn't want to vote, right? He'll take a shit in the voters' booth. Boy, that's
I'm an ANCAP
powerful stuff.
libertarian. Fuck the state. Police, come help me.
Right.
Some guy taped $20 to my door.
Right.
Yep.
Twice. Yeah,
All
it's
right, you guys
fucking
take over
ridiculous.
reading. I feel like an asshole reading this shit. So
Well, I just did D-Day Cobra. Now I'll do Eric's live. No, many understand. They just don't like. It's been like the case for over decades. Sarah and I literally argued on air about it over there at the Blaze. In comparison to Kyle, it's more respected now in my position. I don't mean people like it no more.
That was awful, dude. Nobody understood a word you said.
Oh, I thought I sounded just like Eric.
I'll go back to reading it. All right. So Jeremy that says, under no circumstances would somebody like
I can
you.
do Jeremy.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, do Jeremy.
Under no circumstances would somebody like you ever tweet something like this out about Donald Trump. But hypothetically, if you and then did you start to take an opposite position, you would get absolutely crushed, and rightfully so. This is why people are mad at him. It's that simple.
All right. So Eric says, obviously, no, I would never do this, and I doubt it. If I took the pro-Trump position, I'd receive more support than I ever had before. That's indicative in how the base elevates anybody expressing mild support, regardless of their past. I know why people are upset with Kyle.
Exactly. So it appears that Kyle took a pro-Trump position when he needed in desperation times, but it's obvious how much support you will get if you do that. But now he's decided to take a completely opposite position, and he's getting absolutely crushed for it. I fully support this. He enjoyed the MAGA crowd's passion when it was going to his advantage. Not so much now.
All right, I lost the thread. Oh no, that don't make no sense. And this is an ahistorical position. One, Kyle was pro-Trump prior to the Kenosha shooting. So saying he took out of desperation is verifiably false. And B, the trial was in 2021. The tweet you dwelling on was 2 years after he'd been acquitted.
Yeah, and Trump always had these too many flaws dating back to his first term, even when Kyle showed unwavering support for him. Maybe Kyle will start doing research on things that are supposed to be so important to him, or maybe the check will bounce.
I said that he should have been more knowledgeable on his position. I'm specifically refuting your point that he support. Can you imagine these two going back and forth? Him out of desperation of his position. That's simply not true, as he was supporting him prior to the issue. Kyle and more Trump supporters should seek to learn about the person they support as opposed to blindly supporting him or only having surface level knowledge. That I agree with. And there you go.
I disagree.
I'm fucking cringing at myself.
I'm like,
That's
what
what Jeremy sounds like in my head.
No, I got you. Well, weren't they playing? Well,
what the hell, Jim? Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. Let's
that's hot
hear
news right there.
let's hear some real hibbity jibbity talk. This is a unedited Katie did video, not on her channel yet. It's not even got a title yet. So here we go. Let's hear what Eric is going to say in this video.
Said, why so many female character issue number ones? Yaira, Bloodruth, now Saoirse. Is that what the fans want? Clearly, that's what the sales say. But
Okay, so Bloodruth hasn't sold yet. Yaira did 1.5 million, right, Julio? And that was with a bunch of trinkets to go with the book.
Right.
And the other one is in a Ripazine. But that's what the fans want. Okay. But that was actually a good question. Why so many female-led books?
I don't know what to tell you. Saoirse's also not a number one. She's in the Ripazine.
Yeah, but she won't be for long.
It's two females too many for you? Boom Patrol?
It's a question, Julio. Like,
Well, didn't Eric just buy himself 2 females not long ago?
yeah, I mean, didn't he talk about, like, feminizing Hollywood, taking roles away from men and replacing them with women, swapping characters and all this stuff? Yeah, it's a fair fucking question, Eric.
Weren't Eric and Jeremy just playing fucking Mario Kart 3 days ago?
Yeah,
Now
they
they're
always
having
do.
fucking high-end political discourse on Twitter. That's something.
Jim, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I mean, are you hearing what he's saying? Like, it's ridiculous. And Eric is getting called out all the time in his chat now, and he is so pissed off looking. Like, he is always looking angry.
What's the limit on the amount of characters that people like that I should be putting in our universe, especially one that's ever expanding?
The ever expanding universe, Julio, ever expanding.
When is Horseman coming soon? We promise you that the pre-order collection will launch by the summer, end of the summer. So we have about a month and 22 days, I believe. All right, so I'm good in Horseman. Brian, Braxwell Salvage, I think they have few male hairs. Yeah, just a tad. I don't know. The company launched with one, and then you had Alpha Core, which has
Alpha Core has women in it. Okay.
Hey, I
Or
was just wondering
blue.
something.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My brain.
go ahead.
So if someone was to say, like, you know how there's all this clip shit going on?
Yeah, they're fighting about clips and
So if somebody was to take the clip and then just say someone put a bunch of squirrels in it, wouldn't that be transformed?
yes, absolutely. Yes. you know, Elemental earlier said that when somebody takes your content and plays it on their stream, you get notified by YouTube. I've never been notified by YouTube when somebody uses stuff that we do here, Jim. They don't notify.
If you're are you part of the? Do you have content ID with YouTube? YouTube has a content after you get so many followers. I think after you get like I think it's like 4,000 subs or something like that.
So if you have if you have less than 4,000 subs, anybody can steal your content.
Well, no, but you don't have content ID. Like after you get so many subs and so high up or whatever, you're in a partner program, you get content ID, where they'll identify your content. Like you put the stuff, you put the content in their content ID.
Well, I'm monetized. I can get super chats. I can make money off of ads and stuff.
I think it's a higher level. I could look real quick. Let's see.
Robin Hood says do it, or Red Hood Wink says do it, Jim. Just put a bunch of swirls in an Air July video. That'd be awesome. I would love to see it, Jim. Yeah, I mean, monetization, I don't know what it is. Maybe it is a higher level, but I thought monetization was a level. Like that's the level you want to be at.
Okay, it says once you've submitted a valid copyright removal request, then the copyright match tool starts scanning YouTube for uploads potential matches for your video. So
so you have to ask YouTube to do it for you.
Yeah, but once you do it, then the YouTube scan, and it'll say it gives you the option to take reviews on matches. But there's something I know it's content ID. I don't know, something about content ID. I don't know.
I'm not stuck, Ben. I'm perfectly happy, dude. I'm not stuck. Jesus Christ, dude. It's a shitty thing to say.
Were we done reading that?
That was all there was.
Okay.
And then later they went on Twitter and called each other faggots.
Did they really?
No, I could find that if you want. Yeah, they legit did.
They did?
Well, they said basically, oh, we were just bantering.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well,
no, the video. There's more to the video.
Oh, yeah.
Horseman's a dude. So, yeah. Just quick math there. Yeah, man, we have a pretty...
Wait, what did he say? Quick mast?
Mast,
active,
yeah.
Like, I would
Mats,
argue in independent
whatever.
comics, arguably the most active fan base, fandom for sure. And that's what it's about. It's about...
They have the most active fandom in comics, indie comics. Wow. Wow.
Is it not true?
Like I mean, a lot of people buy his book that aren't his fans. Like there was a whole bunch of people that bought his book just to shit on it. I mean, not
He had
me.
270 people watch his closeout stream, dude. 2,000 show up for closeouts for CG books.
You know, but I mean, like Black Angus buys his books just to shit on him. So does well, I don't know if I shouldn't say that. Maybe he.
No,
does
I think he's got an open mind until
but like
he
Frog
gets it.
Tony bought it, I think, just to shit on it. Some people do.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Frog has an agenda. Like he's not, you know.
I skipped the whole spending money.
People having fun and us having an active welcoming, and that's very important. A welcoming fan base as well is awesome.
Holy fuck! Which part was that when he told him to gatekeep the fuck out of it? Was that the welcoming part?
Sure.
Or was it when somebody says something nice about something, then his own people start attacking that person, saying they're just lying?
Right.
Is that welcoming?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know, man. Like, I don't understand. Eric's not even welcoming.
You come in, you showcase actual genuine interest, and they welcome you like family, man. That's what it's about.
Who is they? Who is this magical welcoming committee? I don't understand who's they.
Sturgis is the welcoming committee.
I guess so. I didn't get a welcome aboard video or DM from Renown Zero when I bought Eric's books. What's he talking about?
It's fun times, man. Fun times.
Boy, he looked like he was having fun when he said that.
Someone's in the chat going back and forth with y'all. I see. Oh, it's the guy I responded to earlier. That's an interesting take on the book. No established protagonist. That's interesting. It's the first I've heard that one. Books World doesn't either. I mean, just unaware we are.
The fuck, you turned to Barry White?
I don't
I don't
understand
know.
our protagonists were. So in order for you to be invested in the book, are you suggesting that you need to know the origins of the characters?
Most of the time we do, Jim. We kind of know where these people got their powers, why they decided to do what they do to be, saviors of their city or saviors of the world, whatever it is.
Wait, what character do we know how they got their powers? I mean, I think the closest we got to knowing how someone got their powers is the bad Splatterpuss in Goodjing. He either got struck by lightning that gave him the powers, or he got caught a sickness from the biolab that he was in, or a combination. Maybe it was the lightning and being in the biolab.
Right,
'Cause he
but
didn't have
Eric just asked the question, like, you need to know the origin story for you to be invested. Yeah, dude.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing.
I would say that's interesting. That's an interesting take. I don't think that follows. I mean, if
So we don't know how Peter Parker got his powers. We don't know why Peter Parker does what he does because he saw his uncle get fucking killed, or Batman saw his mom and dad got killed. What the fuck, dude? We don't know that, Bruce Banner was doing experiments and he fucked up and he can't control himself. Dude,
I don't think there's a main. I don't think there's a. I mean, technically, I guess maybe we don't know how X-Men mutants got their powers because it just kind of mutated. So I guess we do, but I don't think there's any major character in any major comic book that you don't know
their backstory.
Or where their powers came from.
Like, we don't know that Superman is from Krypton, and that's why he is so much more advanced than humans on Earth. And he's the most powerful being on Earth, no matter what. So, goddamn, Eric, that's interesting.
information dump is your approach and what you enjoy, I guess that's not necessarily a rule that is a part of comics. If that were the case, Wolverine would have never hit it big with the fans because we went a very long time having not known his origin.
Is that true?
I don't think that's true. Like, I mean, what does he mean by a long time? I mean, I think it was hinted at in a bunch of comics that, you know, he was old and, you know, like I mean, he's talking about the Wolverine move, the, you know, Wolverine origin movie, but I don't think.
I didn't read the original Wolverine books, so I don't know.
Is Horseman main weapon? Well, you'll learn about all that once it drops. I don't want to give anything away. I want to let Chuck tell that story. That's different. Horseman is very much it's a Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett story. I did not create that character. So
hit pause real quick.
I want them to tell the story the way
to jump in, but it sounds like he's distancing himself from it. That's, as a non-fan, that's what I get.
Yeah.
Yeah, my next effort's coming out, but I had nothing to do with it.
Did Mike Barron create Gooding, or did Eric create Gooding, Jim? Is Gooding and Eric character? Because
Look, Mike gave him his first name, Kato, but Eric, I think it was Eric's character.
That would be like being in a band, releasing a song, and then doing an interview and saying, "Well, I didn't write this one. The other guy did."
right. Yeah. Like,
It's not a vote of confidence in your product.
sure. Absolutely. That's a good point. It's still your company, Eric.
Way they want to tell it. I'll be an ambassador though for it. It is fucking good, man.
So does Chuck Dixon get all the money? And you're just is this like a Ripperson thing, Jim? Like Chuck Dixon and Mike Bennett came up with this. And but I'll be the ambassador. Well, you better fucking be the ambassador. It's your universe, dude. It's your whatever you're saying, your ever expanding universe, Eric July. Ever expanding. Just because you write new books with characters that nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about doesn't mean it's expanding. It's just confusing.
Well, you know, Luffy's ordering for 500 chapters in One Piece. Hell, and we don't still know what the One Piece is. Yeah, there's no rule for that there for sure. Post no. Well, I mean, I think Jack, I get what you're saying, but it's one thing to know things about the character, to be invested in the character, but it's another thing to know their origin. You don't need to know the origin of a and I would argue, I mean, definitely what I picked up as far as some market cues is that a lot of people are actually tired of the origin stories being told, to be completely honest, because
I think he's confusing comics with movies. Like sometimes you just want to watch a movie, Jim. You just want to get in there and see this guy kick ass. I don't need 40 minutes of, a bunch of origin stories. Like John Wick, right? John Wick is just a badass. You're like, that first movie, you were like, holy shit, this is awesome.
Yeah, I don't care about its background. You just wanted to fuck people up in different ways.
Right. But
Right.
it's not a book. It's not a comic. It's a different medium. And the medium matters when you're trying to have this argument, Eric. So that's some wishy-washy bullshit.
I mean, I guess maybe he's talking about that the first time they actually did an origin story of Wolverine was in the 90s, or the late 90s, early. They started the 2000, but in the 90s they started talking about his adamantium and how the process of all that stuff.
Right. But did we know he's like?
But we knew he had super strength and he healed and he had these claws and shit.
He pretty much can't die, right? Yeah.
So I mean, it wasn't like
With the original comics back in whatever 40s, 50s, did they do origin stories first, or did they just jump in like here's fucking Spider-Man?
Well,
then go
Spider-Man,
back?
if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if the first Spider-Man had him
Yeah.
getting bit by the spider.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And United, you're exactly right. I don't need to see a Batman movie again and watch fucking Bruce Wayne's parents get killed. I don't
Right.
need to see that in every fucking Batman movie. I don't need to see Superman fleeing Krypton every time to make a fucking Superman
But
movie.
the difference though is like Wolverine was introduced in other comics as like a side character. Like that's
Yeah.
what they would do. So they don't do a full origin story on a side character because you
No.
don't know if the guy's going to be any good. So,
Right.
but when you have your mainline comic guy like Isom, motherfucker, we should know a lot about Isom by the comic book number 2. At least what his powers are.
Well, even Gooding, because it's a book of its own standing. Like it's its own character now. Eric, you didn't just make him a character in a book, you gave him his entire book. So yeah, we might want to know a little bit more than he was a super smart kid. But
Jim,
we don't
did you
know.
think did Gooding end on a note where they could not do a number 2? Like, was
No,
there?
that's-
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I think there needs to be a number 2.
Yeah, that's Jim's problem with the book because he thought it was a standalone.
Unless they're going to put it in another book, like a different book, like they'll just have Gooding maybe helping Isom or something. I don't know.
Right.
so predictable. It's a lot of and that, look, every customer is different, but if that's your thing, if you in order for, I wouldn't say I think you should reword that and say you need to understand their origin to be invested in them, but that's not a universal thing. I wouldn't like Dragon Ball if that were the case. I wouldn't have liked Wolverine growing up if I absolutely needed to know their origin story in order for me to be invested or care about that character.
Okay, so Eric's 33 years old. So he's born in like 1991, Jim. By time he was probably reading comics, there was an origin story out there for Wolverine. Because you said it was late 90s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's another bullshit thing. Another bullshit thing.
I don't need to know any of that actually. To be interested in it, like legitimately, it's different. But I think that there's different types of. Not I think. Obviously, I know there's different type of customers, but really everybody. Like it's a different thing when you're selling a universe versus trying to sell like, hey, this cool concept that you want people to adopt or to adopt momentarily and then move on to the next thing, right? And I'm not trying to build something like that. I'm not even building this company with the expectation that someone is not going to be invested in the actual universe, right? In other words, like I'm all in. I'm like all in on that. So we prioritize world building overall, and not like dumping in.
Jim, what world has he built? I want to know what world has he built between these books? It's like, is the world Floor Spark? Is that what he's saying? I wonder if Bloodruth is going to take us to where Bloodruth is from, or if it's just going to Bloodruth is just going to take place in Floor Spark, and she teams up with Gyra. You know what I'm saying?
I got to know where this dragon came from.
Yeah, like I don't understand what he's talking about. This world that you're building. What world, dude? It's a very small world. We know that Gooding is like across the fucking street from Floor Spark, basically. Not across the street, but it's not close enough for the guys from Alpha Core to come and save everybody, right, Jim? Isn't that the point of Gooding? Like he's going to help because they're not really close enough or big enough for them to give a shit about what's happening in his little town. What's the name of his town in Gooding? Do you know? Do you know the name of the town?
Shadow Valley?
Shadow Valley?
Yeah.
Okay. Shadow Valley, Texas. Yeah. All right. So Ted Lehman says Wolverine was always a character shrouded in mystery. An origin story that's definitive wasn't gold. Barry W. Smith did an origin story in the 80s that was interesting but mysterious. So, yeah. Eric doesn't want to hear, like, he thinks this guy's being disingenuous, Julio, when he says, I just need to know, like, the protagonist's, history. I want to know why I should care about him. Why do I care about Isom?
Should at least know their powers. I don't know.
Right. And that's not holding hands, Eric. That's giving us something to give a shit about. Like, why did he leave defending Floor Spark and his sister, bringing him back? That's what it is, but it's not very compelling if I don't know why he left in the first place.
Information at early on in the book about people's origin stories and stuff. That's their stuff. So yeah. All right, this guy's trolling and he's derailing the chat. I guess y'all can get him out of here because I picked that up now and that recent he's like purposely disrespecting like the characters for the sake of doing that. So that now he can go for derailment. So y'all do what y'all got to do.
Wow, yeah, he's welcoming to his fans that are telling him.
Oh my God, everybody's welcome. Everybody. So
unless you ask me a question and then you're just trying to derail me because you asked me a question.
Holy shit. I mean, you guys can do what you got to do to get him out of here. Holy shit.
Is Brandon Wrench? He probably That's my guess.
What's that?
Is Brandon the moderator? His boy? They try to get people.
He's
up.
probably got 20 moderators, dude. Renowned
I think-
Zero was probably clicking that fucking button right away. Oh, I got the power. I'm gonna get rid of you, dude.
It's
Because he's a
online
mod.
security team. Yeah.
He's a mod. Yeah, he's a mod for Eric. Yeah, I just want to know something about these guys. I mean, I don't need to know everything, but it's nice to know something about why I should give a shit about him. I want to know what drove ISOM away from what he's doing. Not just that he did. Okay, but why? Maybe because he couldn't fly and everybody else made fun of him. They bullied him. All the other super hoovers were like, we can fly, dude. What's your problem?
Right. Like remedial superhero school is what
Yeah,
he
he
was.
got bullied in superhero school because he couldn't fly. He'd show up to the superhero convention and they all laughed. Oh, that's the black dude that can't fly. Ha ha ha. And he couldn't take it anymore. He's like, I'm out. I'm out. Pathetic. So yeah, that's interesting, Katie. That's going to be a good one. You should just play that on a 24-hour loop with some swirls in it, and he
Right.
can't do anything to you. Just swirl the shit out of that video, Katie, and you'll be fine. Jim, what are you looking at, buddy? I see you're interested in something.
I saw something I was going to buy, but I changed my mind.
A book?
Yeah, it's a book.
Why'd you change your mind?
It's just, I don't know.
Not your cup of tea?
Well, I don't know.
Was it Horseman? Did they release it? Did they put it up already?
No. It's a CGC graded copy of Green Lantern Rebirth.
Oh, you're going to buy it on eBay.
Yeah,
It's a lot of money.
$79. A 9.8.
Who wrote it?
Jeff Johns,
Okay.
Ethan Van Scott. It's not signed or nothing though, so
That's fine. So I love how Jim goes shopping. We're having a live stream and Jim's shopping. He's
I'm
like,
listening.
you hate Eric July that much? It's like, I'm out. I don't want to listen to this guy. I do want to play this other video that Eric did create, though.
Okay, cool.
And Katie clipped. I might send it to you so I can make you pause it
Okay,
just to make you pay attention.
no problem.
Yeah, I'm going to put it in a private chat. God damn it. Jim needs to pay more attention, chat.
I don't see it.
I'm putting it over there. There you go.
I don't see it.
Got it?
I got it.
All right.
No. Come on, get in there.
Yeah, I agree with you, Elemental MJ. Horseman, like, could be cool, but that character design, not that great. And the name is ridiculous. Take it to EVS. He can sign the plastic. Well, did you get a notice that your your stuff is shipped today, Jim?
Yeah,
You did?
yeah.
Oh, so they did ship it.
Yeah, they shipped it today. I got 4 notifications, so we'll see.
Well, it's sad that you had to do that, though, dude.
Well, I don't know that I had to. You know, he said he was aware of it.
Will you back?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
You ready to get enlightened by Eric some more?
Sure.
Dan Vass says, hell, Riververse goes on causing hemorrhoids on perpetually online weirdos. Yeah, Dan posted about that as well, and it was some guy that was apparently mad that I told him that, what did I tell him? He said he'd never buy a book from me or something, and I said, you know, you're free to, all I said was, you're free to do you're free to do what you want with your money.
You know, this needs some swirls.
No, it doesn't.
I agree. Yes,
That's the
and
beauty of it. That was all I said in the most polite manner. And he spurred out. And it was really bizarre. And yeah, he did respond to Dan thinking I was Dan. I'm like, not quite Dan. But yeah, it was that was weird. Like, man, like, I don't know. But yeah, it's to his point. It was a perpetually online guy just looking for something to be mad at, probably.
Isn't Eric a perpetually online guy?
Yes. What if the guy said he's not going to buy your product, and that's not a spurg out? He just says, "I'm not going to buy your shit, dude." But that's Eric's fault for not even portraying himself as somebody that somebody might want to take a chance on. But again, maybe the guy doesn't even like comics. He's just trolling you, dude. Maybe he doesn't give a shit about comics.
maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, me being polite apparently just threw him over the. I don't know what was he expecting me to argue with him and be mad or so. I don't know, but he was upset, bro. He was upset that I was that polite with him. I'm like, man, it's
Eric's polite.
It's not that crucial, guys. We're over here having fun at the Riververse. None of this shit is worth being that angry and aggravated on. You know, turn off this internet shit for a little bit, man. If it has you getting like that on a serious note to where you're like your mental state is like being impacted by this stuff, turn it off, man. Take a step back, take a breather, take some days
God
off of the
Almighty, are you shitting me?
Is he talking to
Really?
himself?
I swear to God, man, what the fuck is he talking about, Julio? He is a blocker and a half because everything affects this guy. Every comment that he doesn't agree with, block. Julio, just go on and tweet at Eric July, whatever his fucking.
Nah, wait, we can't get Julio.
Oh, we gotta have a
blocked.
contact.
That's
We
why I'm
need
here.
someone that can.
I'm
We need someone.
I'm the mole.
Someone who can actually, you know, so we could see what's being said.
All right, don't waste your asset.
I mean, there are ways we can go in incognito and sign out and all that, but that's a pain in the ass.
Oh, is that right? You can do
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Oh. Some people just have sub accounts too, right?
Ooh, yeah, I didn't think about that. You just create a sub account and just follow all the people that have you blocked.
Yeah. And never comment. You just get to see what they're saying all day.
I'm being phased out.
Yeah. And yeah, Eric, you don't take this shit so serious, but you get a warrant put out for somebody's arrest. But don't let this shit affect you, man. Don't let some little short ass white guy saying he wants to come shave your your shoulder hair get you so scared that you want to put that guy under a warrant in Texas. Ugh, God Almighty! Now Riley's got to spend a ton of money to defend himself for that bullshit. All right, Jim.
internet and go enjoy yourself, man. It ain't that crucial. It really ain't. I was like, bro, did I know you said Dan? Yeah, that was a weird exchange.
I don't know. Is he using crucial correctly? Because, like, maybe, but I mean, I think it's not that critical.
It's
not that
critical.
crucial.
It's critical. I'll be right back.
He's almost right all the time.
Change and it does put things into perspective though. And it's hard for me to understand it. I get a lot of, when I'm just talking to general people and it's like, what did you do to make some of these guys so mad? And really it's like I wish I had an answer for it and I don't. This thing has aggravated a lot of just, again, perpetually online folks that it's not that crucial. Take a step back, take a breather, and go do your thing. That's it. That's it. Just take a breather. It ain't that crucial.
Did you see that look he just gave the camera?
Yeah, and it's thing. That's it.
What look? Go back.
Right
Jim.
there.
Take a step back,
Watch.
take a breather, and go do your thing. That's it.
Right there.
That's it. Just take a breather. It ain't that crucial. Yeah, and
He's talking to
it's
someone.
like
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I am seeing a lot of people go about this the wrong way. The success of the Rippaverse, and obviously spite and jealousy, or it's just not a way to handle our success. But I don't want alternatives, and I mentioned this before, to get in that bad habit of doing the same thing that the mainstream has done in their elitism, right?
Oh my God.
Because I know I've discussed this before, and how there are those that believe that I'm undeserving, and some of it has to do with
I believe you're an asshole.
Yeah. Deserving. People get what they get because they do what they do, man. I don't know. I mean, deserving. I didn't have you ever said that Eric's not deserving, Jim? Like, that's not a thing. Like,
Deserving of what?
yeah, what have you done? You made a fucking plushie with pages in it. That's all you did, dude. That's what you did. And you sold a bunch of t-shirts and fucking CG rated books to go along with it, or CG rated plushies to go with it. Other than that,
Not
you
knowing
haven't-
much about Eric, but I agree with what I've heard around in this show is that he spends so many hours talking about Eric that he maybe could spend helping
yeah,
other folks if he really cares and is passionate about the quote indie comic movement, I guess.
and he's not.
Not that he has to, it's his business, but I don't know.
No, but he claims that's what he wants to do. Like, he wants to change comics. Well, the only way you change comics is to make other creators as successful as you by possibly promoting them. And then, when you're buying, let's say you're buying from 10 indie creators a month, every month, you know what that does? It takes away your money from the mainstream, right? Because you spend it on the indie world. But Eric doesn't do any promotion of any indie creators. Just like Nerdrotic doesn't do any promotion of anything that's good. Like, only thing I've ever heard of promote positively is that movie Sisu, and House of the Dragon, the first season.
He likes The Expanse. He likes old Doctor Who. Likes
Oh,
old-
no, I'm talking about modern stuff. Modern stuff. I mean, people that you'll go spend money on that's for sale today. Like, I can go to the theater and see this movie. When's the last time? It's awful. Like, there's nothing that comes out of these guys that says, you know what? I know I hate Disney, but that Inside Out movie, Inside Out 2, did like 1.4 billion this summer. Maybe they could watch it and tell it. My wife went to see it with my grandson and my daughter. They didn't come back and tell me it was the worst thing ever. And my wife didn't like Inside Out, and I did like Inside Out, but I haven't seen Inside Out.
Do you think
Two.
he's obligated to help other people?
No,
I mean,
no,
I'm trying
no,
to-
not at all, not at all.
why
But
do people give him a hard time about not doing it? He's trying to
Because
push his business, not everybody else's.
agreed.
Why would he do that? It'd be like being on a stream and saying, "Go look at this guy's stream." Why would you do that?
Right. Jim, you took down the video.
I'll put it back up in
Oh.
a second.
Okay.
I was looking. I wanted to see how the Ripazine was doing. It seems he's sold 2,877 for 78,246. He's got 44 days left. When did this start?
It started with a 46-day campaign or something, because that's what we were laughing about. Like, it's not available, dude.
But
It's
did
just-
we
it's
read
just-
this log line yet?
No, we haven't read it.
Because there's some questions I have on this.
All right.
Like here. Ripazine number 2 is a culmination of the efforts of comic book fans who are committed to bringing fun back to the medium and hobby. So it's written by fans? Ripazine is designed with the fan in mind, but not just those who have been following the Ripazverse from the start. New fans are welcomed and encouraged to dive in with Ripazine, as it was crafted to be a jumping on point for anyone. if you're brand new to the Rippaverse, our books preview sections will give you a sampler of some
Do
of
you
our
hear us
latest
messaging
releases.
all the time, whether it's in a video or even in this log line? They're desperate for new customers. They're desperate. They're like, new fans are welcome. Nobody says that, Jim. Nobody says new fans are welcome when they're selling stuff. They just put it for sale and they hope, people are attracted. Like I've never been to Target and, there's a new product on the shelf and it says, "Hey, new fans are welcome to buy this too." What are you talking about? Like, what? That's stupid. Like, new fans? Look, just put your shit up. Go ahead.
See this? Look at the muscles on this woman with the two guns.
Oh,
Like,
like she's a badass.
Like, but what the fuck?
Sorsey? Sword?
Whatever.
Gotta work in a
Sayor-
team.
Cersei, maybe?
Sayoris,
What the fuck? It's Spider-Man, easy. Superman, easy. Batman,
Batman, right?
easy. And Gooding, Goodying, Shoresy. It's I mean, who? It's I don't get it.
It's awful. It's awful.
But yeah, if you're brand new to Rippaverse, our preview sections will give you a sampler of some of our latest releases. So they've put out 5 books, right?
Yep.
So it's going to be samples of those 5 books, right? It's not going to be books they haven't put out yet. Gotta
Right.
be.
Do you have
But
the
it says,
first one,
it says
Jim?
here, it says
No.
previews of Gooding the Polymath and the Horseman. Welcome to what?
Where?
Floor Spark. Welcome to Floor Spark.
Where does it say that? Down below?
At the bottom where it says plus previews of
I kind of like the
on the
idea
magazine itself, Jim.
of a magazine for your company. Like,
Oh, okay. So that's previews
Sort of.
of Gooding and Horseman. Well, at least there's something in there that ain't released yet. But anyway.
What'd you say,
So-
Julio?
I said, I do kind of like the idea of this. Like, you put on a magazine, little previews of future stuff. I don't know
Dude,
about doing a campaign
No.
for it.
dude.
Yeah, but see, like a magazine like
But,
this,
yeah,
it's
Jim-
supposed to be something that they're giving out at like conventions and stuff
Yeah.
to like get people interested and not selling for $140.
Right. That's I
100
would do it
He-
a smaller version of it and stack it when you ship your comics.
Julio,
Include, like, a little
he's doing
hype magazine.
CG rated fucking ripazines, but he couldn't do it for Gooding because it's too hard for the timing to get it out on time. But apparently the timing for the ripazine is okay, Jim. That is weird. Like, that is like, if I'm Mike Barron, I'm like, what the fuck? Really? You
I
don't
have
give a
I have a prediction. The reason this is a 46-day campaign is because Horseman's going to come out in a few days or a week or something, and it's going to be like another 30-day campaign. So it'll be right. So that way you really won't get any Horseman will be out before you get the Horseman preview and Ripazine.
But this is an advertisement, right? Is that what Ripazine is? Pretty much.
Well, that's what you
Well,
would think.
Why would you sell you're supposed to,
dude, it's
you know what I mean?
$140
Like, you should
for a
give it away
magazine.
to get people hype, give them some material to get excited for the next comic. But he's getting, what
Yeah.
is CG graded? Does he have to ship those somewhere to get them?
Yeah, they got to get shipped off to CG. You got to pay for them to be graded, and then they got to be shipped back to you, and then you ship them out.
Alright.
But, like, I don't know, man. But anyway, back to this where it says, if you're brand new to Rippaverse, our preview section will give you a sampler. If you've been a fan from Jump Street, in-universe articles by some of the various characters who populate our ever-growing world will provide you entertainment and insight into their respective minds or kitchens.
What?
I guess we're going to get recipes for how Sydney makes blood pudding. Sydney Bloodroot blood pudding. But speaking of minds, some of our most talented and creative minds in the business work to bring you the zine. Wait, speaking of minds, some of the most talented and creative minds in the business work to bring you this zine. What? He's talking about in his business.
Well, you would cut out speaking of minds, comma, get rid of that
Yeah.
and start with
But-
some of the most talent. I mean,
but not in the comic book business. He's talking about in the Rippaverse business, in his business.
Well, that's not fair. Chuck Dixon and Mike Barron are some of the biggest names in comic books, or they were in the past, right?
Yeah, they didn't work on this.
Yeah, but why weren't they out front on quote Front Street promoting their
Because
work?
Chuck Dixon said the checks cash on time. That's all he cares about, dude.
I'm
like-
all about that.
I mean,
Good
what
for
I'm,
him.
but it's just odd to me that the last Ripazine had Salvage IP, a detective
Yeah.
Mhm.
with a
That's
short
other-
story, and now it's like, did he just change the character and it's the same, like just a continuation of that story or the same type of story, and now it's a woman?
What, is she a detective too?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm getting to.
It's PI.
Oh.
So Rippaverse creator and writer of ISOM and Salvage IP, Eric July, has teamed up with the pencil-wielding phenom Kanan White and coloring madman Wilson Go to bring you a brand new 16-page original story that will introduce Rippaverse to LF certified private investigator Sayoris. So what's LF certified? What does that mean? LF certified.
I don't know.
Does anyone know what this means? Certified
Ruler.
by what?
Ruler. All right, no clue.
I will Google that.
You Google how to pronounce fucking
Yeah.
this name. Shorsey, Short.
Certified investigator. What is that?
Oh, I think he's right. I
Fire.
think it's lethal force certified. So if she's justified, she can use violence just like Salvage IP
007.
and everybody else in the state of Texas. If you're justified, you can defend yourself. Yes.
I'm looking it up, and I think it's also about fire investigation, certified fire investigator.
Well, I'm saying in Eric's world.
Right.
Because remember how he said that what's his face? Salvage IP was had a license. It wasn't a license to kill per se. It's a license to
self-defense.
it's a license to do well, LF, lethal force, maybe. I don't know.
Well, Renwan says she's also one of the 3 people that have that dumb self-defense license that Salvage has.
Kanan's pencil is mightier than the sword, and he's also stepped it. Oh, wait, hold on. Kanan's pencil is mightier than the sword, and he's also stepped into this issue's artist corner and shows you some of the tricks of his trade.
Artist Corner Spotlight, yeah.
Rippaverse lore masters and writers of both Yaira and Bloodruth are also back with another interview, this time for an in-depth look at the journey of Gary Nerdrotic, from his comic book beginnings and the fun challenges of YouTube to his more personal journey of recovery. Now, wouldn't it be from his meth-dealing addicted beginnings to owning
His breaking and entering beginnings, all that stuff, yeah.
I'm pretty sure the meth and the stealing shit came before owning the comic book store, but I could be wrong.
Oh, yeah. But you do understand here, he needs to get Nerdrotic in this book to get some, maybe people are buying it because they want to hear what Gary has to say for the 15,000th time.
No, maybe though. That's not a horrible thing to put in this type of magazine. My problem is he's
but
doing
again, this is our whole thing. Like Eric, when he does a trade show by himself, nobody shows up. When he does a trade show with all his boys, he shows us lines and lines and lines. I mean, we saw the videos when he was in Denver, dude. There was nobody at the booth. There was nobody at that fucking booth.
No.
It was god awful.
I'm too humble. Like, if I was a marketing genius, my band would have sold more songs. You know what I mean? So it's hard for me to.
No,
I
Julio.
can roast.
No,
We just
Julio.
roast.
You don't
Yeah, we
have
roast.
508,000 subs on YouTube and friends with a total of 2 million subs.
Fair.
Okay, that's what you don't have. That's not. He's not a marketing genius. Okay, he like tripped and fell into money. That's what he did, and that's fine. I don't begrudge him, but don't and I guarantee you the Saskas wrote this stupid fucking article because they write all this shit and they write horribly. Jim, they
This
are
is the guy. This is the guy here, Ronaldson Friere. That's who did this. That whatever.
The,
the
oh,
metallic
okay, the
call,
metallic
the C-
edition. Yeah.
Yeah, but and so for this, Kanan is doing the for the Ripazine. Kanan's doing the metallic, and Friere is doing the standard.
Right. Yeah. What is with all the investigation themes? Like, are they going to go back and
I don't know, well, 'cause-
investigate these sites? Jim, did you buy the Ripazine one? Do you know what's going
No.
on with Salvage PI?
No,
What
I
are they
didn't buy it.
investigating? Is there something in
I
the
don't
comments that
know.
have been released that needs to be investigated?
And why does the Ripaverse need investigators when they've got Alpha Core?
I don't know. Well, because Isam's not a detective. Remember, he said that.
Yeah, but isn't Alpha Core like is Alpha Core good guys or bad guys?
I don't know.
I don't either. I don't understand anything. I know
It's like the
nothing.
Jackson Pollock of comic book creators. You just fling all kinds of stuff at a canvas.
Yeah, who's the guy that did like the Campbell soup cans and shit?
Oh, Andy
Like,
Warhol.
yeah. Oh, that painting's worth $50K, but I got that can in my fucking cupboard. Why do I need to I could just
Right.
blow that up? Why would I do this?
Hey, I'm going to paint a banana.
I'm gonna
Fucking Van Gogh all of a sudden.
yeah, it's god awful, man. So go ahead, Jim. Keep reading this because I am in. This is the kind of shit that makes me laugh so hard, man.
Yeah. So
Kanan's pencil is mightier than the sword, and he's also stepped into this issues. Okay, so then he
Artist
talks about
Corner,
Gary.
Spotlight.
Okay,
Gary's
yeah.
neurotic. Is the fun challenges of YouTube to his more personal journey of recovery. Anyone who is a Friday Night Tights fan or new to the name should enjoy this sit down. Does he actually think there's anyone that's well, maybe, I don't know. That's
Dude, you're not gonna find it when you lock your shit on your own website, though. If he put this stuff out on eBay or put this stuff out on Amazon, so people might click onto it accidentally, and he paid for some AdWords on those websites so it could get promoted, he might find some new fans. But he's only preaching to his own subscribers. You know what I'm saying, Julio? I mean, it's not like he's growing anything because he keeps it locked on his website.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
even on
thinking of my original
Indiegogo-
thought is this is an advertisement.
Right. Just like
He should ship this out with every one of his comic books.
well, this should be available. This should even if you want to charge $10, right? If you want to charge
he's
Yeah,
charging $7 for it, but you get it for free if you're a member. And I
You
think
gotta
it's
be a Daddy Mac or whatever the fuck.
But
no,
but
any member. I think he's got a $5 membership.
he's got a
so-
$5 membership and you get it free every month or every issue. But
Okay.
well, if he only does 6 issues a month, he made money because you're paying $5, right? So you pay $60 a year, you get $6-7 magazines, so you get $42 worth of magazines for $60.
Didn't he say recently he was ramping it up to put out like 12 comics a year, like go monthly? I could swear.
Yeah, that's what he said the other night. Yeah, he wants to do at least 12 a year. He laughed when he said it. But that's his goal. He wants to be a comic book factory like DC and Marvel, which is fine.
Eric July, if you're listening, 4 books a year with 3 different covers per book
And a legitimate campaign.
in a legitimate campaign. What you do is you put out 1 cover a month.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's it.
that's a good I mean, exactly. Or you get
You can even do 4 covers if you want, but then overlap with the new cover and then the new book, you know what I mean, with this cover and then
Yeah, and they're like you're saying they're spread out, so he's not in a hurry to get every cover out right away. But if you choose to get the I Want It All, you understand as a purchaser, you're not going to get it till the end of the campaign because that's when all the covers will be available, right?
no, actually what you would do is do the I Want It All, and then those people would get all of them at once.
Immediately.
Right. But if you don't want to get the I Want It All, you have to wait.
That'd be
That's
better. Yeah, that'd be
'cause
better
that
to
way,
draw
you know,
more people.
Right.
Yeah.
So the more people would buy the I Want It All if they want all the covers. Otherwise, they'd have to wait a month to be able to buy that cover.
Yeah,
If you had to wait a month to buy cover B for a product that was released a month ago, and people online are saying the product that was released a month ago sucks?
They don't listen to those.
Nobody's
people.
listening.
Julio, they don't listen.
Yeah, it's not going to matter for those
They don't
people. What I'm
listen.
saying is that you would know then, and it would actually help you because then you would know if it's an artist that does a cover that does shit. And you'd be like, I don't want this guy to do covers anymore. Because if
Right.
it's not going to, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. I'm not a salesman.
Well, I think what I was getting back to, Julio, about them locking this on his website, you can't even accidentally find it like you could if you're on Indiegogo. If you're on Indiegogo and you just say, hey, let's look up some comic book campaigns, and they pop up and you're like, I never heard of this. And next thing you know, you're spending your $20. You're like, this looks kind of cool. You're not going to find Eric July unless you know what Rippaverse is. And we've seen enough Chris Bacon videos where he goes into comic book stores and like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Rippa what? ISOM? I never heard of that. So go ahead, Jim. Keep reading.
You know, whether you've been invested in our universe since ISOM #1 or your first book pre-ordered with us was Goodging the Polymath, Ripazine #2 is right for you. 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 Hey!
Hey!
This zine is by the fans and for the fans, and we think you'll enjoy every one of our over 50 pages from cover to cover. Whether you grab Ronaldson's Friere's standard, I almost think Eric might have made up that name.
Even his employees have fucked up names.
Yeah.
Standard edition or the metallic Canaan White's collector's edition, you might even find some pigeons lurking about inside.
What does that mean?
I mean,
Is that from
I
the
know it's
ISOM
because
book?
the ISOM from the ISOM trailer with the pigeon.
Yeah.
So
But nobody even talks.
nobody
about
wants
that.
pigeons in their house, dude.
No, dude. It's what the fuck? Rippaverse members of any tier are eligible to receive one copy of the standard edition of Ripazine 2 for free. The code will automatically be applied and the Ripazine #2 will be added to your cart. You must be logged in. That's some bullshit too. If I'm a fucking member, you better just ship my shit. Don't make me go on the website and click it. Because if you're busy, Julio, and you don't even know what's out, but you're paying for a membership, you want your membership perks.
Yep.
Am I wrong?
No, you're right. You're right.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
So Dave,
here's-
like Jim said, he should do like the staggered covers. What do you think he should do to?
I don't think it's a bad idea because, look, Eric's trying to create a universe with a bunch of characters that nobody even cares about one character yet. Like, nobody cares about these characters. They care about supporting an idea, which is fine. That's fine. But take your time, dude. Make better books. Do 4 books a year. You know, if you do 4 books a year and they average 1.5 million every quarter, you're at 6 million a year. I mean, what's wrong with that, dude? I mean, because if you're going to do 12 books a year and they're going to average 300,000, it's the same fucking money. What are we doing? I mean, what are we doing here, man? And he won't keep a $300,000 a month pace the more he creates, because they only got so much money, dude. These guys that support this shit every day, for the FU to the man, they're still living at home with their mother. They don't have enough money to keep buying books every month.
Where do you think this ends up? This collection.
The magazine?
Yeah, where do you think this ends up?
4,000 at the most. 4,000. 4,000. We're 3 days in. All the excitement's gone. Now it's just, stragglers. Maybe 5. But if he does 4,000, what's that going to be, like 120K, Jim? I just can't imagine how many people are buying. Can you add to cart these graded ones. I want to know how many are fucking left.
I'm gonna do it right now.
But
He
here's-
reminds me. Oh, go ahead.
Here's the
Dave.
real question, Julio.
Anybody care what this guy thinks?
I mean, really?
Oh, all right.
So he's got 736 of the collector's edition graded one left, according to this.
He's got what?
736 left. So I wonder how many. Do you think he couldn't have? I mean, he couldn't have ordered 1,000 of them, right? I mean, that would be insanity. That
Well-
you would have thought he would sell $140,000 worth of graded.
Well, go to the one below and see how many left of that. It's the same. It's the same fucking number.
That's a little
Or is it-
weird.
Hold on,
One's a
wait,
No,
Like-
it's giving the results from the same one. Yeah.
let me see. Hold on.
That's a good point, Ben Togel, about
He's
I'm
got
using it.
912 of those.
so he's ordered 1,000 of each.
Maybe he ordered 1,000 of the regular and 800 of the other ones. I mean, because just do the math on this. He said 912, so that's 78. So that's 78 times 120
78.
that he sold if he ordered 1,000
Oh,
of the regular ones.
well, I don't know why anybody would want to buy a comics graded fucking.
I mean, that's 10 grand right there
Yeah.
for the 78 of these if he ordered 1,000. All right, because he's got
that he
912.
spent.
Well, I don't. Well, maybe if he already sent them out, I don't think these are printed yet. Do you? He's got to have them printed and in stock before he can send them. But maybe he allocated 1,000 to send, so he might not actually send 1,000.
That's what I mean. Yeah, but if he sold how many? 78 of these. How much money did he make on 78 at $120?
9360 out of the whatever it was in the total.
78,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, and the other one was 700, right? What?
36,
736. So
264.
264 times 140. That's 37 grand.
So
So
46.
no, that can't. So it
that-
can't be
no,
that many.
No way.
It's got to be 800. It's got to be 800 because it's got, or maybe 900. I don't know, or 850 or something. Just because that wouldn't add up. The numbers would not add up at all then.
I never believe his numbers anyway. I'm
Because
just
that's
being,
50 grand like there. So that means the other like the other 2,500 books that he sold is only 20 grand.
Yeah, I guess so.
I always say he sounds like he needs an editor. I think he needs a money manager. He reminds me a little bit of athletes who, when they get a lot of money, spend a lot of money, and they don't plan for the future. And at some point, they wind up owning a used car lot. With their, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Right.
Like that's, and I respect his hustle. I really do. And I don't have a
Well,
problem. with
here's
him.
another question too. All his members got a free book. Remember?
Correct. Only
Is
though,
he?
Jim, only if you go to the website and click that you want it.
Right. It
That's
says to be
some-
a credit. So I'm betting that some of these numbers are the free book.
Oh yeah, of course.
And he left the $7 in the total sales. He just credited him the $7 back, but it's still in there. So figure, because what if he's hold on.
I would love to know how many members are a member of the Ripaverse, because that would give us a better idea of what this number actually is for the book sold for the Ripazine. Because if you click it, it should show up as a book sold. I don't like that you have to click it, Jim. I think if you're a member and a perk comes out and you're part of a membership, you should automatically get it. You shouldn't have to claim it. That should not be a thing. It should automatically be. When I bought Nintendo Power Magazine every month through a subscription. You know what? It showed up every fucking month for years. One of the greatest fucking video game magazines ever. So good.
I mean, I guess it's possible that he did order 1,000 of the other ones too, and that we were right on those numbers. Because if you do the math, then and say 1,000 of the regular Ripazine at $7,000, and then 500 of the $20 one is $16,000. So
Could be right.
you know,
But
so 50
imagine wanting a CG rated fucking magazine in your house. They
10
can't even
grand, so
read the story.
Well, but
Now-
you mentioned
now-
Nintendo Power. That's similar to Ripazine because Nintendo Power was nothing but ads or pro Nintendo stuff. You know
It
what I
was
mean?
nothing but how
You
to
got
play,
tips. Yeah,
previews, all that stuff, right? Which is
but it was
great.
an advertisement, right? In the end,
Yes.
for
Yeah.
Nintendo.
And that's fine.
It was great. Love Nintendo.
Now, Jim, here's what I bet too with these numbers. Like, if you're a member and you're already going to get the free copy and you throw your money to the CG rated stuff, that way you can still read the story. I bet a lot of that's going on too.
possible. Well, yeah, I would imagine. No, I mean,
Yeah.
who would get the $120 graded one if they weren't already getting the $7 one to read?
Right.
That would be, or
Unless you're just a fucking sycophant and you just want to support it for the sake of support, which is, again, fine. If that's how you want to spend your money, people, go for it. I mean, I got a bunch of Chuck Dixon.
so this is that copper guy.
CG rated stuff. Oh, you like how he puts his fucking trademark on the pictures? So gay. Nobody wants these pictures, Eric. Why do you do this?
Is this is the Sire Reese lady, I guess?
We shouldn't have as many muscles here.
No,
Oh, she does
looks-
on this arm. This arm's kind of jacked.
Well, I mean, not really.
Not like the cover.
Yeah, not like this. And this looks like this is. You know what it is? This is drawn by two different people.
Oh, you mean they can't get the same character done in the same
No.
way, just like ISOM?
Yeah.
Good night, Ben. Good seeing you, man. Hope you had a good run. I think he needs a brain.
I'm gonna sign up, become a member.
No, you're not.
Ultra Mac right here.
$50 a month.
Yeah.
What does it get you? 30% off merch plus free shipping. Engagement AMA, the hangout. Oh, exclusive wallpapers. So I guess, oh, okay. If you're mega, you only get free shipping if you spend $75. So that's the big difference there. Plus only 20% off merch first. Could you imagine paying $600 a year to be a member to Eric's website?
No, I'm $50 a month.
Yeah. Yeah. Could you imagine?
No.
It used to be 100. When it first came out, it was 100. $100 a month. Oh, I wish I knew how many members there were.
You know, if he
perks are
had
shit.
good shit that people actually wanted, you could actually just buy his merch at 30% off and resell it.
Nah, dude, not at $600 a year.
I know. But I'm saying,
not that's way too much.
Listen, I pay $7 a month for ESPN Plus. I can watch baseball all fucking day, cricket, fencing, hockey. It's, I don't know. It's not good value for money. in my-
Value, right? And it's not some huckster trying to sell you a bunch of bullshit. They're just
God bless him for trying.
I don't mind the hustle.
No,
I just mind the message that he sends out to people, and this bullshit message that Ripaverse is growing. It's shrinking, dude. Remember those shrinky doo toys? Like you'd heat them up and they'd shrink, all that stuff.
that's what I was saying. He's like an athlete who comes across tons of money all at once, and then they're buying 50 Rolls Royces and 3 mansions, and next thing you know, in 20 years, they're bankrupt.
I got to show this. My man Ben, who we've been was rude to me earlier. I'm going to show this photo he sent. He went on a run tonight and he saw some wild animals, Jim. This is what he saw. Bro is lucky I'm not French. Thank you, Ben. Oh, that's good, man. I appreciate that.
Ben is living the life, just not to derail it, but
Oh,
he's in
dude,
pictures like
dude, he gets
Just
on a
like-
plane every other weekend
Oh,
and he goes
Ben's
to his
got money.
grandma's lake house and all this shit. Like, dude, you have it like real good. Like, I don't know how old Ben is, but he's still in school. Holy shit. I asked him before how rich he was because I don't know how he lives his life like that.
Well, if he didn't tell you how rich he was, that means he's rich. Because people with money don't talk about their money. Old money.
Yeah, like he didn't tell me, and he's right not to. But I think it's funny. Like he sends me these pictures of these hamburgers he's making last night. I'm like, God damn, look good.
Oh, delicious.
He's 29. He's only 29. He's living the life of Riley, not
Bless
Riley from the Rippaverse. Riley, you know that old thing.
Riley,
You're living the life
yeah.
of Riley, man. Does anyone know if Eric ever fulfilled on inputting the customers that paid for it in the first ISOM campaign? I don't know. Elemental. It's Eric's. I'm not going to say he's sketchy. I've never signed up for a membership, so I have no idea how the shit works. I just don't like, if I'm a member of anything, I want my perks. Okay. Now, if you're a credit card and they offer you like all these offers every month and they make you go click on it, that's fine.
Sure.
Because whatever. And I never do. I forget all the time. Like American Express, every month, Jim, they send you that email. Don't forget to sign up for these perks. I'm like, I don't shop at fucking that store or that store. Oh, Best Buy. Okay, that's cool. But I've already got a Best Buy card and they give me 0% interest for 12 months on any purchase. So yeah. So whatever. Let's get back to Eric telling us don't attack the fans. Let's get it.
I think that I'm young, number one, and that it's not like I come from the perspective of a guy that's been because I am young, again, at the end of the day, it's not like I've, been doing this forever, right? So having seen the sort of meteoric rise initially has some people that feel like they are more deserving of it lashing out. And I've said this before.
Jim, don't you think that's his own mindset? Maybe
it's not.
Has anybody said it's Eric?
It's not the way to go about it, right? At all. Like,
Jim,
and this isn't in reference to people that don't like how we do.
You don't
things.
even know what I
don't like
said.
I heard you say reference to something.
I said, do you think that age thing is in Eric July's mind? Because I don't think people have referenced his age as a reason why they don't respect his success.
Oh no, everyone thinks he's older.
Right. So
like I thought he was in his 40s. I don't believe he's only 33. I mean, I thought black don't crack, and that motherfucker's cracked all over.
But my point is, like, nobody's referenced Eric's success being jealous because of his age. Man, there's lots of young hip hop, pop singers, metal
all that
bands.
goes over my head repeatedly whenever he talks is that why you always lying, why you lying, shaking, popping, lying, you're always trying.
It's like this.
You liar. Why would you make up a lie like that?
From I think it's Lethan Davers or whatever did that. It's so good.
Yeah.
The dancing and singing. That's all I hear, and it's just constantly in my head. Fuck.
Yeah, it's backwards too, Boston Bob. The picture is backwards. Somebody posted that shit on Twitter the other day, and I said, my response, I quote tweeted at Jim. I said, "Oops, there it is. There's our first 3D asset." The backwards poster, man. It's fucking terrible. Like, who doesn't catch that, Julio? This book has to go through multiple eyes before it goes to the. How did the printer not even see it? Like, or does a printer just go, I don't give a fuck?
Printer doesn't give a fuck.
Here's
like
the file.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was Oh, so that's the actual controversy. The rat thing controversy. Goojing has a couple copyrighted posters taken directly from Google image search. Going to be real interesting to see him shimmy those hairy shoulders about this. Wow. So that's a copyright poster. Holy shit. Does he think he's going to get out of the copyright because it is backwards? Is that like his, like, is that his way to get out of it? Because he put it in there reversed?
Well, it would. I think it would. I don't know, man. Maybe that's transforming it. I don't know. I don't know.
Exactly,
not
redhead
know.
winked. Yeah. And well, it is a copyright issue. If these are copyright photos and he doesn't get permission, that's a thing, Julio. You just can't put people's art in your art.
You put 10 seconds of the fucking Charlie Brown theme up and your goddamn stream got shut down. So yeah.
Yeah. ISOM, the book, got fucking struck by ISOM Ministries because they fucking could. There is a whole fucking family or trust that protects all this artwork, and they make goddamn sure. And if somebody reports it to that foundation or that trust, they will come say, "Hey, dude, why is my art appearing in your book when you don't have permission?" Copyright in America is fucking strong, Jim. It's strong. You agree?
Yes.
It's very strong. I mean, NBC got everything pulled off of Twitter, got everything pulled off of YouTube in 5 fucking minutes. I mean, unbelievable. Everybody had to take their shit down or delete it out of their videos. That's how strong copyright is in America.
All right.
Okay, so there's one poster, Red Scorpion, that's backwards. I just was laughing my ass off. Oh, they've already added them, Red Scorpion? Then it's going to happen. And if he thinks the ISOM ministry was bad, fuck with the Ed Roth estate.
Right.
These people make a ton of money selling that stuff every day, and they ain't giving that shit away for free.
They will turn stupid money into old money quick.
Oh yes. Eric's gonna go. Now, here's the problem too. Like, you would think, well, Mike Barron doesn't draw it, so he just writes it. So he doesn't know what's going on the art. You would think that the artist would understand this, Jim. Like, I just can't willy-nilly go put the Mona Lisa. But there's no Mona Lisa estate, is there? I mean, but this is rat fink stuff. This stuff is like everywhere. You ever try to buy a rat fink fucking artwork at a toy show? That shit's expensive as fuck. It's crazy.
It's almost like taking people's YouTube streams, clipping them, and just throwing them up on your channel and making money off, right?
Well, if my YouTube stream ever made money, that would be one thing. All right.
Yeah.
Ratfink makes a ton of money. And they don't need to give that shit away for free. Somebody clipping me helps me. See, this is the whole argument. People bitch all the time about this stuff, but if you're a small channel and people clip you and they laugh and they go, "Oh, it's a bad take or it's a good take," they still check you out, and you might grow or not. But that's the thing. That's why a lot of people like being clipped. They go, "Fuck yeah, clip the shit out of me, man. I just want to get my name out there."
What's the negative part about being clipped? Not from you or us, but from bigger channels. Does it take away from their?
Well, I think sometimes people clip stuff to fit a narrative. So let's say I say Eric July is black and stupid, and that's what the clip is, right? And he's black and stupid because he doesn't, but they didn't get the whole context of the sentence, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the first part of the sentence is one thing that led to black, and the next, and then you look bad as a creator. And people talk about it all the time. It's taken out of context, out of context. Now some people might like that clip. Like, let's look at that base motherfucker. But other people will go, we need to get this guy banned off Twitter, or we need to get this guy banned off YouTube because he's a racist, he's a bigot, whatever the hell it is. Apparently, what's his name? What's this guy's name that they've been going after lately with the long hair, guys? We talked about him a couple nights ago. Jim.
Asmongold? I don't know.
Yeah, no, not
Yeah.
Asmongold, not Asmon, but the other one. That's
Oh, the guy. I don't remember.
shit. I know his name. I actually subbed to him, but either way, this guy, they're making fucking clips and they're making memes about this guy. I don't even know what he did. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh, the guy.
Charlie.
the
Yeah,
guy
it's
that-
Charlie. What the hell's
That's it.
going on with Charlie? Like, they are going balls to the walls with Charlie. I don't know what he did. Racer fist. No. It's Moist Critical. Yeah, I don't. What did he do, guys? I don't know what he did where they're just fucking going after him. Like, he got to this point, guys. He got to this point where he makes money hand over fist, and they're just coming after him. They're just beating that motherfucker down.
But if you're a little channel and you want people to clip you to build you up,
You
be
can't make
angry
it. No,
when
you, the
hear-
only way that happens though is if you're super like when I started making videos, I just started making them because I was mad at this motherfucker for blocking me on Twitter. Okay.
Mhm.
And then next thing I know, Ethan's putting my videos on his live stream.
That's how I found you.
Dude, there is no way that I should have been at 1,300 subs in a month. There's no way if it was, but Ethan played at least 5 of my videos. I'd wake up the next day, I'd have 200 more subs. Now, that's how it happened. So let's say that I say that all SJWs are the best, blah, 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 and some leftists clips it, and then I get all those fans. It's just how this shit works. But you know, and the only reason Ethan even played my videos is because people like Chris Bacon or Katie or Jose M, all these guys were sending my videos to Ethan. Check out Dave, he's fucking funny.
The first
so-
video of yours I saw was one of your old spreadsheet videos, which I thought was amazing.
Yeah, oh yeah, that Ryan Cannell
I
and
loved it.
fucking yeah. Dude, that took a lot of work too.
Yeah, I
gave
can
up,
tell.
I gave up on those everyday tweets. I should probably go back because I was growing like crazy. But what? Okay, so what did he cuck out to? What I mean, he cucked out. Did like somebody like challenge him and he just said, "Yeah, you're right," or what? Because Charlie, like, I think Charlie's like 5'7", but he has his big voice. He's pretty down to earth every time I watch him. He's not, I don't know his politics at all. And I appreciate that. Like, I'm just watching a guy talk about video games, talking about pop culture, whatever's going on. And, but I don't know what he cucked out about. And man, the whole, like, I don't even follow these people on Twitter, but it's in my Twitter feed, like memes of Charlie being like crying, like, yeah, Charlie. I'm like, wow, this is wild.
I'm kind of on the fence about the clipping thing. I got to think about it a little more, I guess. On one hand, it's like Led Zeppelin stealing blues players' shit and making money off of it. But like you said, Dave, on the other hand, if you're a little creator and the Clippers have more visibility than you do, it's good for you. So-
Or if it's let's say that I just make, let's say I make a 5 or 10 minute video like Ethan played for me, right?
Mhm.
He didn't clip anything. He just took my video and played it on his live stream.
Right. While he was when he was selling his comic. I gotcha. Yeah.
He never ever one time sent me a message say, "Hey, I'm playing your video tonight." Ever.
Legally, he doesn't have to.
I had no problem with it. The only reason I knew it was happening is because I was watching the stream. I'll never forget the first time he goes, "Hey, there's this guy named BTM Reviews." And I go, "What the fuck?" And I paused the stream and I ran upstairs and I grabbed my wife and I go, "He's going to play my video." And my wife's like, what? I said, yeah. So she comes downstairs, we watch it, and that's the first video I ever made. And I was echoing because I didn't have a mic and I was talking through my computer. And Ethan even says, whoa, you're echoing. But he played the whole fucking video, dude. And then he did it like a week later and 2 days later. I was like, wow. And then, you know, after a while, he's like, hey, Dave, I'll come on your show. We'll make some super chats. You know, we'll make you some money one night. And I've asked him once or twice, but I also told him, dude, I know you have a life. I know you do your own streams. Never feel obligated to come over here to make me super chats. That's not, I mean, if you want to come hang out, I'm not gonna do a stream unless you say you want to do it with, you know, EVS and BTM, just a live stream. Because I would just like to talk to Ethan about starting out as a kid drawing. And so I just want to learn that stuff about these guys, because I don't know, like I've got artistic kids and I just know they started doing it. Ethan was the same way. And I've heard the story about him being in the mall, selling caricature art and all that stuff, but I just want to hear it again.
I would love to hear somebody like Ethan talk about what goes into making a comic. Because like I've
I
said
want to hear him talk about,
as somebody who's not a comics guy, I thought one guy did everything.
right.
Now I'm learning there's letterers, colors. That's interesting to me. Like a little.
And that's what I want to, you know, bring him on and talk to him. But I also want to hear, I also would like to have him on the show one night, just, you know, EFApping Eric at the same time with us, because one thing about Ethan, he does have personality, dude. And he, you know, like
The only reason I don't watch him anymore is because I don't give a shit about his comics. So but that's me.
Oh shit, that's not a good take, Boston Bob. Moist Critical is a fence sitter and follows whatever trend is on YouTube. Oh, okay. It was about underage kids, but it was okay if the kid wanted to remove his junk. No, that's not a thing. Underage kids are underage kids for a reason. Their fucking brains are stupid. You remember how stupid you were when you were 15 years old, Julio?
I'm stupid. I'm 56. I'm dumb.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
I was far dumber when I was 15.
I wouldn't trust myself today if I said I wanted to make that choice. They, you know, yeah. Remember
We were
back
at
in the
Taco
day,
Bell
Jim?
last night. I shouldn't have done it. That was stupid.
Jim, remember when people like
I had Taco Bell today too.
Did you? Oh, it's good shit though.
remember when like this was a thing, but you, if you wanted to do any of this stuff, it was 7 years of psychiatric therapy before you could even start.
Supposed to be, yeah. That's what they
It
said.
used to be that way.
Yeah. Now
But
it's they go in and say, "I don't feel right there. Here, take these hormones."
And you don't have to tell your
It's true.
parents if you're a kid. Don't even tell your parents you're doing this. That's dude. That's the state wanting to take control of your kids, and it sucks.
If you're under 18, your parents should know every fucking thing you're doing.
If my
If it's
kids are
done by
under
school,
18,
it's retarded that people don't think that.
if my kids are under 18, the school better not talk to anything to them about their personal life. It's not their fucking business.
Correct. Teach them how to read, teach them how to add, multiply, little history.
It
That's
freaked me. It
science.
freaked me out when my kids were in high school and they would tell me about like their teachers are going through a divorce. I'm like, what are you talking about?
What?
I'm like, what? And they're like, oh yeah. That's what we talked about today. I'm like, look, man, I went to school. I only knew my teacher's name. I knew nothing else about them. Nothing. I didn't know if they had kids. I didn't know if they were married. I didn't know anything about them. Oh, but these teachers today, they're friends. I never thought of my teacher as a friend. That was my adversary, motherfucker.
The only teacher I remember is my Spanish teacher was fucking hot as fuck in 10th grade. So I remember her.
Oh, the only teacher.
Caliente.
I remember my
Caliente. Luz Motria.
Miss Pritchard. Oh,
I remember my senior year algebra teacher, because it was my third year of algebra. It was my senior year and I was failing algebra. He said, dude, I'm going to pass your ass because you know math. You just don't give a fuck about the word problem. So you're going to pass it. And I go, okay. And he was a black man. He was a great dude. And the other teacher I remember that same year was my English teacher. His name was Rick. He was like 5'6". He was a little gay guy. And me and my buddy showed up at his apartment one night because we knew where he lived.
Like
And
Riley.
we didn't know it was gay until we went to his apartment that night, and we were drunk as fuck.
All right.
In high school, we showed up at his apartment. He answers a door, and this dude's walking in the background naked.
Looks like
You're
Pelosi's
behind him.
husband in the back. Yeah.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
How? Oh, never mind. You can put that
No,
back
go
up.
ahead.
I just wondering how long you want to go tonight. We're gonna go late, right?
Possibly. Yeah. What's up?
Well, I was gonna jump off for like 30 minutes.
What are you gonna do?
I gotta go get yelled at.
By who?
Frog Tony. He wants me to come on to yell at me and call me stupid.
Sure.
Mission, fucking go.
Why? I don't mind. I'll defend my opinions. I'm not worried.
Hey, chat.
Look, Dave stream
thumbs
sniped
up.
it while Jim's
Yeah, I
over
was
there.
gonna say,
That's
chat,
what we should do.
thumbs up.
That's
Jim goes
perfectly
over
fine.
there, and do we stream snipe Tony if Jim jumps the shark to go on Tony?
I was gonna go for like 30. Tell him I got 30 minutes. Give it to me.
Who's he on with?
Black Angus
TJ
was on
Laser?
with them.
Hmm.
TJ Wizard. It looks like the Wizard guy and TJ Laser was on, but what's his face was there. Black Angus was on there, but now he's gone.
I thought he was asleep. I thought he wasn't
Yeah.
doing anything.
Yeah, I thought so too.
So we got one thumbs up. All right. So sayonara, motherfucker.
Yeah, we're gonna
All right.
snipe the stream though, right, Dave?
Of course.
Do you want to finish watching this first or no?
No. We'll get over there and come back, and then we'll
Okay.
finish this gay ass video.
All right. I'll be right back.
Well, he gave it a positive review, Red Scorpion. So they want to give him shit for see. That's what I don't like. Okay, if Jim bought a book and he likes it, why can't he like it?
That's the
Whether it's
problem.
an Eric July book or a fucking DC book, or dude, if I went and saw a Disney movie today and I said I liked it, am I bad for that? That's
No.
not right. Like,
Isn't that
I
Frog
don't like-
Tony's gimmick though? He just doesn't like shit, kind of. Is it a roast channel? Which I like roast channels.
No. Frog Tony, I think, is like really, really against Eric July. I mean, like,
It's a
yeah,
little
Gooding.
weird.
He gave Gooding a decent review. He said he would buy number 2 if there was a number 2. Okay. He did say the story's a little weird sometimes, but he actually liked the flow of the book. There wasn't too many panels.
Mhm.
There weren't too many word bubbles. All that stuff that, really messes up a Yaira or a Alpha Core book. There's like 9 to 12 panels on a page. Like, what the fuck am I looking at?
Is it
Whereas
better than
Gooding-
Frog Tony's comics?
I have no idea.
That he came out with Frog
I have
Tony.
no. I don't even know if Jim's ever bought a Frog Tony book.
I don't even know that he has a book. Does he?
I have no idea, and that's okay. I mean, you don't have to be a comic book creator to
yeah.
have an opinion.
You're
Like,
right.
but if you spend your money on something and you put out a video saying, "Hey, I kind of like this," so it's just to be fair, it isn't written by right. It's not written by Eric. So Jim spent what 1836. He spent like $90 to get all 4 covers. He puts his money where his mouth is.
Mhm.
And if he gets it and he reads it and he likes it, look, I can read it and hate it. Doesn't make me hate Jim. That's a ridiculous comment. Like, some people like Mercedes, some people like Land Rover. Does that make me hate Julio for driving a Mercedes? And I drive a Nissan truck? No, whatever it is.
I think the problem is it seems like the hate culture, hate clipping, hate streaming makes you, I think some of the genuineness is gone. Like you said, Jim read Gooding and liked it, and he fucking put out a video on liking it. But I
Yeah,
think
he
some of these
recommended it.
channels,
He recommended right. That's all you can do.
they're only making money because they hate shit.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, look at us. We've gone what 3 hours, and I haven't made a penny tonight. But you know what? I've had a good time.
That's
Right?
Stuck with
Right?
the intern.
Right. So, but we don't hate enough. We just laugh. We're laughing at this.
I don't hate Eric. I like him. I actually think for
Oh,
Eric, that's a great job, but I don't.
He's a piece of shit.
Okay. See, I'm not that deep into it to say that. You
He's
know
a-
more than I do. So,
Because he's a liar. Eric is a liar, and I can't take liars. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. If you don't lie to me, I'm good. I can put up with some shit. But if you're going to lie to me and ask me to put up with shit, that's a problem. Yeah. So I'm on Tony's stream. I don't see anybody. I don't see Jim yet. I only see Frog Tony on the screen. Looks like he's going through every fucking panel. Holy shit.
who, Jim?
No, Frog Tony.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and watch him review it without Jim on the stream.
Nope.
Oh, there he is. Let's see. He's at the bottom. Let's see. So
Dave,
he's
if I
got.
would have known it was just me and you for a little bit, I would have show prepped a little bit. I'll be more prepared next time. I'll come
So
with
he's got Frog Tony on the stream, Wizard of Wordplay, and
Oh.
Jim. All right, so here we go. Let's present this to the stream. Let's do some stream sniping. And see what the hell they're gonna say to Jim.
Finna get in the chat.
No, thank you. Clip what? Oh, no, thank you. Oh, okay. I was like, I was confused. I was like, I don't have a no thank you clip. Like, what are you talking about? What? Jim, you like this book? Tell me.
I
tell me
did
your feeling.
actually. No, I actually did. I mean, it's not the greatest thing in the world. Like, I didn't think it was as good as Godlike or like Starlight Cats was better, but I mean, it's not. I think it's better than Ice on One or Yaira.
Well, we're only like 5 pages in, and there's so many errors. And
I didn't look at any errors. Like, I just noticed that I thought it said Davy Crockett High School when I read it. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I just noticed it's Dave Sprocket, not Davy Crockett. I mean,
like I said, just in the, this teacher is noticing this kid with his cell phone, but doesn't notice the other kid shooting him with the rubber band. But she yells at Gooding, so she's aware enough that this guy has a phone, and she's aware that he's not looking at the board, but somehow she missed this whole fucking interaction, which happens right after. Boom, 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 right? Like, that's bad storytelling.
Dude, this
I think
is
I-
where the
this level of autism,
this is where the
what we're doing.
nitpicky shit gets super nitpicky. Like,
Yeah.
like I get it, Frog Tony, I get it, but man, they're trying to tell a story, right? Like, the other thought process could be is the teacher was so distracted by the kid with the cell phone that they didn't even notice the kid with the slingshot, right? I mean, God damn, I was in high school, I was in classrooms, and trust me, teachers can't watch all 28 kids in a fucking classroom.
No.
So
Disingenuous.
it's no what
In my
it's over analyzation, right? It's you can't. It's a comic, dude. I mean,
Right.
it's a comic. Like,
That's what Jim was saying earlier. He goes like, I don't know, whatever. It's a 30-page book, and it was fine,
yeah, it was over 62. Yeah, it's fine.
or whatever it was.
Yeah, but whatever.
I don't know. I mean, that you've never seen that happen when you were in school, where like as soon as you turned around, you got yelled at.
But she didn't turn around. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you
Yeah.
showed her turning around, right, then the bully shoots the rubber band. Then you're like, oh, okay. Then she turned back and she's like, Gooding, pay attention, right? Because she heard something. She turns around and then she just sees
Also,
that Gooding's looking the wrong way.
She welcomes him to the first day of class, and then is there a time jump, and then the
Well,
class
see,
ends, or does she literally just go, "Welcome to homeroom"? Oops, class is over.
He looks
Right?
kind of young to be in high school, but I don't know. Like, if that was like if he's like
He's a fresh.
Sheldon.
He's a freshman.
I assume that he was like a mix between like Sheldon Cooper and Elon
No,
Musk,
because
like
here they tell you that he's younger looking here and he's in 4th grade. They tell you that specifically.
right.
Then they just jump to the first day of high school. They don't tell you that he skipped any grades, right?
Am I wrong? Red hoodwinked? I mean, dude, let's not go crazy with this analyzation. God damn, bad storytelling. So like this ain't a movie, guys. Like
No.
this like god damn, do I have to show a frame of the teacher like getting dressed to prove that she's dressed in the classroom? What the fuck? Exactly. She's going to turn into the zeros. Just going to turn to the zeros if you treat every little thing and act like this is terrible. Exactly. So
Agreed.
I can't
100%.
I cannot take it, dude. I can't take this kind of criticism because, man, I was in high school. I was in high school in that English teacher's class, and you remember those snap pop things?
Yeah. Yeah.
We had a boxing class. All right, we had a box, and we just started throwing them across the classroom, and the teacher would be looking in our direction, and on the other side, somebody would throw him. He couldn't see who was throwing him. Then he's at the board on the chalkboard, you know, writing whatever he's writing, you know, here's your fucking term paper assignment for the year. And my buddy, my best friend, threw one right at the chalkboard. Pop. And I laughed my ass off. And when I laughed, I put my arm up like this, right? And he turned around and he said, Dave, go to the principal's office. Because he assumed I threw it. I was laughing. My arm was in the air because I was laughing. And I said, hey, Rick. I called him fucking by his first name. I said, I ain't going to the fucking principal's office, dude. I didn't throw it. He goes, you're going, Dave. I said, Rick, I'm not going. He goes, you're going. I said, no, I'm not. I'll be right back. And he goes to the principal's office and they make her bring me. And I said, I didn't throw it. I said, Rick assumed I threw it, principal lady. Oh, when we saw him, you know, with a naked dude in his fucking apartment, he was Rick. He was
that guy. All
yeah, that guy. He was Rick. But teachers, I mean, we can't do this. We can't do this nonsense, Tony. I love you, Tony, but you can't be this critical on stuff.
Well, we were the assholes back then, Dave, in high school. I mean, I did shit like that too. But imagine what they have to deal with now.
Well, now there's
They'd kill to
cameras
have
everywhere.
us back in their
But
classroom.
now there's cameras everywhere, so they don't get away with shit. Like that same teacher, we like 8 of us went out and picked up his car and moved it from one parking lot to another. Like we did that kind of shit to that guy. Like I'm talking from the high school parking lot to the elementary school parking lot. He drove like a Chevy Chevette. So 8 of us or whatever went out there, picked up his fucking car and moved it, you know, 20 feet till we got to the other parking lot. He couldn't find it. Couldn't find the car.
What a bunch of assholes you ram the back. All right. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm not supporting Eric here. I just don't want us to be, I don't want us to be those guys where look, when Frog Tony does this to Ethan, let me know. Let me know when, you know, Heather Swain isn't looking in the right direction when she's having a conversation or pointing something out in a comic book that Ethan writes. Let me know, because we have to be fair with this stuff, guys. We can't be right, left, blue, red, CG, DC, mainstream, whatever. We just have to fucking be fair with it all. And if Jim's going to come on there and say why he likes something, and their defense is a rubber band being shot and the teacher didn't see it, okay. And we're only 4 pages in. There's going to be 60 pages of this shit. Holy shit. God damn.
There's no way for you to make that
Drink some bourbon. Chill.
assumption.
It's sad.
Well, they do a lot of time jumps. Like there's a thing where you see his business, like they basically show you that his business was making money because they first show it with the broken windows and everything. And then on the next page, it's all nice in a fancy building.
Yeah.
So you have a super chat too, but like she said, this is also homeroom, but then she like wrote the assignments on the board.
Wait a
For me,
minute.
homeroom
Wait a
was
minute,
where
Julio.
you had your, you did.
Frog Tony's getting super chats.
I just sent him one. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Well, you'll see.
I
your
hate
other
it.
homework from your other.
Yeah,
Um,
homeroom was like 15 minutes. Just basically, you had to go there and they took
I didn't
attendance.
send you
for the
one,
next day.
Dave, because I'm on the
Yeah,
show.
he
I
didn't
That's
send
not
you
how
that
homeroom
YouTube
worked for
homework.
me.
You're not monetized though.
No, I don't even have a YouTube channel.
Homeroom for
us,
me
what it
was it was like it was like a half an hour.
I
It was
know
like a
you.
normal class sometimes it wasn't, sometimes it was only a little bit. But it was like, yeah, we need you to all be in a spot, so sit and do your homework from your other classes.
I don't know. I
For
mean,
us, it was homeroom wasn't necessarily at the beginning of the day, right? But it was like maybe I think it was like third, and it was for, like you said, like everyone to make sure that everybody was in school, right? Go to homeroom.
Well, that'd be the first class of the day. That's where they took attendance for me in high school. You went
Yeah,
to
they checked
homeroom.
you in.
Yeah, every
You
morning you
go
went
to
to homeroom.
school, check in at a homeroom, and then fuck off down to do in Maryland. It was
Well-
duck pin bowling, hit the arcade.
Well,
Whose
no,
parents are out. Let's drink their
I mean,
booze.
homeroom was great because you didn't do your homework last night, and you went to homeroom for 45 minutes, and you fucking did your English homework or whatever, and got it fucking done.
It's true.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Maybe I'll just title all my streams at like, no, I don't want to be that guy. I want to come on here and just talk about good movies some nights. I want to talk about Ancient Aliens. I just want to yeah, no, I just want to talk about them, not play them necessarily, but I just want to talk about like ISOM sucked. ISOM 2 was worse. Alpha Core wasn't good. Yaira, from the original creation of the Yaira poster to what that character ended up being, turned it into a debacle, and he hired a couple of fucking weirdos to write the book, and now they're the lore of this world. Not good. This is not an Eric July book. It's part of his company, but it's a Mike Barron and an artist doing this stuff. Jim took the chance. He has his opinion. And this take with the rubber band, I don't like it. It's fucking gay.
Has any comic creator
Warriors come out and play? Every time I hear that, it creeps me out, Julio. It's like watching what's it not oh geez. Yeah, the Warriors is fantastic. What's the other one though? That freaks me out every time when Jason comes out of the water.
what is it, a Friday the 13th?
Friday the 13th. Yeah, when the girl's on the boat, she's waving to the cops, and Jason comes out of that water and takes her ass under. Every time I've watched that movie, it makes me fucking jump.
Has any other comic book creator been put through this type of autism?
Yeah, Ethan. Yeah, they do it to Ethan.
Yeah, but he doesn't release anything.
So they say.
Okay.
He's released a lot of books, dude. That's a false flag.
All right. You know what I'm talking about. So
no, right. But no, Ethan releases plenty. Ethan doesn't use 3D assets. Ethan does all the work himself as far as the drawing and all that stuff. And Ethan's also a wealthy guy. He really is a wealthy guy.
More sure.
Well, I mean, they're
all rich.
He's had $1.2 million campaigns for these books, dude. Mm-hmm. And he ain't paying out fucking 70% to fucking labor. He's paying about 20% out to labor. So if Eric does 3.7 and Ethan does 1.2, Ethan takes home more cash.
Fair.
All right. I don't know Ethan's economics, but he's not poor.
It's not our business, really. I don't know Eric.
But I'm saying like he's not in a hurry. He knows that people will wait because he's been doing this for so long. If you get your product, Julio, whether it's, remember Nintendo would always delay games and they used to get shit for it all the time. But when the games came out, they worked. And other companies would release games and they sucked, like completely sucked. And there was no patches back in the old days that you just got the game. Nintendo would say, no, we ain't doing that. You're going to have to wait another 2 months because we just are not ready.
I remember for PC games back then, you had to go out and buy a magazine with a disc attached to it to get the patches.
Yeah, and Sweet Tooth says I have like 10 books from EVS. I have
Yeah,
I
I'm
have
wrong.
at least 5, and I'm waiting on another 4. And I've been waiting for a long time. Dark Harvest campaign is a ridiculous wait time. But when it gets here, the thing that's going to happen, Julio, is it's going to be quality.
Well,
Okay,
so.
and that's the problem with Eric. It's not always quality. It's probably less quality more often than it's good quality. But I don't buy his. I mean, like I told you, when I bought that ISOM, I wanted all bullshit. I turned around and sold it the next day because it was awful. Yeah, trash that Atari game. But then you
Right.
get like, but then you get like Super Mario 64, and your fucking mind is blown. Like the whole 3D world in Super Mario 64 and the castle, and holy shit,
I heard
Jesus
they put
Christ.
all those unsold ET cartridges into a landfill somewhere.
Oh yeah, there's a
kind of like-
whole documentary about that shit,
Yeah.
man. But so many games just got rushed for the sake of it. But Nintendo never, and they still don't. The new Super Mario game for the Switch is unfucking believably good. Like Super Mario 64, or even Super Mario Sunshine or Super Mario Galaxy. All those games are good.
all the Metroid games are good. All the Mario games are good. All the
Zelda
Zelda games are
games.
good.
All the
Quality.
Zelda, yeah, they're fantastic. I'll wait 10 years for the next one, because when I get it, god damn, I'm gonna play it. Wait till you see what's coming though in about 40 days, boys. You guys are gonna be like, holy shit, Dave, that's unbelievable. And it's gonna be right behind me. It's gonna be awesome.
You got a new gimmick going off in the studio behind you.
Sure. Back in the day, if your game was broken, it was completely broken. Now, if you buy a AAA title, guaranteed it will need a game. Dude, I can't stand modern day games. I buy the disc because I like physical media, and I got to wait 4 hours to play it because I got to download the fucking game. So you're telling me I bought a key to a game that I have to download, and then I download it. You go, oh, there's a patch available. That's another 2 gigs.
Yep.
Come back tomorrow, motherfucker. Fuck you.
So they do on Steam. Like if you do day one on Steam, the next day you're like, well, hold up, I got to download 40 gigabytes of a patch.
Yeah.
That's
So-
cheating.
Yeah, like the worst part is, like, you buy a PlayStation 5, it's got, whatever size hard drive it has, and you can have like 6 games on it because all these games are so fucking big now. But you go back to like 8-bit fucking Nintendo, and you had 50 hours of content
Yep.
on 8 bits, and you
Yeah.
had no memory. You just like, remember when you would leave your console on when you went to school
Brother.
because
I
it didn't
remember.
have a save? Yes.
Yep.
What the fuck?
The first computer, oh God, we're getting into boomer. The first computer I bought was from Sears, right? It was
First one we ever
2000
had was first one we ever had was from Radio Shack.
Oh, geez. CRS 80. Yep.
Yeah.
So it had 2
The
megabytes.
tape player.
of RAM.
Yeah, it had the tape player and all that shit to put your games in and all that stuff.
Oh Jesus, that's like the VIC 20. My buddy had one of those. You load. All right, we're yeah, I don't know. The chat.
I got
must
to
be
play.
like,
I got to play
I'm all about
Centipede
it.
off a fucking cassette tape. It's like, I do know one thing. I got the computer, but we set it up, started playing the game. I'm like, I'm gonna go outside and play. This is fucking stupid. Like, you know what I'm saying? I had more fun,
Yeah.
like, because I grew up outside. I'm gonna go outside and play football or baseball or whatever the fuck is going on outside. I would go for a walk. I don't want to sit here and watch pixels go down a screen that are terrible. Like,
You can do both is the problem. Like I used to do both. I was a nerd. I played my Atari.
I was a nerd. Yeah. Yeah.
But
I
I
was a
used to
nerd
go
that played
across the-
football. I was a nerd that played fucking basketball. Of course. Yeah. Like I had, Pong. Remember Pong?
I had a Pong machine. That was one of the best Christmas gifts I ever got when I was 7, 8.
Yeah. Like,
Good times. I played that shit all day.
I almost bought a Dreamcast this weekend when I was at that toy show. And I
Dreamcast. Great.
I would have
console.
bought it if he would have had some games available too. The games are the hardest thing to find, unless you go on eBay and overpay for them. But there was a lot of vendors, but you know, this one guy had a Dreamcast with the controllers and even the little Tamachu cartridge that goes into the controller. He had all that stuff for like $125. I said, "Do you have any games?" And he said, "No." I'm like, "Well, fuck, man. I don't want to go around looking for a bunch of games. If he would have had like 5 or 10 games there, like I would have bought it." But
That console was ahead of its time. The audio was so good. The controller
That-
amazing.
and
I
it's
played
too
Crazy Taxi nonstop on that console.
and Sega was in such a hurry because they had like the Sega Genesis, they had the Sega 64, they had the Dreamcast, and what was the other one before the Dreamcast? The black console, which was actually pretty good too, but they went straight from that right like a year later into the Dreamcast. So as a customer, you're like, "God damn, dude, I just want to like support a console."
I just bought one. The fuck? I gotta buy another one? Right.
Yeah, I had Saturn. Yes, so Sega Saturn. Simply, you had the Saturn, which was great, and then next thing you know, they got a Dreamcast. You're like, "Well, fuck, I just bought this goddamn Saturn." But I loved the Dreamcast. Like I just want to have it on my shelf. It's still a beautiful machine to look at too, Julio. That's the thing, right? Like
Agreed.
there's never been a pretty Nintendo console. It's a plastic fucking box.
True.
The Switch is their best looking console because it's a handheld device. It's just a little handheld that you can hook up to your TV and play in, 1080p, but it's not like there's a 4K version now, right? That's the OLED version, right? But either way, the Switch is like their best looking console because all the rest were just little plastic boxes. But that fucking Dreamcast looked beautiful.
As somebody who I've been a nerd, video game nerd, my first game was Wizardry 1 on an Apple IIe, mapping out dungeons on graph paper. It's crazy how much shit they could get right and pack into that small amount of storage.
I actually
Now you
wish
need
that
100 gigabytes to come out with something, and you got to patch it the next day. It's fucked up.
I actually wish that Sega would just like blow everybody's mind and come out with a console because they're still making games. They still got money. I would love to see their concept of a new fucking, because all we got now is, Sony and Xbox,
Microsoft.
Sony and Microsoft doing their thing, which is fine. But here's the other thing. Like, there's not a whole lot of difference between the games available on the consoles anymore. That's why I like the Switch. I get Nintendo games on the fucking Switch, and I like Nintendo games. But if I want to have a PlayStation, oh wait, Microsoft bought fucking Bethesda. Microsoft bought Activision.
Yeah.
So now I have to buy it if I want to play fucking Call of Duty going forward, which would be stupid as fuck if you're Microsoft. You do not cut off your PlayStation customer base just because you own Activision, dude.
Do you think Nintendo's missing the boat on this though? Because I am an XPass.
Nope, I do not.
Subscriber.
I do not. I don't think Nintendo's ever gave a fuck about any of that shit. They're gonna, dude. Pokemon makes that company so much fucking money.
They're like, we're gonna come out with a new Mario game, and you're gonna wait for it. That's just how it is.
And guess what? There's a new fucking batch of Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Oh, all the 5-year-olds are back into Pokemon, dude. It's brilliant. It's fucking brilliant.
My son and I used to hang out and play Pokemon on his Game Boy. He still loves it. He's a grown-ass man, has a good job, all this spare time, loves Pokemon.
Yeah, I just wish that, like, I wish there was some real competition. I would love Sega to say, "Hey, remember when we made the Dreamcast? This is modern gaming." I'm not a VR guy. I try it. I try it and I try it, and it's just like it just isn't that compelling to me. I've got the fucking Quest 2. I've had it for since it came out. I haven't touched that fucking thing in a year. It's sitting somewhere in a shelf,
Mhm.
and I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
It's a,
And
not
I,
to go
and I
back to my
wanted to
son,
like it. I
but he
wanted
got
to like it.
he got one of those things too, and he thought it was cool for a few weeks, and then
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
gimmick.
Yeah. It's like, no. Of course, Pokemon, not only the game. Oh, let me watch the cartoon. Let me watch these fucking cartoons for the rest of my life.
Mhm.
Like all my kids have watched all Pokemon. They keep up with it and they're adults at this point. It's fucking crazy. And I've never played a Pokemon game ever. Never. But all my kids have. But I was a little older at that point because I was playing other stuff. But I loved the game. And oh man, dude, it's so frustrating. Like Microsoft and Sony, you know what they don't do? They don't do anything really exciting. They just
No.
selling consoles and buying companies because their creative in-house creative team is shit. They don't do anything original. So they just go buy their competition and put the shit on their console and make it, what is it called? It's only on your console. What do they call that?
Exclusive. Yeah.
Exclusive. Yeah, Xbox exclusive. Like play Ghost of Tsushima.
I heard
Great
that was
game.
great.
No, it is great. But the company that made that game did a Sony exclusive for like a year, and then they put it on Steam or whatever, I think. But dude, you're cutting off the Xbox audience when you do that shit. Stop doing that. Unless Sony is giving them so much money, but it's not enough. It's never enough because you just never know. You might get, 50% of all Xbox buyers to buy that game, but Sony only paid you an extra 10 million for it. Oh
Be
yeah.
right back.
Yeah, go ahead. I get it, Red Scorpion, but I would just love for him to do it. I would love to see it. I just wish they did. Yeah, like it sucks. I mean, these exclusive games. So from now on, I can only play my Fallout or my Doom games or whatever only on Xbox going forward. What if I like the PlayStation control better? What if I like that better? What if it's just so weird that they cock block themselves for some weird. Well, I get it. Microsoft paid a ton of money for these companies, but they also bought Minecraft years ago, and Minecraft's available everywhere, and Microsoft still owns it. So hopefully they'll get into that world. But the problem is Sony doesn't want to give Microsoft money if they don't have to. So they're not gonna just say, yeah, we'll pay your licensing fee over here at Sony on every game that Bethesda makes because maybe it's just not worth it for those guys. Plug in Xbox or PSX controller. Man. That old fucking, what do they call that Xbox controller, like the Beast or whatever, that big black heavy motherfucking controller for the Xbox. Remember the original Xbox controller, Julio? How big
That
it was?
controller sucked. What were they thinking? I didn't
Well,
like it. Did I jump in wrong? I'm sorry.
No. But would you take that or the PSX controller? Because that was really small. It was really like,
Well, I take the Xbox controller over that one.
right. It's just like, yeah, the Duke. I'm sorry. Exactly. Simply the Duke. Elementals. I still like Pokemon. If I had a kid, I'd likely actually play more and keep up better.
It's
You
a
know how
fun
many
game. It's
You know how many
nice and simple.
episodes? You know how many episodes I've watched of Ash with my grandson? just the Pokemon show. Oh my god.
I'm just jealous you have grandkids and I don't yet. I'll get
Don't be jealous. They're a lot of
Um,
work, especially if they live with you. Like mine lives with me.
my first grandchild is going to be in Tennessee. So
Oh, Digimon. For sure. So it's like my grandson loves Ben 10. They don't make Ben 10 shit anymore. And then he found, let me get this off the screen. I'm learning EJ or Elemental MJ. I'm taking off the screen. My grandson loves Ben 10, but they don't make new toys. So we got to find all that shit on Etsy or eBay or whatever, or at a flea market or something. We buy him as much Ben 10 as we can. But he found Digimon. Good luck finding that shit anywhere. Finding any Digimon shit is really, really hard. And when you do, you're going to pay the fuck up. So I am not into the Digimon shit because I ain't paying that much for these Digimon characters, but they're cool as hell. Super cool, but no.
do you still game, Dave? Like, what are you playing now? You playing anything in your spare time or not really? No time?
I not lately, but I'm gonna probably go back to Ghost of Tsushima and start it again because I love that game, dude. I love it. But if somebody said, "Hey, Dave, you want to play Dead Space?" Yep, I'll play it right now. I fucking love it. But I also I love BioShock as well. BioShock
those
is
are
one of
great.
my favorite. 1 and 2 are fantastic. Even 3 I like. I like 3. Some people hate it. I like it. But I love so I don't know, man. There's so much stuff out there to play. Sometimes it's like going through Netflix when you go through your library. Like, what do I want to play today? Like, but once you start, Julio, it's hard to stop. Like if I get too into it, I might not stream. I'm playing
Well,
right now.
You've got a wife. I don't. So I'm like, well, whatever. I'll just fucking play this.
Oh,
or
my
that.
wife don't care. My wife will watch me play.
But
She's
it's
like,
depressing. Like my Steam backlog is trifling. So many
Oh,
games, and you get
oh
to be my
yeah.
age, and you're like, I'll never play that. I'll be
I'll
dead
never, yeah.
before I ever get to that.
All these Steam sales and all these
Yeah.
PlayStation sales, like
But you can't help it. It's $3. Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
Sure, I'll get it.
yeah. Like we talked about the other day, how many times I've rebought the same game? Oh
Right.
my god. But man, I'll go to my PlayStation downloads. That you get them on sale. I'm like, oh my god, I own that game. Not playing it right now. Like I bought Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't fucking paid for it or played it once, and I paid full price for that shit. My son, one of them, he's like, yeah, it's good, it's fun. Okay.
It's a really well-made game, and it's fun. I play it with my daughter, my oldest daughter, and my son, so it's fun to play multiplayer. But I don't know, single player didn't really hit me. It was okay.
Oh, it's like Diablo, what, 4 or whatever, or 3?
Yep. No, 4 was Well, 3 wasn't that good. 2's the best Diablo.
Yeah, 4. I was like, what the hell? We waited all this time for this?
Yep.
Have you ever heard of tabletop game called Car Wars? No. Have you heard of that, Julio?
I've heard of it, but I don't recall what it is. But yeah, I've heard of it. I know there was a adaptation on the Apple. Oh God, when I was a kid, there was a PC version of it.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, I think if
Car
I'm not mistaken, you're like, you jack your car up, try to make it better, but you're in like a gang and you got to fight other car gangs. Am I right? I could be wrong. That could have been another game.
Dude, I don't even go to my Steam account anymore, Red Scorpion.
Yeah.
I share my Steam account with my son, and like I'll go to the Steam account. I'm like, holy fuck, there's a lot of games in here. And there's a lot of games that I've played that I would start up tomorrow, but it's like, god damn, holy shit, there's so many games. And then there's so many I haven't even tried, but like what's that game? Shit. The one, oh god damn it, it's right on tip of my tongue. So you played Minecraft before, right? Julio?
For a
I'm
couple
sure
of
you've
minutes.
played it,
I
right?
mean, I know what it is. I didn't play it that much, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's another game like it, but it's not like it. But it was a huge Steam game. Now it's on fucking Nintendo. God damn, I can't remember the name of it, but it's a dig game. Oh fuck, I can't remember the name of the game.
There's a ton of those games. There's Subnautica.
No,
there's-
Subnautica is fun. But this
one.
one's not Trove. God damn. It's something no, it's Terraria. Terraria. Right. You've seen that game, right? So Terraria, yeah, exactly. Terraria is fun as fuck, dude. And there's actually an end game. Like when you get to the end game, it's a fucking battle. But man, it's every time I see it, like, I'm gonna start up a Terraria game. And you're like, no, that's another 90 hours of my life.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's side-scrolling Minecraft. It is side-scroller, but you get to go down and you get to the fucking center of the earth, and you're like, holy shit, this is badass. I love games, man. I'm a more of a visual media guy as far as like movies and games and stuff like that. Because I don't want to read a lot. I don't care about reading.
I'm a book nerd, but yeah.
Yeah, I just don't care that much about it. But man, oh man. See, you give me Oblivion or you give me Skyrim, I'm lost for days. You give me, Dead Space, you give me even some Assassin's Creed games. I'm into it for a long time. Other games, I'm like, I don't like this one so much, but so many are good.
Odyssey Ubisoft gets all kinds of shit, but Assassin's Creed Odyssey is great. Really, really well done.
Spec Ops. I even like some of the sniper games. You ever played any of those sniper games?
No, like the Tom Clancy games and stuff.
No, Sniper. Sniper 1, 2, 3.
No.
Yeah. Oh, dude. When they get that fucking zoom in on the headshot and all you see is a guy's head exploding, you're like, holy shit, this is awesome. Spec Ops line is great. Yeah, the best mod for Skyrim is the mod where you don't have to watch the fucking 20-minute intro.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
If I got to see that fucking dungeon to the wagon shit one more time, I'm going to puke.
I got to give Bethesda credit. That game has been 11, 12 years, right? And people were still playing it. They shit out Starfield. It sucked. It was such a great idea, but it was just ass.
It was ass. It was ass. I would like a mod in Skyrim where, like, when I level up, the world levels up with me. Because by the time I got to level 30 in Skyrim, I was scared of nothing. Like a dragon could land right in front of me. Whatever, dude. You're going down. Like there was no fear anymore after a while. And that's another problem with Bethesda games. It doesn't ever match your strength after a while. Once you get powerful enough, you can kill anything in Fallout. You're the badass. And that's boring.
Beta test for Bethesda because I lived there.
Yeah,
They came out with a game called Delta 5 way back in the day, and I would go there and beta test for them. It was fun. That was a dumb story, but there you go.
Yeah. Gaming. We could talk about this shit for days.
Yep.
4 days.
Did I tell you, Dave, I went on a press junket for Command and Conquer Generals. I used to
did what?
I used to run a gaming website called Gamers Press back when you could actually put up a website and be successful. I had
Nice.
to go out, yeah. So I had to go out and make PR contacts. I got sent free games to review. So EA gave me a call and they're like, "Do you want to come out and be part of a Command and Conquer Generals like pre-release party?" I'm like, "Hell yeah!" They
Fuck.
flew me out to San Francisco, picked me up in a Humvee limo.
Whoa.
It was great. Took me to the hotel, and then we went to I guess it was a hotel convention room where they had lots of monitors set up and a wet bar with free booze because they were trying to get you to write something nice about them. And played Command and Conquer Generals. Then we got a limo and went downtown in San Francisco with some of the girls from G4. Do you remember that network?
Loved it. I watch G4 all the time, dude.
So it was
Yeah.
me, a bunch of nerds, and
Did you
probably
meet?
three or
Did you
four
meet
PR
Chris?
girls.
Did you meet Chris that night?
No, I don't know who I met. It was me. There was a guy from Scotland that was there, so we were out the top of the limo drinking scotch because the limo was stocked, and we went and played pool all night. It was fucking amazing.
How was the game?
It was great. I mean, I gave it a positive review because they liquored me up. So whatever.
No, but Command and Conquer's always had a pretty good.
Command and Conquer, best soundtrack of any game. Red
Do you
Alert.
remember
soundtrack.
do you remember the Red Faction games?
Remember Red Alert? It was Command and Conquer, Red Alert,
You don't remember
Generals.
Red Faction, like when you're on Mars?
I don't know that.
And oh,
Sounds
Red
familiar.
Faction 1, Red Faction 2, and Red Faction 2 was the shit.
But to finish my story, so I had all these games. I had probably had 400 or 500 PS2, Xbox, PC games, and I had to stop reviewing games because I had to focus on my family. I just took 2 trash bags to the local Babbage's electronics boutique and sold them. All my review copies. I made like $800, $900.
Really
Yeah.
nice.
Nintendo never sends you review copies. They
No, they don't care. No,
Yeah.
no, they don't want early press. They're waiting for the game to come out, and then you can review it when it's ready. Is InMotto asking for the link? Julio,
Oh, I don't know.
look at the chat. Is he asking for the link? Does it
No,
say?
he said he has somebody that
Oh, Red
sends me.
Faction Gorilla. Yes. Okay. Yes. Dude, like me and my kids would play Red Faction Gorilla for hours, and their friends would come over, and we just hang out and play. Red Faction's fun, Julio, and I'm sure you can get it for nothing on Steam. You'll have a good time. It's a good shooter, just a good shooter game. I remember the old days of Lara Croft Tomb Raider when they were actually fun, not
Right.
this weird, ridiculous bullshit they do with her now.
Mhm.
He says the live action cutscenes in Command and Conquer were hilarious.
They were so good. Yep. Gina Carano was in one of them, I think, if I recall correctly. I think she was in some of the live action cutscenes.
Oh yeah. What was it? Chris Gore. Did you meet Chris Gore that night? That's what I was asking. Did you meet Chris Gore when you were at G4? Julio?
Oh, I wasn't at G4. There
Oh,
were
you didn't go.
G4
Oh,
girls
okay.
hanging out with us. I'm
Oh,
sure
okay.
EA paid for them to hang out with us.
Okay. It might have been fucking Melanie Mack.
Might have been. No, I think I'm too old.
You think she's young?
She's younger than I am. I was
A little.
30, 29, so she would have been.
Oh, so this was 27
Maybe.
years ago. Yeah. No, she's a lot. She's that. Yeah, she wasn't there yet.
She's 40 something, isn't she?
She wears a lot of makeup. That's all I know. Let's get back to these guys be overly critical of a comic book.
Because some kids would have first period and then some kids wouldn't have first period. So making homeroom first period wouldn't make sense, right?
Yeah, no,
Look at this. They have a weekly streaming goal, Julio. What is that?
I don't know, Grifton. You gotta
God.
do that.
No, man. The only goal I have is to get on my board. If you want to get on the board, it's $20. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Should be
I'm not
cumulative.
that creative.
It should be like third or fourth period.
We brought my homeroom for us at the end of the day.
I'll be right back.
One of my
Julio.
high school
Sure.
years, they kept changing it around, but yeah, so it was at the end of the day for us. And if you didn't have any homework to do, you could just leave. It was great.
Chaired off. Don't insult people's weight. I said
Yeah,
I've never
when I-
seen skinny people drink diet sodas. Only fats, not like Vito.
See, what I did was I just grabbed the book and I just started reading it. And it read really easy to me. I went right through it in like 6 minutes. And I was like, oh, that was a pretty good story. Okay. I had a problem with the way it ended. If it's supposed to be like a one shot, it shouldn't really end it on like a cliffhanger with the guy getting out of, escaping from jail and him saying he's going to go look for him. It's kind of like, well, obviously you need a issue 2 to keep telling the story. But-
Well, the whole thing was retarded, and we'll get there, Jim. But so many things are skipped. We don't know why. Like at one point, the bad guy gets hit by lightning. We're gonna get to it, but the bad guy gets hit by lightning, and it has nothing to do with anything. Why did
Well,
the
see,
bad
I
guy
don't-
get hit by lightning?
See, I don't know. That was one of my questions. Did the guy get the superpowers because he got hit by lightning?
No, because if you look at the
What kind of chat is this? I've never seen skinny people drink diet sodas. Only fats like Summer Swan, Winter Raven.
That's a Trump. He's biting on something Trump said, I think.
Okay. Did he show your super chat yet?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't
Okay.
looking for it.
It's
I super
previous
chatted him
We'll
and said
get
he had
there.
27 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean we're behind for sure, but I drink diet soda every day, or not Coke Zero.
experiments they're doing, right? They're
That's my
doing
beverage
experiments
choice.
on that guy, and he has the blood coming out of his eyes.
Yeah, but they don't take the guy with them.
Yeah, Chris, he left.
No, no, he's in there when he gets
listen,
hit by
listen,
lightning.
Listen, Jim.
Chris, he left to go jump in because Jim gave Gooding a positive review, and Tony Frago says the teacher didn't see the kid shoot somebody with a rubber band, so the book's terrible. So that's where we're at, Chris.
They
Yes,
tell
he's
you
still
that
there.
there's the blood's coming out of his eyes, and the scientists are discussing what they're working on. And then they say, give us all the information on Project Hemorrhage.
Right.
The guy gets hit by lightning. They
Yeah.
leave.
Yes, he'll
Then
be
they
back.
show the
He'll be
other
back in
scientists, the
Motto.
evil scientists, are working on the bad guy and giving him his powers. They're using what they got from Project Hemorrhage to give him powers.
See, I don't remember that part of it. I remember him getting hit by lightning. They take him out, and then they show him in the hospital like they're treating him for something. They don't actually show them doing.
No,
like,
that's not the hospital. That's the
You should keep it
company he
alive.
works for.
If you're behind, just
I thought he was in a hospital bed.
in my opinion.
Well, it's a hospital
I don't
bed,
need
but
to go
it's at
live.
the company because he immediately goes
I wanna
and
hear
does the
Jim's
thing
take.
to the
Skip
dog
ahead.
and kills the dog.
Skip ahead.
Hey, we'll
Skip
skip.
right to it.
So no, because this is important, right?
I thought maybe when he got hit by lightning in there with that guy, somehow that whatever was wrong with that guy got transferred to him somehow, or
No,
I wish Jim was so
would make
focused on this
but
stream.
that's
today.
not what happened.
'cause
So
otherwise, what was with the whole lightning?
I know, right? Like, God damn it! Why is he answering Tony
Right.
so fucking fast?
He's actually listening to
Why
the
did
other
they
that's
have
what
a
I'm
big lightning?
saying.
Why did
There
they
is
have a
no
big
reason.
lightning?
There
Maybe
is no
there was.
reason.
I don't know, because they don't say they gave. Nowhere in the book does it say they gave him this.
I'll show you. All right. So the teacher's like, "Hey, Gooding, that guy fucking with you. I'll call I'll check the tape and we'll go ahead and get him in trouble." He's like, "No. I'll handle it. Don't worry. I'm gonna handle it." And the chick's like, "How are you gonna handle it?" And she's like, "I'm gonna talk to him." Right. And they reuse the school assets and everything. So they walk home and they're all like buddy friendly, blah blah blah. So we get back to school. We don't know how many days it is, and this is where the book fails, right? Because he gets back to school, and we have to presume it's the next day because we don't know. It doesn't say like a 1 week later, 2 weeks later, 2 months later. Like the bully comes out, bam, and hits him again. So he hits him twice in the book. He hits him twice. He goes, "How long are you going to let him do that?" That was the last time. But it doesn't. We don't know how long it's been going on, right? her asking how long are you going to let him do that presumes that it's been a while. But
Yeah, they
Sure.
probably should have put some more panels in there with him getting hit multiple times, and then
no,
months
all you
later.
all you had to do, Jim, was just put 3 months later, right? And like the kid's still beating up, and she's like,
that's
dude, it's
bullshit.
been 3 months. You're going to let him
because
doing it, and then we would just
when they started ISOM off with
stock when they returned. Mikaja pulled the women.
when they started ISOM off
He's in the
with,
bathroom.
that 2 weeks ago, people
Mhm.
bitched. Just saying. I'm just saying. Let's
What's
see.
good for the goose is good for the gander, is what you're saying.
Well, you can't say in this book he didn't give us a timeline, and then in another book he does give a timeline. It's like, I just want to see your fucking gay ass super chat. But
Oh, I don't care. I just
then
put a
they
super
show
chat
the
out
other
there.
scientists, the evil scientists, are working on the bad guy and giving him his powers. They're using what they got from Project Hemorrhage to give him powers.
See, I don't remember that part of it. I remember him getting hit by lightning. They take him out, and then they show him in the hospital like they're treating him for something. They don't actually show them doing.
No,
like-
that's not the hospital. That's the company he works for.
I thought he was in a hospital bed.
he's
Well, it's a hospital bed, but it's at the company because he immediately goes and does the
just
thing to
skip
the
ahead.
dog and kills the dog.
Skip ahead.
I will
Skip right to it.
People
So,
haven't studied
no,
fucking
this is
Tolstoy
important,
this
right?
closely.
I thought maybe when he got hit by lightning in there with that guy somehow that
all right. We heard this.
I heard yesterday that you ducked out on Dave. You're like, oh, I have to like. So scissors,
Oh.
Jim, you got 28 minutes left. What does that mean?
What happened in 20
I
days?
was in the middle of streaming with Dave, and I said I had to come over here for about a half hour to get yelled
For
at.
about an hour. All right. Salute. I spilled some of that. 27 minutes now.
I want Bob Dylan up on stage. Who the fuck are you?
I
He
heard you
walked
ended
Bob
a streak.
Dylan up. He walked Bob Dylan up on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I heard yesterday that you ducked out on Dave. You're like, oh, I have to like babysit. I'm really tired, Dave. And then you went and snuck onto Black Angus's stream.
Well, that's kind of what happened.
This kid's getting a little too.
I was tired,
familiar.
and then I told Angus that I would jump on if we ended early. We ended. I just figured I would jump on, and then he said he was going to stop anyway. So I was like, we were only on there for a little bit.
All right. So the kid, he gets hit at least twice.
Now I got to give Jim shit for that because I showed up too,
Nah, whatever. Jim's doing. That's
just for fun.
yeah, whatever. Everybody's fucking around.
By the
We're gonna
building. The
critique
building's
Jim's
not
critique.
having any more of this. So the fucking psychopath.
You have
that we're
swirls
following,
we can put on it.
Gooding, the fucking hero, mind you, is so psychotic that he goes, Mom, do we have any thumbtacks? Well, they're in the kitchen drawer. He then makes a thumbtack
That's a
board.
weird thing. Like, why would Tony know that fucking Jim left my stream early last night?
Is that what he said? I
Well, he said,
heard
I
it, but
heard you left
couldn't
the stream to go with the Black Angus. Like, what? Like, we ended the stream. And it was midnight. It wasn't like we'd already been streaming 5 fucking hours, dude.
Everybody
Like,
was tired. I'm trying to eat Taco Bell.
he had pizza.
Done. You kids
and he
went
had
on
a
another
sweet-
stream. Who gives a shit?
Like, and like, yeah, Jim said he was tired. Okay,
Chaotic, right, Chris?
that's weird. Like, Tony, you heard? Wow.
Well, you've made the grapevine, BTM. Apparently.
Yeah, like Jim.
Hey,
Jim
hey,
went
did you
to,
hear?
Jim went to Jim went to Black Angus' stream.
He clearly doesn't like Dave anymore. He's
Oh, it's over, Johnny.
all about Black Angus now.
You know how many people have said, Dave, you should do solo streams to me in the past? A lot, but it doesn't matter. I'm not going to do it because I have a good time with my friends.
Get rid of that asshole Julio. He's no good. Right. That would upset me if you went and got chips and salsa.
Yeah. After he just ate pizza on my stream that night, that'd be like, Jim, you're being a glutton, dude. You just ate a pizza from Jets Pizza.
Everybody's a 15-year-old
Guys.
girl.
You talk about fucking escalating things.
I will give Jim
He puts
shit though. It's
thumbtacks
been well
under
over
his
30
shirt,
minutes and he's
knowing
not back.
Yeah,
that the
why'd you
bully's
sit
gonna
at
hit
the
him.
lunch table, Jim? That's not right.
Yeah.
And he Nightcrawler punches him again.
Yeah, Nightcrawler punches him again. Bam. His hands are bleeding, presumably. And then, like I said, he takes a
Ow.
picture, right? Snap. Why is he taking a picture? He's so psychotic that after he injured this kid, he needs a picture so he can masturbate to it later.
He's still
Well,
over there.
I would have thought something would have happened after this.
I just want to look at the live.
Either the
He's
kid
still
would have-
over there.
Because this is
You
the
know.
second time, Jim. Earlier, the bad kids were taking a
What the
picture of
fuck?
Look at how
the bad
focused
guy
Jim
hitting him
is.
with the rubber band, right?
It's
Then he
amazing.
takes this picture, so I'm like, oh, there's gonna be something about like online or something. Nothing. It's never this. It's nothing. Things just happen.
Okay,
So you would think,
apparently-
okay, so
apparently
he
what it looks
escalated, right?
like is
Gooding has
they're going to make Jim go through this whole book the rest of the night. And Jim's going to be sucked in because I get it. I mean, he's there, so why not? But what the fuck, dude? You've already read the book, Jim. But now we have Transylvania Jack there. He's pretty cool.
escalated for the bully. So we know the bully becomes the bad guy, right? So you would figure what happens next? The bully then escalates further, right? And this is an ongoing thing between Gooding and the bully. It's a one-upmanship of escalation, right? Gooding keeps trying to protect himself using various means as the bully keeps escalating his bullying, right? That's what we would assume. That's good storytelling. That's where the story seems to be going. Oh, it's graduation day, 4 years later.
You have
Yeah.
I got Drunk Zelda and Gina Carano in Red Alert if you're interested.
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, like, I think like once you defeat your bully, you defeat your bully, right? Once the fight's over, the fight is over. It doesn't continue the next 3 years. That's a thing. Like, if you stand up to the bully and he respects you, the bully moves on to the next fucking victim. Gooding put some fucking thumbtacks and a wooden board or whatever. And he said, hey, I'm not going to fuck with that guy anymore. It doesn't mean that, the guy was out to get him. Gooding just stood up for himself. So it's like, dude, that's not that just continuing the hate. Look, all I know is this guy, Snuffleupagus or whatever his fucking name is. He joins the military. He leaves his town. Gooding stays home to help his town, and this guy joins the military and becomes a special ops guy and does all this stuff. And he's sent back home to steal some technology from Gooding, and they happen to went to school together. Well, okay, like he was a bully when I was a freshman, but by the time I was a senior, I was a dude. He was a dude. We didn't even talk to each other. I didn't even know he existed anymore. Now it's 20 years later, and the guy's back in town. I recognize that guy. We fought in high school. I mean, that's how I look at it. Like, I'm not trying to defend Eric. That's not the point. But god damn, like we're getting fellowship weird over here with some of this stuff. Like,
don't look at me.
Well, I'm not talking to you.
Boston Bob, you're right. There, 14
I
people
know.
got busted for
like
child fucking trafficking.
Red Hood Wink, like, oh, I don't get it. Like I don't understand. Hey, you guys, did you see 14 people got arrested at San Diego Comic-Con? They were caught up in a sting. I wonder how long it's been going on. They got caught up in what kind of sting? Was it like a
Trafficking.
pedo sting or what?
Human trafficking is what I saw.
Really?
Mhm.
Dude,
Yeah, it was in the-
like
yeah, it
when
was
you
in the
hear the
news
numbers, when you hear the numbers of all the human trafficking that goes on around the world, it's fucking scary. Like, and like, I don't understand. Like, when you hear about like missing people, right? Like, hey, Julio, you have a daughter, right? You have a son,
I have 2
whatever.
daughters. Yeah.
And you know your daughters, you know how their personalities, and your daughter says she's gonna be home at 10, it's midnight, and you're like, hey, motherfucking cops, my daughter ain't home. I need your help. And they go, oh, no. Your daughter is probably doing some crack somewhere. Call us back in 24 hours if she doesn't show up. No, dude. Like, no. If I called you, I probably know the fucking the personality of my child. Like, some parents know my kid, if they say they'll be home at 10 and they show up at 2, I ain't worried.
You're
But
a shit
Julio,
parent if you don't know what's going on when something goes wrong.
right? And if you're so convinced you need to make that call,
Mhm.
then they need to respect that fucking call. And it pisses me off when these cops say, well, there's a 24-hour, there's a 4. No. I'm calling you right now. At least come talk to me. Let me tell you where she was going. Let me tell you who you might want to talk to. At least make me feel good about it. But they're awful. And this sex trafficking thing is awful. Like, people are just gone. Like,
We shouldn't
missing
build a wall
411.
around the country. We should build a dome around the country. Just
Yeah,
we
exactly.
have to kick some people out first, then build the dome.
Well, if you're here, you're here. Yeah, if you're here, you're here. We can find you because you're in a dome. We'll fucking find this shit. And oh my God, the first 24 hours are the worst for the person that's in it. And also the person, look, man, Julio, like, I'm a jealous person. Like, I am so jealous of my wife. Like, oh, you said you'd be here at 10. It's 10:15. Where the fuck are you at? Like, I want to know where you're at. Like, what the hell? You told me something and you didn't have come through. And she's like, why are you so upset? I go, well, 2 things. First of all, I know people, and I don't want you to be out with some other dude, right? Like, this was years ago, right? But second, the biggest thing is when you're late and you don't have the courtesy to call me, I think the worst. Are you in an accident? And, if you're not in an accident, you could at least call me and say, hey, I was talking to my girlfriend and I'm on my way now.
Sure.
But when you don't, it drives me out of my mind because I'm already thinking like, well, I'm not going to sleep until she walks through the door, right? That's just the way I am. It's like I travel all the time. The first night in the hotel room is the worst because I'm away from what I'm comfortable with. Second night, I crash. Like, next week's a travel week. Chat, just so you know, next week is going to be a couple of, prison cell streams, but that's okay. I don't know, man. I just get worried about that. And the same thing with my kids. Everybody's got a cell phone. It doesn't take 2 seconds to send me a text or send me a message on my way. Fucking crazy. Oh, the border, Red Scorpion. We have no value for our own culture in America anymore.
I watched a
Bring it
video today where somebody said that America should just invade Mexico and Central America and then put a barrier up at the Panama Canal and just push them all down there, and we stay up here.
Oh,
I thought it was funny. I mean, I don't
can't
do it, but
why we don't already own Mexico or have taken it over is crazy because they want to make money, dude. They want to make money and they're going to do it any way they can. And if that's bringing in Chinese product to infiltrate American society, which they've done a great job with their opiates, yes, we should. There should be no Canada. There should be no Mexico. There should be the United States of North America.
man, that's destiny. I don't know.
Seal that land bridge. Hell yeah, Simply Green. Like, and Simply's over in New Zealand or something like that. I think. Like he's like, yeah. It's amazing how many. It's like American politics are a sport around the world. Like I think they take bets. I think
you're right.
I think they take bets on American politics around the world. Yes, they have a good relationship. But they can send that shit down to South America and do their experiments on them. Leave us Americans alone. You know, we fought a war to free ourselves.
Yeah.
They probably should have put some kind of thing saying, you know, that this back and forth continued for 4 years or something.
Chernoff, please write your best insult. Thank you, says Strange Signal.
And that is another shot.
Are you
We
sure?
only needed $1.
What?
You were
I
getting,
need lots of alcohol, copious amounts.
yeah, you were getting solid 10s, so that helps you a lot.
Look at how studious Jim is.
Jim's fired, just so you know.
No.
Thank you, Strange Signal.
He's probably looking at
I need tequila to get through this.
I want
What
Bob
the-
Dylan up on stage.
Is this
Who the fuck
true,
are you?
Boston Bob?
And I pointed out
No,
in chat
man.
that Matt Barr
I thought the
has
Dutch actually.
said
Well,
my name.
I
His
think
name.
the Dutch have like
my
one of the
name
best
came
prison
out
systems,
of
right?
his
Like
mouth.
their reform works.
called
is
it
that-
His name and he appeared.
I don't like it. Like I don't like this. You kind of give up these. Hey, fuck you, Jim. You abandoned me like a bitch.
left me with fucking Julio.
You, Jim. You're fired. See you soon, bro.
I'll see you tomorrow, right?
What? YouTube rejected your comment? What? It's my comment on my fucking Streamlabs. Oh, I can't even give shit. I can't even give shit to Jim. Say fuck you.
Well,
and
he'll be back in 5 minutes, apparently, so we'll give him shit when he comes back.
Well, it's 11:30. If he's back by 11:35, I'll trust him. Yeah, but you're fired. Thank you, Red Hook. Oh, maybe I should say Jim F you. Maybe that's better. Jim F you. You're fired. Love you. Tony Simp, right? There we go.
Somebody should clip that. Go, oh, there's problems in the BTM verse.
Yes.
They're fighting with each other. Julio doesn't like Jim. He's trying to take his spot.
BTM verse is dead. BTM verse is dead. BTM verse was never a thing. We're just here having a good time.
He called me Wizard of Gay Play, which is the worst. At least Crazy Cat calling me Word Wuss is better.
True.
Crazy Cat's
so-
over there giving him shit.
Now this was confusing to me again. I'm always confused by Riververse books, right?
Confused.
So we got 4 years later. Seniors, now your adventure truly begins. Your class valedictorian has a few things to say. Cato Gooding, yay,
like-
Cato, you go, big guy, right? So they're all excited. Cato's going
Yeah.
up there, right? Presumably, they like Cato. Cato's great,
Yeah.
fantastic. He says,
Also,
like a lot of you,
the light
Oh,
post
all right.
panel break up there too.
forget all the light, forget all the
That's a bad one.
we doing art errors. We'll be here all fucking day. Right? But he says,
What is-
like a lot of you, I had to memorize Mark Antony's funeral oration. I'd hate to see it go to waste. Friends, Romans, countrymen, no, not again. Like, dude, like you've turned on Cato like immediately. Like you liked him. You knew what kind of fucking nerd he was that you were cheering him on.
Hold
Then
up
he
real
starts
quick.
doing the
though.
Mark Antony
Never
speech.
mind.
You're like, no.
So Red Hoodwink was talking about, is that the volleyball player that got busted for? Oh, Jesus. All right. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, I don't know. Like they're talking about the Dutch athlete that got 4 years for something with a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
Only served a year and now is in the Olympics.
Oh, I see. All right. So we already did his jail.
That's
Never
what the judge sentenced the Dutch athlete. Also said that he'd never play in the Olympics again. Like it's like I don't get it. Here's what Boston Bob said originally. Hey, Dave, did you see the Dutch athlete who did something with a 12-year-old? He got 4 years, but got out after 1 year. Now he's competing in the Olympics, dude.
Yeah, Simply Green's right. He said he hopes the Olympics wake people up. You got dudes punching women in the face. You got, legit pedos, not like the little online Kiwi Farms bullshit PDF files, but plain.
It's I hate it, dude. I hate it. Like it's terrible. Like like stay the fuck away from kids. And if you do touch kids, guess what? You get to go work in a fucking goddamn quarry somewhere.
Wait a minute. So it's the Dutch beach volleyball team?
I don't know if he's a volleyball athlete or not.
I think so.
Hey, you got to go send out a string of
You got a lot of beaches over there?
in Deutschland. I don't know.
Maybe
it's Denmark, right? Denmark's where the Dutch are.
It's Netherlands, the lowland.
Netherlands. Okay.
There's no. I could be wrong. I'm not a. I dropped out in 10th grade, but they're not surrounded by the sea.
Kevin said, "Here's $5 to hire Jim back." Well, he's got about
bidding war.
He's got about 40 seconds to make it back because he said 5 minutes ago at 11:30. It's 11:34. Oh, 11:35. Thank you for the 5, Kevin. Oh my God,
Dave. When he comes back, let me share a video.
First super chat of the night. Thank you very much. Very generous of you, Kevin. You're always generous to the channel. You and Julio both. Low watermark. All y'all are so generous to me. I hate the Olympics. I especially this year, especially when it's a gay op or a weird sexual op for reasons. Just let the athletes compete. Because if they didn't do this weird shit in their opening ceremonies and they had to push a message to the world, just let them compete. Like it's awful.
Milo Yiannopoulos, out of all people, had a great take on Twitter. He said, if it's not war related, he's posting on X nonstop now.
He's a wife murdering piece of shit.
That's fair, but he had a good tweet. He said, if it's not related to any war type, thing, it shouldn't be an Olympic sport. There should be wrestling, javelin throwing, shot putting. He said all the other stuff should just be gotten rid of.
Oh, like running with fake blades for legs?
No.
Yeah. Fuck you.
He off his girlfriend, right? Jacob.
Yeah. He shot that bitch 4 times when she was hiding in the bathroom from him.
Should have checked her tone. Yes.
He should have been a fucking rational human being. He beat her too. He's a piece of shit.
Back in ancient Greece, it was boxing, wrestling, running, chariot racing, javelin throwing. You got to bring that back.
Well, they should still be sports in the Olympics, but don't you think that track and field is actually kind of a good sport? I don't know how that has to do with war.
No, running. Yeah, you run the fuck away or run up to your enemy and shit like that. Yeah.
What does swimming have to do with the war?
Well, you got a point there.
I mean, what the fuck does skateboarding have to do with the war? Or
it should be in the X Games. It should not be in the Olympics. And I like skateboarding. I like watching the X Games.
But why not the Olympics? Because the X Games is a good training platform. But if you're good enough, then you make it to the Olympics where you're the best in the world. Your country has to fucking say you're the best to represent our country.
I'm just being old and crotchety. Because I remember when I was young, I would look forward to the opening ceremonies to watch all the countries march out with their flags and stuff. I thought it was cool back then.
Jim's 2 minutes late. Like, I'm gonna call him and say, "Did you get in an accident, dude?" I'm gonna DM his
You're
ass.
treating Jim like you treat your wife. Hey, you're
Yeah.
fucking 10 minutes late. Where the fuck are you?
Yeah. Did you get in an accident? Where you at?
Yeah, we're worried about him now. Let's make like we don't know where he is.
Yeah.
You okay, Jim? Touching
Are
the-
you okay? I'm gonna
eating
DM
a
him.
sharp chip.
Are you okay? Did you get in an accident on the way here? You
Ask him
said
where
five,
Frog Tony touched him.
you said 5 minutes. It's been 7 or 8. You said 5 minutes. It's been 8. Is Frog Tony assaulting you?
Point at the doll where he touched you.
This is just a DM, so it's between Jim and me in the chat. Let's see what he says. Call the cops for a wellness. Of course, like we should be able to Red Hooked. Or Red Hood winked. We should be able to call the cops if we're actually concerned about a family member.
SWAT Frog Tony to make sure. I'm kidding. Joke in Minecraft.
Oh no, Tony's a good guy. I'm just I like
Oh, I'm sure he is. I don't care. I don't know him. Whatever the fuck.
he seems like a good guy, I guess. I mean,
He's having a good time on the internet like we are.
yeah.
Good for him.
Stoicism. Those of you who took Mrs. Wagner's philosophy class know that Stoicism is an ancient Greek philosophy that teaches the virtue of the highest good based on knowledge. To live in harmony with nature, to be indifferent to the vicissitudes of fortune, including pleasure and pain. So Gooding doesn't like sex, guys. He's not sexual. Also, what's up with this racist Chinese dude?
Don't do the voice. Don't do the voice. Don't do the voice.
It's really weird.
It also like didn't color her hairband quite right. It blends in. Maybe that's a scanning thing, but
The discipline of desire. What we do, we need in order to feel fulfilled. The discipline
There
of
goes
action.
Gooding's weird hand again.
Yeah. How do we engage the world around us? The discipline of absence. Can we learn to love our
I think Dave went over to Frog Tony's show. You still here?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I
Making
just
sure.
want to know why he said the racist Chinese guy. What did he do? He's just in the picture. Like, what's he saying or doing? He's part of the DEI fucking background that Eric created for this, or Mike Barron created for this book. I want him to do the voice too. I want him to do it too. And Motto, do the voice. Why not do the voice? Nobody cares about your stream, Tony, except for you and people are watching it. But the Chinese fucking culture is not going to come after you because you said, I want the fried rice. Yes. Come on, dude. What are you talking about?
lives?
He's gonna
Do the
go
voice.
Kiki and Good Ying's Coke.
That's it? The speech is, they just cut the speech off in the middle.
Well, oh. All right, chat. Jim, Hulu, you're watching the movie, and the guys in the auditorium. He's the big, the big professor. He's giving a speech. You see about 30 seconds of the speech, and the fucking scene moves on to the next scene. I don't need to see a fucking 4-hour speech when
Right.
he's, talking to the graduates.
Like they say in music, Dave, don't bore us. Get to the chorus.
Plot twist. Dave leaves his own show to join Frog Tony.
It's going to be a Julio cast tomorrow. All by myself.
No, I'll control my stream from Frog Tony's stream and say, hey, Tony, pause it real quick. We got to hear what BTM says about your bullshit. Like, I'm not saying that Tony's full of shit, but come on, guys. Like, I don't need to see the whole speech. And then, yes, they're at the fucking, they're at, not Rehoboth. What's the other beach up there, Julio?
In Delaware?
Yeah, you had Rehoboth and you had
I only know Rehoboth.
but no, man. Geez, I went to my senior trip or my senior graduation we spent up there in it's right next to Rehoboth. It's on the Maryland side.
Delaware is the home of white trash and speeding tickets.
And Joe Biden. And credit
Joe-
card companies, yes. But I know, like it's like that's the problem. Boston Bob, thanks for being here, man. I don't like tomorrow. I'm going to go see Deadpool. I might do a fucking stream tomorrow to talk about Deadpool, Boston Bob.
You should get Andrew on for that. Andrew's all about it.
Well, he's coming on. He
Yeah.
can't. He's chomping at the bit to talk about it. But we might do a stream tomorrow to talk about it. Julio, go check it out. Maybe ask your son if he wants to go see it with you tomorrow, since he just saw it tonight. And if he says,
Yeah,
go,
I wanted to go see it tonight, but I didn't want to.
well, but go see it tomorrow afternoon. Get
I'm going to be at a music studio tomorrow.
Pay that matinee price. Okay, so I haven't seen. I told my wife we're going tomorrow. We're gonna get some popcorn, and we're gonna sit there and we're gonna watch Ryan Reynolds, and we're gonna watch Hugh Jackman, and I'm gonna have a good time because I like both those actors. When they're doing their own solo stuff.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, fine. So Jim's like 15 minutes late. Chat, he's a traitor. Jim's a traitor. Traitor. Huge. Like, how old is Hugh Jackman now, Red Scorpion? How old is Hugh Jackman? Hugh Jackman. He's 55 years old. Okay. Nice. He's my age. Well, a year younger. Oof. Man, Hugh, looking rough, dude. Yeah, he does not look healthy in these pictures. Man, he looks like he got AIDS or something in that picture, but whatever. Hugh Jackman's he's 55. 55, Chris. He's did you guys like that movie where he was fighting robots or whatever? He was a trainer for the robot stuff. I like that movie. Yeah, dude, I get it. Red Hoodwinked. Deadpool 2 was fine. But I just want to. I kind of feel like if I go watch Deadpool and Wolverine, it's going to feel like a great buddy cop movie, and I miss good buddy cop movies. I used to love like 48 Hours with Nick Nolte and Eddie Murphy. I like Beverly Hills Cop. I like Lethal Weapon. I like all that stuff, and I just kind of feel like that's what I would get if I see these two guys together. Julio.
That's what I've heard it's like. I heard it's
Real Steel. Yes, Real Steel. I like that. I love Real Steel. Good movie. What's up, Chris Bacon? How you doing, buddy? You're up late. Wow. We're giving Jim Satala shit because he left my stream to go on Tony's stream, and he's not back yet. He's a liar. I have a clip for that.
You liar. Why would you make up a lie like that?
That's Jim Satala. That whole movie was literally an episode of The Twilight Zone. I don't know if they ever admitted it, though. Yeah. Man, there's so many good buddy cop movies, and I hope that's what Deadpool and Wolverine is. I'll find out tomorrow because I haven't watched any videos on it. I haven't read one review. I'm going to watch it tomorrow. I'm going to eat some popcorn. And Chris is always welcome, but Chris has a real job, And I think sometimes he gets like I don't want to talk about that. That's okay. But Chris is always welcome here. All he has to do is say, send me the link. Chris is the first guy that ever invited me on a live stream, and he did it through Katie Did. He said, hey, dude, you want to come on Katie Did show? I'm like, huh? What? Like, sure. Yeah. I'd never done this before, but Chris was a guy that contacted me. So I have a lot of love for Chris Bacon. And what I really love about Chris is Chris. He's not a fucking pussy. He doesn't cower to bullshit. We're not talking. Well, we're talking about this because he brought on our boy Jim, and Jim's trying to defend his positive review with Tony Farago.
Jim, his review of Good Ying that he posted on his channel is perfect.
It's just
5 minutes
neutral.
spent on a nothing comic.
Right. Yeah.
People are like, it's like the fucking Zapruder film.
That's exactly what Black Angus said last night in Motto. He said the story really wasn't there, but the actors and the cameos really make the movie good.
I heard Hugh Jackman is amazing in it. That's the general consensus that I've heard.
Okay, that's exact. I would think so. Like watching Ryan Reynolds in Deadpool 1. You're just like, holy shit, this is a great fucking movie. Like Ryan Reynolds just had my attention the whole. I don't even know what happened except for Deadpool was a badass. Hugh Jackman brings it. Of course he does. Of course, he's probably like. I think Hugh Jackman is like, you know what, dude? I did the Logan thing. You guys are gonna bring me back. Yeah, I'm gonna give you it all. And he's probably got some back end deal on this stuff. So why not? Yeah, and I'm sure he made some good money up front, but he's got some back end money. So
I'll go see it. My son was going to go see it tonight, but he just texted me and said he didn't. So I might go see it with him on Sunday. Matinee, you know.
Tomorrow. Oh, you got music tomorrow.
I'm in the studio tomorrow.
Are you guys working on an album, or are you just working on stuff?
There's an album, but right now we're trying to finish one song. All the music is done. Only the singing is left, which I don't do, but the other two guys in the band do the singing. So I have to be down there to make sure they don't fuck it up because I wrote the song. So I'll just be nagging them all day.
Well, why don't you just let them record it and send you the fucking audio? Because when you're there, Julio, when you're there, you're going to be very critical.
No, I've been friends with these guys for like 25 years. It's not like
okay.
That. I get what you're saying. I agree with you, but it's not like that.
Yeah, okay. I just don't want you to go, well, that's a little off pitch. Dude.
No.
It's a rock song. Leave me alone. Goddamn. Like David Lee Roth was awesome. Was he like I love David Lee Roth. He just he had appeal. Like he was just this guy that was having a blast on stage. Like fuck Sammy Hagar. Give me some David Lee Roth. That's how I feel about
I agree.
it.
Sammy Hagar with Van Halen sucks.
But David Lee Roth could actually bring the vocals out when I think Axl Rose was a great fucking lyricist.
Amazing.
Dude, that guy could
Great
sing.
singer.
Yes. And he could write. He could write some songs. But he wrote some fucking shit too. Like, goddamn, dude, get to the point sometimes. However, yeah, the story isn't it. That's exactly what Black Angus said last night. But me and Jim invaded Black Angus's stream. And let's get back to Jim real quick.
I don't know if you've ever been to a graduation, but usually, speeches end with, like, and now we go off into our adventures of, college and, trade school or whatever the fuck it is. Like, he just says a couple lines and then it's just like, yeah, that's enough.
But
they were tired of this scene.
I think they're just trying to keep it minimal. You don't want to do too much.
But it's like every time a scene starts, they just end it like prematurely.
Yeah, but at least
Like,
it
could you imagine?
continues.
It's like Ben, like, oh no, Uncle Ben's on the floor lying, right? And Peter runs to him. Uncle Ben, what happened? Peter, I was shot. Just always remember, Peter, with great power, boom, we're at the funeral. Like, he doesn't even say that. Like, just cuts right to the, like, you'd be like, what the fuck? You prematurely ended the scene.
Yeah, but he's not really saying anything in this speech. It's just kind of like a.
And why have the speech? You can't have it both ways. You can't be like, well, it's not really an important scene, so then why'd you put it in? Oh, because it's important. Well, then why'd you end it so early? Because it's not important. Like, you can't. This is why when you write a script, like, you're like, why is this scene? Every scene should be here for a reason. You have 72 pages of a story.
What to put on the panels. Yeah.
Right? You have 72 pages to tell your story. Every panel should be used. There shouldn't be filler in a comic book, right?
There wasn't 72 pages in this book, was there?
It's a 72-page book. The story's only actually like 67 pages because it's
I
like
thought I
pages.
only counted 64 pages.
Speaking
Well, 'cause
of
there's like 5 pages of ads at the end.
speaking of 72, behind the Chinese guy, is that like a Muslim woman in a hijab?
That's
Look
a
at the-
that's a
the
KF. I thought you meant on the other page.
This one right here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like one of them Kayefas or whatever. Kefas.
Nice take, Wizard. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking like it's not on like
Guys, this is okay. I'm sorry, man. Like, god damn. Like, what the fuck? No, he's not. Like, Jim just enjoyed the read. He wasn't hung up on the nonsense. Like, he just wants to have a good time with the comic. And Mike Barron didn't overemphasize panels. He didn't overemphasize word bubbles. Jim got through the book in like 8 minutes, and he's like very happy when he finished. He's like, I thought this was a one-off, but they didn't like really end it. That's my biggest complaint. But other than that, hey, it was a good read. So what the hell, dude?
They're on page 11.
Yeah, like
I mean, I really have shit to do tomorrow at some point. I
yeah,
can't sit
like
here.
I would rather like last night, me and Jim. I'm gonna pause this real quick, guys. Me and Jim invaded Black Angus's stream.
Yep.
Yeah. Like Jim said he had to go. I wasn't tired. I had no idea Jim was going to be there. And I showed up and I was like, you motherfucker, you said you were going to bed. But, you know,
What it was
that's
funny
like,
is Jim was yawning. Like, oh,
Yeah.
it's-
yeah.
next thing you know,
Yeah. Yeah. Got to babysit tomorrow. Yeah, I have a
I'm
full-time
reheating
job.
pizza. And I put my YouTube on. I'm like, look at these two motherfuckers. They're back at it.
Yeah, and I go over there,
So it's
and
fun.
Julio's in fucking Black Angus's chat. So
Right.
that's what's great about this world, right? But me and Jim show up on Black Angus's stream last night, and Katie fucking clips it. Like, what the hell?
What? Do you have that? Play that.
Oh, here we go.
I feel like I probably saw BTM before, and then I saw some like
Abomination. I like him, dude. I
too.
like Abomination. Oh, who the fuck's trying to join my stream?
I don't know
Some
a
traitor.
Ripper hate video. Maybe
Some
no,
fucking
fuck
Tony
this
the
dude, I can't
Froggo
subscribe
traitor.
to him.
Not a hate video, dude. It's a disappointing. He's
I
just-
got you.
Yeah. Look, I don't hate. What did I say here? What do you say? Hold on.
A Ripper hate video. Maybe I was like, oh fuck this dude, I can't subscribe to him.
Oh, so he said I made a Rip-a-verse hate video. Hey, Jim, you're like a woman. Your 30 minutes is an hour and a half. You're
Hey.
They
fired.
put it. They kept every time I said I got to go. They're like, oh, hold on, one more thing.
They pulled you back in.
Yeah.
Jim, the problem I have with that stream you were just on,
Yeah.
they're turning into the fellowship. They're looking
Yeah.
for everything. Like, dude, come
Oh.
on, man. Like the whole high school thing. Yes, you deal with your bully once and you move the fuck on. Because a bully's done with you, he's gonna find
What
another.
what am I hearing?
I don't know. Me? The chat hates you now. They're like, you left Dave for Tony forever.
Turned on you.
Like they called you turncoat, phony Tony, all this stuff.
We'll get him back. You play the
Hold on.
I'm
Yes.
here. I'm still
He
hearing.
did.
Starlight Cats video. It'll bring him right
Evan,
back.
yes. Like last night, Jim was like, "Gotta babysit tomorrow, Dave. I'm super tired."
Hold on. What the fuck is going on?
It just
The chat's giving you shit. That's what's going on. Yes, comics make no sense. But like last night, I mean, not last tonight. Tony is being a fucking asshole, dude. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, stop. Like,
that's his gimmick. It's all
I don't
right.
want to read the whole high school speech in a comic book. Are you kidding me?
I
Peter,
hope Jim went back over to Frog Tony.
wait a minute. Did Ethan stop streaming because Peter Watts is finally back in the house? Thank you, Peter. Peter's great. I just want to have Peter on one night because I love his personality. Tony was always a prick. Yeah, I think Tony has a real like Jim. Tony's a good guy.
And I was
Tony's-
hearing something. There was something playing. I don't know what the fuck it was. I was still hearing Tony stream.
Oh,
So, dude, like the whole high school speech thing, and then they cut. Like, of course, I don't want to read the whole high school speech.
I don't, you know, I mean, they're just nitpicking every little thing they can find, going over every page. I'm like, come on, man, it's just a story. Read the fucking story, go along. You know, and he's like, oh no, this. And I'm like, and I
They
told him, I
made
said, well, I don't
fun
know,
of
maybe the
They made fun of the Arab fucking like.
dragon, and then they're like about the light. They're like, oh no, the lightning had nothing to do with it. I said, how do you know the lightning didn't have nothing to do with it? Because they don't show them experimenting on the guy. The next panel is him having something wrong with them, and they're testing him. I'm like, I don't know if the lightning did it.
I was stunned that you were gone for an hour or an hour and a half, and they were still on page 11. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Really?
Kevin, thank you for the 5. Here's another 5 to fire Jim again. Kevin tried to rehire you about 30 minutes ago, but now he wants to fire your ass again.
Well,
thank you, Kevin. Oh my God. Holy shit, man. I dude, like I don't want this world to become the Fellowship. And that's what Tony became tonight. When I watched you, I was like, what the fuck? Really? Like
he's got
is
his
this really
gimmick.
what he's
Whatever,
bitching
that's-
about? Like they're talking about timeline stuff in one
Chinese
panel.
guy.
Yeah, like what? Like the Chinese racist guy? What? The Chinese guy didn't say anything.
And I told him, I said, yeah, I can find a bunch of problems if I want to look for problems, but I still like the story. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to see the video when they make the same video about Wreck Planet. I want to see the same nitpick of Wreck Planet because at some point, dude, it's over. It's over. You know, you're just like Jim. You were allowed to like a book. Like you're allowed.
I think, like Jim said earlier, it's a fucking comic book. It was fine.
Yeah, how was
It's good.
TJ seemed cool. Is he cool?
Yeah, he seemed cool.
Yeah. Wizard, how was he?
I don't know. They seem fine.
Yeah, TJ was cool.
I'm fucking pissed off now. Motherfucker.
What's going on?
Ethan launched the fucking other figures already.
You just got back on my show where you were totally focused on Tony's show and you're looking at figures.
No, because I saw the fucking thing. I was going through something and I saw the fucking thing saying, oh, they're live now. I'm like, wait, what?
All right, Dave, let's watch you kids fucking D-Day Angus's show.
Yeah, we're watching us destroy Black Angus's stream last night.
Came in hot.
It's not a hate video, dude. It's a disappointing.
I got you.
Yeah. Look, I don't hate nobody, man. Hate is a waste of my time. But when I spend $450 on a I Want It All, ISOM 1, and then everybody here that knows me knows the story. I'm just on X. I've got 2 subs back in January. I'm talking to some random guy on a Saturday night, and Eric joins our chat because we're talking about ISOM. And he says to me, "What's your problem, bro?" That's what he said. "What's your problem, bro?" And I said, "This." He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "It's Saturday night at 10:30, and you know I'm talking about you." you are the CEO of a multi-million-dollar company, and you have the time to find me talking about you, and he blocked me the next day after I spent $450 on his stuff, Abomination. Okay, so that's where I come from. That's what I never did anything on YouTube, Black Angus, and then I made those videos. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Like, if you Abomination, if you make a book or if you're any creative at all, don't block anybody. Mute the fuck out of them, but don't block them.
No, I feel you, man. I don't do this shit now, and I feel like
I disagree. I've always said from the start of Comicsgate, no one has the right to, just because you're a customer through Indiegogo or whatever, it doesn't give you the right to have access to my Twitter.
That don't have a Twitter. Target has a Twitter. Walmart has a Twitter, and people can comment on that shit every fucking day.
I got a question about Frog Tony that I asked you, Dave. I'll ask Jim. Is he a creator, comic book guy?
I think so.
Oh, he is?
I think he is. I
What's the
love
name-
Frog
what's the
Tony.
name of his-
He
I'm
just-
not saying I don't. I'm just asking what the name of his comic is.
He's being over analytical with Jim on the show to make Jim look like, why would you like this? Like Jim, you said the best part was that it was an easy read. You weren't
Really, I
overwhelmed
zipped
with
right through
panels.
it. You know, I'm sure there's some things. Like I said, wasn't looking at every page, going, "Oh," like I thought when I first read it that the school was called, what the fuck, Davy Crockett High School is what I read in my mind when I went through it. I'm like, Davy Crockett High School, cool. And then I saw, like, wait, it's Dave Sprocket. What the fuck? How did I read Davy Crockett?
Because that's our brain. Like our brain. Like, have you ever seen those screens where there's like 2 letters per word, and you can still interpret what the whole fucking paragraph is? That's what it is. I mean, and you just like, and Davy Crockett being down in Texas, because this is Texas, and didn't Davy Crockett go fight in the Alamo and get his ass killed to fight against those Mexican hombres? But I will say one thing, Jim. You missed a good 25-minute video game conversation while you were gone for an hour and a half, you piece of shit.
I'm sorry.
No, Ripa doesn't know who Davy Crockett is, but you know who does is Mike Barron. And Mike Barron wrote this book. I don't even think Eric's read this book, Julio. I really don't.
Who knows? I don't know.
He doesn't need to. He just is hiring solid people to produce stuff for his company. You think the guy at DC and Marvel Comics read all the books? No. They hire the people to do the work, and they pay them, and they hope to God it sells. Davey was from Tennessee, but he took his ass to Mexico, or the Tennessee or Texas, when Texas wasn't even a state yet, and he brought his ass out to. There's a whole monument out there with Davy Crockett. Like Davy Crockett, I mean, now was Daniel Boone was mythical, right, Jim? Like
Daniel Boone? No, Daniel Boone's a real guy.
Was he real?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, he went to Texas. He fought at the Alamo. I used to love that show, man. I used to love the Davy Crockett show. I used to love the fucking Daniel Boone show. Daniel Boone was a man. Yes, a real man. Oh my God, that theme song. Yeah, I get it, Chris. But sometimes, like Jim actually spent like $90 on all these books. He gave his honest, because Jim's not a creator. He's just a purchaser. He's the customer, and he gave a customer review, and he said, "Hey,
yeah, I just
liked
spent
it."
another $250 on stupid fucking action figures
For Rainbow Brute."
Yeah.
Which ones? The gray?
The 2 white. I had 2 white and 2 American ones. They're limited to 800 each.
Samba, we've played. Like Katie sent me a video she hasn't even released yet. We detracted on that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Had it exclusive.
Yes, of course. Like just like uh but let's get
I
back
agree
to
with Jimmy the Lumberjack. before you
me.
get-
Me
That's
and Jim
true.
were brilliant last night, and I do like Abomination. He's a Rippaverse fan, and that's fine. Being a fan of something, I don't have a problem with. Like
Mhm.
like I'm a Detroit Lions fan. Jim's a Chicago Bear fan. I don't hate Jim.
I
Just-
was. I don't. I'm not a fan of any football team anymore.
You don't
well,
follow
when
any of
they
that?
started kneeling, yeah, right. I get it. Like
When
same
they
with,
put the names on the helmets and they put that rapist's name on the helmet that stabbed those people, I'm done.
what was that? I don't even know what
Jacob
that-
Blake.
They put his name on
Yeah.
their helmet.
Yeah.
All teams or just the Bears?
A bunch of teams. A whole bunch. Bears did it. A bunch of other teams. I'm like, fuck it. I'm done.
You shouldn't get mad at dogs for barking. That's what they do.
Now, I will say this, Jim. When they kneeled, I didn't watch NFL for like 3 years.
Hmm.
And then all of a sudden my Lions got good. I was like, oh shit. Yeah.
I didn't watch it for a couple of years either when they were kneeling. And a buddy of mine's like, "What? Why do you like football?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "So fucking watch it. Why are you letting these animals ruin your enjoyment of stuff?" Plus, my son's now into it, and he wasn't before, so I watch it with him. So
No,
that's-
I get what your friend is saying to a point, but also, why would I support a bunch of people that don't understand the people that watch them?
I'm
Don't.
not paying anything. I just
No,
watch it.
you are, dude. Dude, you
I
are.
don't think you know how I watch the football
You
games.
pay for
Okay.
ESPN Plus. You
I pay for that for hockey. I like hockey.
but that money goes to everything they broadcast.
Okay.
Right? I'm just saying, like if it wasn't for us like watching ads or subscribing to DirecTV, and now it's on YouTube, right? YouTube owns Sunday Ticket. Like,
Who knows? That's
wild.
Yeah, crazy.
But let's get back to us. Just like me and Jim just rolled in here and just
If that's a problem for you, then don't back me. But if
no,
you're
no,
if you're
it's
a
on
cunt,
access
I'm
to
going to
your
block
Twitter.
you.
If I'm on your Twitter though, and you mute me, guess what? I don't know you muted me, and I'll buy your next book still, dude. If I want to see what's still going on. But when you block me, when I spend this much money, then you don't really care. You just don't look, dude. Eric is a capitalist at heart. He can say he's an ANCAP or whatever. He wants that cash. You don't think he wants my 450 or maybe the 1,000 that the Gyra I want it all was, right? Like that's what the Gyra I want it all. You don't think he wants that? Come on.
Hold on,
dude.
you spent big bank on Isom and Yaira?
No, I would have maybe
Oh,
if you
okay,
wouldn't have
okay.
blocked me. That's the point.
Yeah.
That's why, and I'm in sales, Black Angus. I don't block any. Like I got haters, dude. I got people that come after me. I've never blocked anybody. I just keep my Twitter open. They can do it. I've never blocked anybody, dude. Never. What they want to do, I don't have to respond though. I don't have to even know they said it because I don't even look at Twitter hardly at all. Like my biggest Twitter is I'm going live tonight, right? And once in a while, like tonight, I'm going, posting some stuff that is just a retweet. But other than that, I'm not a big Twitter guy, so I don't pay attention to stuff. So, and that's my problem with Eric. Why do you care about Twitter, dude? Go run your multi-million-dollar comic book company and let that shit just work itself and stay off Twitter so you don't piss off a bunch of people when you're blocking them. He says he doesn't block his customers. He said that in the video last week. We played it. You know what he does? Jim Satala's blocked.
I'm
Jim
blocked.
Satala-
I'm buying everything. I've said I'm here
Yeah.
till you're out of business, Eric. I'm buying every fucking thing.
But you're doing it to fucking make fun of him. I'm doing it because I thought it was when he first talked about it, I thought it was an alternative to mainstream.
I got blocked by Eric because I'm followed by people he doesn't like.
Yeah. Funny
why.
enough, though, Rookie sent this to me.
Where is
says-
Rookie?
He had to go to work, help his retarded underlings. They're getting swarmed, I guess.
At the subway?
Yeah.
Tell
So
him to
Eric
fucking
posted
fire
this.
everybody.
Big things
I thought he
soon.
worked at a pizza place.
So I guess we're getting more animation.
Is that Yaira?
Yeah, that's the Ira.
I didn't know if maybe there was another. Like, I don't understand. I really don't understand why he keeps doing these.
Julio, do you see how much more Jim pays attention when he's on another stream?
I'm paying attention right now. What are you talking about? I can listen. The problem is I'm hearing the screen, Dave, and you, Dave, and I can't tell who's who. And I'm like, wait, what's going on?
That's a good point.
And then I hear myself, and I think I'm having a seizure.
Yeah, I kept like last night when we were e-fapping, or was it 2 nights ago? We were e-fapping Matt Barr, and every time I'd start the stream back up, like it was coming in through 2 different sides of my headphones, and that's why I kept pausing it. As soon as I started, I was like, "Did you guys say something?" And nobody was. It's just like, oh shit, like the sound is fucking me up. But I don't know if you're not subscribing to BTM Reviews after this hot take, guys. And Katie, thank you for clipping this. And Katie does have a new channel, guys, for her clips, which is smart. I'll put it back in the chat in a little bit.
New books and new stuff, and get something and start like when he releases ISOM 3, if it doesn't do over $1 million, it's because he drove his business into the ground before he could have that. If he would have went ISOM 1, ISOM 2, ISOM 3 right in a row, he probably would have made more money than he's made on all these other books.
I don't know. I think people read the first one and he lost a lot just from having read it. But
he's still ISOM 2. He still did over 2 million.
Summer Swan, it's a stupid story. Like I would have never did a YouTube video if Eric wouldn't have blocked me. And then I do a YouTube video, and then Black Angus like, "Hey Dave, you want to come on?" Katie's like, "Hey Dave." I'm like, "Sure." I've never like Black Angus. Remember when you sent me the link? I was like, "How do I do this? I don't even know what to do. I don't even know how to do this. I don't have a clue."
I love Rip a Goalpost because he exposed you to us. He's a sleeper cell. He's a double agent. I love Goalpost.
I think he's right in the middle. He don't give a fuck about any of it. He's just calling it out because he can. He just made a video about me like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, see, yeah, it's funny because I had no idea.
Katie's new
I'm watching Trash
Clip
Cast
channel, guys.
All of a sudden, he's playing a video about me, and I'm like, "Rip a Goalpost made a video about me, about my mission from God." And why did you tag me? I love you, Goalpost.
It was me. It was Low Watermark, and it was Jim. And the name of his video was 3 Psychologists Analyzing Eric. I was laughing my ass off, like, oh,
yeah. I didn't say anything in it either.
Talk to him. I don't think he hates anybody. I think he's just having a good time on the internet. I legitimately think it, dude. And look, like I said earlier, Abomination, hate is a waste of time. But look, man, if you spend some money on some shit, and like this pinball machine behind me, I bought it last year. I sent it to a guy that's gonna, he redid everything. I got it back. Guess what? One of the flippers doesn't work right, like the way it should, right? It doesn't get the ball back up the table. So if I do a review and this guy says, "Fuck you, I'm blocking you on Facebook for your review," guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna find another pinball repair guy. I'm not gonna go back to that guy. But if I call the guy tomorrow and say, "Hey man, this shit ain't working right," you know what he's going to do? He's going to show up and go, "I'm going to fix it." And that's all you ask for. All Eric had to do is say, "Hey, man, I appreciate the fucking feedback." And he could do that to everybody. And everybody would go, "Okay, at least he's listening." Am I wrong? Was that a good take, Julio?
Great take.
I thought so.
What do you got here, Jim? Is this another video?
This is that video we were watching.
Oh yeah, let's get back to Eric. Fucking July.
All right, I'm gonna duck out.
When it's
Thank
like
you, Dave,
they
and
can
Jim.
tell.
Are you going to go see Deadpool tomorrow with your son? Oh, you got
Sunday. I will. Tomorrow I gotta go. Yeah.
All right. Hey, Jim.
Thank you, chat.
Thanks, Julio, for coming in, buddy.
No problem.
You're always great, man. Hey, Jim. I'm going to go see Deadpool tomorrow. You should go see it, and we could have a stream tomorrow night and talk about it.
I don't want to go to the movie theater.
Really?
Yeah.
I love the movie theater, man. I
Yeah.
love the popcorn, the big ass sodas, all that stuff.
Maybe. We'll see. Tomorrow's Saturday. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe. We'll see.
Well, if you do,
If I
and
do,
look-
I'll let you know.
and then we'll talk about it tomorrow night, and we'll bring Andrew Rowland on because he's dying to talk about it. Andrew said $5. Holy shit! Thank you, Andrew. Andrew Rowland thanks Mike Partika for reviewing his comic. Be like Andrew Rowland. Yeah, go review Andrew's book from XP Comics. It's I like it, but again, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I like a good story. It got me through the book very nicely. I understood what I was watching, what the characters were, and Mike, I think, gave a fair review too. I appreciate the $5, Andrew. And if I go, when I go see this movie tomorrow, even if Jim doesn't, Andrew, maybe it'll be me and you tomorrow night, and maybe Enmato wants to come on tomorrow night, and we'll talk about it. Oh, I got a video coming out pretty soon about my pinball machine I just bought. So, Elemental MJ asked me to send some video clips of my new pinball machine so that he could make a video. So hopefully that video will be out real quick. That's Jim. I won't be in 2 streams 2 nights in a row. Kevin Prestop. All right, so let's get back to Eric being Eric.
I think they're a lot smarter than I think people give them credit for. The general customer, especially in something like comics, right? Just simply saying, "Hey," waving your hands and screaming like, "Hey, we're better," and all this stuff, like that's not good enough. The audience doesn't really care about any of that stuff. It comes off as condescending. It comes off as elitist. And these are some of the traits that have turned people off of the mainstream. When you have folks,
So in other words, Eric has understood with all the negativity that he's gotten about his shit that maybe he should shut the fuck up, right? Like that's what I'm getting from this take right here. Like, oh, we can't act like we're the best if we're not truly the best. Well, Eric's always act like he's the best and the alternative to everything. Do you agree or disagree? I
don't understand I don't understand what he's getting at here. I don't know if it's projection or if it's deflection.
Either way, he needs people to find the Rippaverse because the Rippaverse fans have started diminishing greatly, right? Like we just talked about it earlier tonight with the sales of Gooding and the Rippazine. Like, you can't make a magazine a collection, Jim. That cheapens what a collection is to me.
Sure does.
It does. It cheapens what a collection is. I do believe I have played Bonsai Run before, Peter Watts. I played so many when I was growing up. But I do want, like, my pinball guy has that Next Generation table, Jim. Like, I want that one so bad. I want to get that Star Trek Next Generation table. Oh my God. All right, go back to Eric.
That, for example,
Sorry, Jim.
like you get people that, especially young people, right, that come in the game, and you shouldn't be the guy that gets mad at the youngsters, right, that have figured it out, and that maybe they've seen a little more success than you have, and that's not a knock to you or your talent. It's a lot that has to go right in order for someone to see success. And the way to approach that is not to be like, well, you guys are the younger, newer undeserving bunch, right? Especially Riververse. Obviously, we have a mix of talent, right? We have young guys. We have, like myself, obviously, in starting it. But we also have veterans that have been around, the Will Conrads, the Cliffs, the Joes, the Mike Barons, and these guys have been, Chuck Dixon, these guys have been around the block, right? So we have a mixture of both anyway. So that's not necessarily a problem. I think it's more me than it is anything, just because I'm the front-facing guy. I'm the owner of the freaking company. I'm the one that started it, right? But no matter what you do in any industry, there's always going to be guys that come along that are young and may have not been in the game as long as you got
What
that
the
you
fuck
are
is he
that are going to
talking
see
about,
more
Jim?
success
Like,
than you had.
Dude, you're not in the comic book industry, Eric. That's not what you're in. Jesus Christ, dude. You're fuck off, dude. Stop blowing smoke up your own ass. Holy shit. You think anybody gave a shit about your age? Oh, he's so fucking delusional, Jim. Holy shit. Your take, Jim? What the fuck, dude? This is pissing me off. Like, oh,
He makes it hard to understand what he's saying half the time.
dude,
Like
he's talking nonsense. Like he's the young guy, dude. When we talk about young people coming in and doing it, it's not 30-year-old people. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about 20-year-olds, that holy fuck. He's so deluded. That's it. He's in the fucking plushie business. He's not in the comic industry. You're not, Eric. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking. Please. It's bullshit. Oh my God. And you think you're so fucking above it all. Like, oh, dude, like I am compared to, all these young guys in the mainstream that are successful. You're not even in the fucking, you're in no stream.
But he's probably going to do over $2 million worth of business this year. Almost guaranteed.
Whoop-de fucking.
No, I'm just saying. I mean,
dude, that's nothing. That's nothing, dude.
Well,
come on, man. Don't, Jim. I'm gonna sell over $2 million worth of product this year. Okay. Shut the fuck up, Eric. And I'm going to probably bring home more money on a personal level than he will as a business owner.
Well, yeah, because he's paying 20 people.
Yes. Like, I don't know. Like, do not say, though, we resent you because you're young. That's the weird take here, Jim. That's my problem. Like, we resent Eric July because, young like myself. No, dude, that was never a thing. Yeah, that's not whatever. Nobody ever thought that was a thing. I'm getting angry. Go ahead, Jim.
Shorter period of time, right? The way to handle that to me is to try to figure out, just like I have, try to figure out what they are doing better than you, for that matter, or that's more appealing. Maybe it's not better isn't the proper word. Maybe it's just a more appealing thing, and learn from it, right? And adjust, in your own perspective and in your own approach and how you do business. That's the way to do it. It's not to try to diminish, right, the accomplishments of them just because you feel like they're newer to the game. The audience doesn't care about that shit, and they care about it, but it's not in the way that you think. Just saying, hey, we've been around for longer than this guy. We know what we're talking about. He sucks. Everything about his brand is okay. Cool. If that's the angle that you want to take, it's your opinion, but do understand that there's going to be an audience that sees that, and it's not going to come off like, hey, you are this guy that knows everything and you are the ever knowing. It's going to come across as elitist, and it's going to come across as asshole-ish, for lack of a better term.
Like every video you've ever made. Like, Eric, you're the biggest elitist.
He doesn't realize
asshole.
he's describing himself.
Exactly, dude. Like, what are you? Oh my God. Holy shit. We're going to go on a little rain here. So I'm going to take this down because my video editor's like, Dave, get the clips off the screen so we can get you and Jim on the screen. Dude, like you just said it, Jim. He's describing himself 100%. Eric, dude, come on, man. Like, you've never, ever thought of yourself of anything except above everything that you hate. And you hate it all because you think you're better than it all. Oh my God, Jim. God, he's so young in that mindset. Like he's
I'm starting to think he's not as young as he claims.
He doesn't realize anything.
Because most people, when they get into their 30s, start to think of themselves as old.
Well, you start to actually think about death.
It's when you start to get older in your 40s and 50s where you go, I'm not that old.
Yeah, when you're in your 30s, like, oh shit, I could die. Like in your 20s, you're like you're invincible. But I understand why I stopped watching him a few months after subbing a few years ago. Yeah, dude, like,
and
it's
especially, you know, Dave, if you consider his demographic, he's actually very old for his demographic.
What's his demographic, Jim?
Well, I mean, the rates of certain people getting killed, dying at young ages is very high at a certain demographic.
But what's his demographic for his comic books, though? It's us, the middle-aged
Honestly,
white people.
I don't think it's us. I think it's his.
Dude, you saw the
It's
meetup.
FNT's audience. It's his audience on YouTube. That's who his
that
demographic
means means middle-aged white people.
Wait, but he doesn't want actual comic book fans. I don't think he wants people to.
He wants plushie buyers.
Yeah, he doesn't want actual people that are into comics that are, you know, whatever. Because
yeah, whatever is the fact that he's full of shit.
Have I talked to you about spread the good word of Gooding to you?
Yes. Hey, Jim, what's your favorite part of Gooding? I mean, you actually like it, and not. You don't like it to be like ironic. You like it because you think that Mike Barron got you through a story where you were not overburdened with nonsense, right? Like,
yeah, I didn't have a problem with them jumping where it's like moving forward the story with, you know, there is some stuff that I would have liked to have heard, but it wasn't a problem. Like my own mind was able to think of other things like,
the
lightning might have did it.
Graduation speech, like when he
I just really they could have just said like. They could have did like a panel of him just standing there giving a graduation speech, and then another panel of this. They didn't have to do that much with it. You know, the scene was a little weird. There was a couple scenes that were a little weird now that I'm looking back on them, and after going on Tony's stream and looking at them again, I was like, well, this whole thing with him offering him beer is a little strange. And then
who's offering him beer?
The guy from Madwire was offering him a beer, and he's like, no, I'm only 17. If he knew, you know, like if he knew everything about it, but I mean, I understand why they're just telling the story. It's a surface level story. It's a comic book. It's not deep.
Jim, when you were 17 years old and somebody offered you a beer, you were going to take it. Like,
yeah,
I would. You wanted the beer.
Yeah, guess what? When I graduated from grammar school, we were drinking beer.
Right. Like
we had keg parties graduating from grammar school.
Like,
at everyone's house went in kegs.
You have no idea how many times I sat in front of a liquor store waiting for the guy I thought that might buy me a case of fucking beer because I was underage. Like that's a thing.
That was a thing completely.
I like that.
Go sit at the park and drink.
Right. Or in the parking lot before you go into the concert. Like you drink your beer. Oh my God. So like that's like I appreciate that Mike Barron knows that's real life.
You know, and in the wintertime in Chicago when it was too cold to sit at the park, you went into someone's car and you drove around drinking all night. That's what you did.
And what we would buy.
And guess what? We all survived.
Jim, when I was that age, you know, we would buy Mickey's Big Mouth because there's a higher alcohol content. We could buy a 6-pack and get through it pretty quick and be fucking pretty buzzed and go home and crash. Like, holy fuck. Like, Tony's being like, I get it. Like, he hates Eric. Like, he does, dude. I whatever. Like, but Jim was satisfied, and that's fine, dude. I mean, maybe I should make a video tomorrow saying why Gooding is great, even though I didn't buy the book because I love my boy Jim. And maybe I'll be invited on Tony's stream, but like, I don't want to do that because that's gay.
Like, I mean, you could get anything. You could buy anything. I love the Lord of the Rings movies.
Dude,
but if I wanted to, I could go through the Lord of the Rings movies and find problems with the entire fucking movie all the way through. Just go, oh, this is wrong. This should be like this. That should have been this. You know what I mean? Like, oh, his hair's not right. His hair should have been like this. This guy wouldn't have said that. You know, this guy's missing. This character didn't exist. Orcs don't act that way, you know.
Of course, like the bum would take our money. Yeah, it was a crapshoot. You had to like pick the right guy. Peter Watts. Did the Mickeys have the puzzles on the caps back then? Of course they did, dude. Like, yes, those Mickeys. I actually want to go buy a fucking 6-pack tomorrow of Mickeys and just drink it. That malt liquor shit was so good.
I would be much more satisfied if I only had bought the one copy. But I bought the 4 because I thought
the one not copy.
The one I like. Not
yeah,
the D copy. The one actually I like the cover if I would have just bought that one, but I bought them all. I might sell 1 or 2. We'll see.
You could send me one. Like,
I could.
My P.O. box is in my fucking information.
And I gotta get a Gemini mailer and
no, send it in a fucking don't do that.
I have them. It's fine, actually.
Just send it to me.
It was a joke.
Yeah,
I'll send it to you.
Start shaming Jim. Please shame Jim into infinite fucking shame. I do hope you said that. Hey, go watch BTM reviews when you left Tony's show.
I told him I was going to, but they stopped streaming like right after I left. Because I wanted to go look and see if they talked shit.
Really? I hope that Chris Bacon like send me the link. We're not. It's not a total hate stream, Chris. Oops, wrong fucking wrong address. So hey guys, go also sub to Katie's new clip channel. I put it in the chat just like 3 or 4 minutes ago. Go sub to her new clip channel. I know why she's doing it. She's already got over like 700 subs. Go over there and make sure you support her there. Like nobody. Red Hood. I fucking don't like Star Wars. I never have liked Star Wars from the first day I saw it in the theaters when it came out. I'm not a Star Wars guy. I used to love it too, Jim. Like in Maryland on Sunday, you couldn't buy liquor. Like they had ABC stores, no purchases on Sunday. And then when I lived in Arkansas, there were dry counties. What the fuck? So people just got fucking killed driving from the wet county back to the dry county to get the fuck home. Oh man. And then like my mom is European, right? So she didn't understand my dad's whole problem with alcohol for people that were 16 or whatever. So one night I'm having a party at my house in my basement. Just like I told my dad, it's just friends. It's just friends coming over. We're just going to hang out. My dad comes down and there's a keg of beer. He's like, what the fuck? Y'all get the fuck out of here. And my dad goes, where'd you get that keg? I'm like, Mom bought it. Like, your wife. So it was fucked up, man. Oh man, the good old days. Now in today's world, Jim, in today's world, parents have to know the friends of their kids or the parents of their kids' friends. Like gay, gay. Chris Bacon, how are you, sir?
Oh man, I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
We're doing awesome, man. We're just chilling, talking shit. Like our boy Jim here bought all 4 covers of Gooding. He made a video. He said, "Hey,
I saw that. I saw that.
yeah." He
So
he didn't hate it.
yeah. So the reason I came on. So again, I'm not going to speak for Tony, but I'll say this. I'll speak for kind of myself and just my observations. As you all know, I chat with Tony fairly regularly through
He's
Twitter.
a really good guy.
on
Yeah.
chat. Yeah. So here's the deal with the Rippaverse. I'll preface it by saying this: if you took, let's just take Gooding for example, or maybe some of the other books, and you stripped down all the names, you took off the cover, and you just said like, okay, nothing else changed, none of the art, none of the story, nothing, and you handed it to say Tony or anybody in that particular side of the persuasion and said, okay, tell me what you think of it, they would probably give it a very high level overview read like most of us would. They wouldn't be deep diving it, and they'd probably be like, it's okay. So that being said, the reason that it gets the scrutiny that it gets is really it goes back to Eric July and the fact that he's really kind of invited this. And it goes back to Isom with the 3D assets and people calling him out on it. And he's like, no, 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 no. There was no 3D assets. That's lies. That's bullshit. It goes back to, people didn't like the story or didn't understand parts of the story. He's like, I'm not going to hold your hand through this. Do you need me to hold your hand? And just basically telling people what they were seeing and what they observing was invalid. And the criticisms, and again, this is my opinion, this isn't Tony's words or anything I've ever even
Sure.
asked. I think it's just more mockery at this point than criticism. You're looking at this and you're looking at the history of Eric July, how he's presented himself, how he's tried to defend his product in the face of overwhelming evidence that suggests valid criticism. Again, going to the 3D assets or what people have said about stories and stuff like that. And it's just, again, it's a mockery at this point.
I
Just
won't
the-
even, Chris, I am not going to say that any of Tony's criticism of Gooding isn't valid. It's just, it's valid criticism. Everything he said, there's nothing he was, you know what I mean? To me, it's like, it's just a comic book. It's not a fucking.
Well, again, that's why I prefaced it by saying if you took everything, rip a verse title off, remove the names of the people, and just said like, okay, I want you to read this book for what it is, completely blind of the creators,
The author,
where
the
it came
drawing,
from,
right?
they
all
would
that stuff.
just like I would just
And
I would
I
skim through the
honestly
book.
cannot say, Chris, if I would have had such a high opinion. I'm not even gonna say I had such a high opinion that I wouldn't have enjoyed it so much if it wasn't written by Mike Barron. But it made me feel like I did when I was 13 reading The Punisher. That's the vibe I got from it. It's the same type of story that just goes zoop.
Yeah, so I mean, like and maybe somebody like you, you're obviously more into this than say I am, but like the comic books that I've read in the past 6 months, I'm going into it as this is a one-off thing. I'm going to read it once. It's going to go on the shelf and there it will stay. Just like most movies and most TV shows, I'm not going back. I'm not looking at it over and over. I'm not going to watch an episode of a TV show or a movie, even one I really enjoy, and break it down scene by scene, frame by frame.
And notice that the teacher didn't see one kid with a cell phone and the other kid with a rubber band, Jim. That pissed me the fuck off.
Well, because I was like, dude, come on. You're going to tell me that was like happened all the time in school where
All
someone's
the
doing
time.
something and it's always the last person that gets caught or whatever. And it's like, that
Yeah.
just happens. I don't know. I mean, that
Well,
wasn't weird.
My favorite observation when he was going through that book is like they're outside of the school and like the welcome student sign. There's an American flag above the welcome student sign in the place that's obviously a defunct, Texas is now its own country, completely void of the United States. There's a Texas flag on the roof, and then there's the American flag right above the welcome sign. And I was like, this building is an obvious 3D asset that they didn't even bother to remove the American flag. And when Texas isn't even part of the United States anymore. So
And I didn't notice. I told Dave. I told them. First time I read it, my brain said it said Davy Crockett High School.
Mhm.
And so I saw Davy Crockett High School. Cool. And then after, I'm
Which
like, wait,
would
it says
make sense for Texas. Like
it says Dave Sprocket. I'm like, what the fuck?
So again, I haven't read this book. I'm not going to read the book. But again, I think when it comes to people who are on the other side, whether it's Black Angus, whether it's Tony, yeah, is the criticism valid if you're breaking it down? But again, most people who are casuals aren't going to be deep diving that. And I use that example because if I would probably get the book and it was completely devoid of any markings and someone said, "Hey man, what do you think about this?" I'd be like, "Yeah, it was all right."
Right. Right.
I'm not.
And
It's not going to be something I'm going to remember the plot line to probably 2 weeks from now. But for the time, the 15 minutes that I was sitting there flipping through it and reading it, I'd be like, you know what, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I read it in less like 5-6 minutes. I was just like,
Yeah, I might have been pissed off. I paid $18 for something that I could get through in 10 minutes. But I
well,
mean,
that's pretty much anything. Any comic book really 5-6 minutes. That's it.
and like Jim says, there weren't so many panels per page. I was confused. There weren't so many word bubbles that the art didn't speak for itself. Like those were positives finally. Like what Eric does? He overdoes every page in every book, but this wasn't that book. Which is a I think if you're being honest, it's like a positive for the Rippaverse that he let this go out with a bunch with a different, like it's 62 pages versus 70 or 90, right, Jim? Which is a nice thing.
They're saying it was supposed to be 70 something, but I counted 64 pages of like 32
Yeah, but
pages
that's like 5 pages of editor credits and whatever. But
but
that's like the credit scenes are included. But at the end of the day, Chris, Jim's biggest problem was this was supposed to be a one-off book for Gooding. But
it ended on a cliffhanger.
But it ends on a cliffhanger.
well, I mean, I'll see that. What show did I just get done watching recently where that happened? Where you're like, okay, this is supposed to be like a limited series, because like Netflix and stuff.
Oh yeah,
They started doing the limited series just to kind of test the waters to see if something should be made into something. So maybe that was actually a good thing that they did that, just to like, okay, can you see the story ending there if it needed to? Maybe, I don't know, but it gives the opening for continuation if needed.
Yeah, I mean they should have. They should have ended this Gooding on the book where the guy walks up. It says Texas Ranger, and then just like show him walking in the room, and that should have been the end of it.
Right.
Because then you don't know. It's like, oh, so the Texas Rangers are going to see him. Well, then it could be the guy wasn't a Texas Ranger and he breaks him out. If you're going to do a second book, that would have been like something happened. That would have been a flashback or something of the guy coming in and getting him out. The whole scene with Gooding saying, "We're going to be ready. We're going to do this. We don't need." It's like, well, then fuck. Obviously, their story's continuing.
Yeah, because he's like preparing for the next battle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like for example, like the last Transformers movie they had, or like the Beast in the Jungle or something, and G.I. Joe comes in at the very end. You're like, oh, they could do something with this more if they wanted to, but at the end of the day, you're like, well, if they wanted to end it with them just introducing the Transformers to G.I. Joe, I guess they could. So
it's like the end of The Accountant when he tells his brother, I'll come find you. It's like, okay, there better be a fucking part 2.
Oh, that Ben Affleck movie?
Yeah, and the
I
guy
love
that played the
fucking
Punisher,
movie, man.
It's awesome. That's a good movie.
The Accountant is so goddamn good. It's underrated, man. Like nobody talks about it, but goddamn.
Yeah, I think Ben Affleck's a pretty good actor in some stuff. Some stuff he's great, like that in The Town. He's great in The Town.
He's also a good Batman, dude.
I liked him as Batman. Some people don't. I thought he was good.
He's a good Batman. But I like him in
I
Dogma.
mean, he's a better Bruce Wayne, I think, than Christian Bale was, but Christian Bale might have been a better Batman. I don't know.
That's what everybody says, but I didn't dislike Christian Bale in either role as Batman, as either Bruce Wayne or Batman, because I just like when I watch Chris, I'm like this motherfucker is living in this world.
I could pick apart Dark Knight Rises like nobody's fucking business for how bad that movie is.
You're
And
not
I
the
still
only
liked it.
one. Right? Yeah, like.
Oh, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
We've just been doing some bullshit tonight, Chris. We talked a lot of video. You're not a video game guy though, right, Chris?
Depends. I mean, not really, but sort of, I guess. Depends on what it is.
First person shooter, open world.
Typically, like when I was
Sides.
playing video games, it was like those battle arena games, like
Oh.
League of Legends, stuff like that. Stuff that you can like turn on, play a game. It has a beginning, it has an end because the battle or whatever's over, and you can walk away from it.
Oh, just
Like
a match, a match
yeah, like
game.
being invested in like a storyline game or like a World of Warcraft where you have to like basically make it a part-time job. I'm like, dude, I ain't got time for that shit anymore.
Well, yeah, like when I put over 300 hours into Fallout 3, it's like, holy shit, I'm an adult with fucking kids. What am I doing? But I had fun. Like it's crazy. Whew. I'm gonna go see Deadpool tomorrow, Chris Bacon. I'm gonna give Disney Marvel money tomorrow to go see a movie.
I haven't seen a movie in theater since Top Gun Maverick. I mean,
Oh, good, great one to go see in theaters.
but I mean, again, that was one that I'd been waiting for since I was a kid, right? But
Yeah.
anything other than that, especially nowadays here in 2024, I'm like, shit, there's so much stuff on my playlist I haven't watched. I was watching The Gentleman on Netflix, got sidetracked, haven't finished that.
Good show, man.
Vikings Valhalla dropped the last season. I haven't gotten around to watching that. I'm like, there's so much shit for me to watch if I want to watch something, whether it's a movie or a TV show. I'll get to it eventually, but
We're gonna start doing weekly as soon as House of the Boring ends.
Oh, Black Angus says it's the greatest show ever.
Oh my god, dude.
Which that's his opinion too. I mean, it's not. It's just I
No.
feel like they're fucking dragging it out for some reason, and I don't understand why. Because it's not like they're charging us.
Right, but as soon as
episodes,
this this compilation of weekly reviews is over, we're gonna start doing with weekly reviews of the series Justified.
okay, Timothy
which-
Oliphant, yeah.
Yeah, which I've never seen. I bought the box set, so we're gonna start doing weekly streams of that, and that's like a 5 or 6 season 6 season series. So I can't wait.
I don't know. I think like if you're doing that, there's so many good FX series, like in the early 2000s, like
Mhm.
Yeah, The Shield.
like The Shield, Nip Tuck. Holy shit, Nip Tuck, that shit was crazy. I mean, just like obviously, like
Even
Sons
the
of
X Files were great back on
Sons-
Fox. Yeah,
Sons
Sons
of
of Anarchy. Yeah,
I mean, like FX back in the day, well, not even that far back in the day, but I mean, they had some of the best shows on TV, right up until I guess like AMC came along with like Walking Dead, Breaking Bad,
Well,
and
it's like
some of the
Walking
stuff that
Dead.
came out.
The first season was okay, but then it was just like it's the same thing, repeat, the same shit, repeat.
dude,
It was like-
I love the first season because they were actually trying to survive, and then it became like gay as fuck. Like the second season was all this relationship nonsense. I'm like, I'm out. I want to see you fuckers kill zombies and get to the end point.
like I like that series Dexter. The
Dexter's
first run
great.
of Dexter was really good.
Yeah, they're bringing that back.
Well, they brought it back for a limited run. When
No,
his
they're
kid
bringing it
came-
back like him as a younger person.
Oh, really? Wow.
You haven't seen that?
No, I didn't see that.
Dexter New Blood, I think it's called.
My
Like,
daughter loves Dexter. I've never watched it.
Michael C. Hall is he's going to be the voice, like the inner voice, but he's not going to be the actor. It's some other guy playing him at a young age.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, that's hitting brought back. I saw 24 is getting a new season called 25, but
Why? Why?
I
Is
don't
that
know.
with Kiefer? Is Kiefer
It's,
in
I
it?
think it's like a lot of the same people, like that Tony Almeida character, the guy who one of the guys who played the president at some point. I can't remember.
Oh, the black guy?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Are they
But
going to
yeah,
bring back 21 Jump Street? Because
Dude, I want to know why they don't make like either Teeth of the Tiger or Bear and the Dragon into a movie, the Tom Clancy books. Like they stopped, like they made, because they kind of fucked up with Sum of All Fears. They changed it.
Yeah, but it was still a fun movie.
It was a fun movie, but they completely changed it and changed the
Yeah.
timeline and made his age different. And like that's not when it happened. He was already
Right,
working.
right,
You know what I mean? It's
right.
like
I agree. I used to read all the Tom Clancy books back in the day.
Yeah.
And I watched all the movies.
did you
all
like
bad.
that Jack Ryan series on Amazon?
Not
I
really.
did.
No,
I did like it.
it was fun. The first season was good. The second season was, you know,
I thought it was well played by the actor. It's not his fault what they give him to do. I thought it's the guy from The Office, right? Jim.
yeah.
From The Office.
But I
Sudeikis.
didn't really like the Mr. Clark series that they did. Like he was, because they made a series with the guy from what the fuck's his name? He's in The Wire. He's also the
Wendell
he was
Pierce, the
no,
black
no, no,
guy?
no, not him. No, with another guy from the kid that was also that was the bad guy in Black Panther. The other, what was his name? Michael B. Jordan.
Michael Jordan,
Yeah, he plays Mr. Clark in this series on Amazon Prime called. It's about Mr. Clark, basically, but like,
What's that have to do with Jack Ryan?
that's Mr. Clark is the only guy that's in all Jack Ryan books.
I'm saying, but what does that have to do with the Jack Ryan show? The Jack Ryan
There's
show I
another
like.
show. I'm saying there's another show that's
Oh.
another Tom Clancy thing because they changed it. They made Admiral Greer a woman in this show, a black woman, and a Navy SEAL black woman, which doesn't make any sense. And
Mr. Clark?
Mr. Clark's black, and
Oh. That's not good.
yeah. But I mean, Miss Michael B. Jordan was fine, but it was just it doesn't jive with the timelines because Mr. Clark is supposed to, by the time he meets Tom Clancy, he's an older man. Not Tom Clancy,
Jack Ryan.
Jack Ryan. He's an older man. He was in Nam, you know.
Dude. Did you like the first movie with Alec Baldwin playing Jack Ryan, or did you like it better
was okay.
with?
The
Did
Hunt
you like
for
it
Red
better
October?
with?
Hunt for Red October was fine. It would have. I mean, it could have been someone else. Like I really liked Patriot Games and what's the other Patriot Games and
Air Force One.
Some of Our
no.
Fears.
It's the drug one. I'm trying to think of the fuck is the name of them.
But those are both Harrison Ford movies.
Correct, Harrison Ford. And then like Executive Decision was kind of like it's weird. It was kind of like because they should have just did all the Tom Clancy books. They should have made them all fucking movies.
Just the books. Yeah.
Just do the books. Follow the fucking books and make it a movie. Like I read The Bear and the Dragon once a year, from cover to cover. I love that book.
Really?
Yeah, it is so good.
Man, I used to be all
Clear and Present Danger. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I like Clear and Present Danger. It's pretty good. I liked Harrison better than Alec as Jack Ryan. I just did. But maybe it's because I just like to see Harrison on screen more than I like it. You know, I don't know about their acting ability because, you know, Harrison Ford's He's always the same guy, Chris, right? He's always the same guy.
I don't know, like in Alec Baldwin in the 90s, you can say whatever you want about him now, but I'm like, he was just prime. Like anything he was in was great. Like his role in Glengarry Glen Ross was iconic. That's probably
iconic.
that's probably like the most,
Him
one
and
of the
Jack
best
Lemmon together.
10-minute, like one of the best 10-minute scenes in movies ever.
Right. I agree 1,000%. But I like John Krasinski in the series, though. I like it. He feels just like the younger version of Jack Ryan.
Well, Jack Krasinski was really good in 13 Hours.
Well, even in that movie, Quiet or whatever it is that he directed, and he died real quick, so he could go direct the movie. But
Quiet Place.
Yeah, Quiet Place. Now it's like a whole fucking series. Like there's Quiet Place 2, and a prequel to Quiet Place. Like John Krasinski's out of that shit by now, but I like John Krasinski. What he played Captain Marvel, right?
No, he played Mr. Fantastic.
Mr. Fantastic, and he got like 4 seconds, and he got destroyed by Wanda. Like, what the fuck? Like that. I didn't see the movie, but as much as I've heard, Jim, it's like, why? Like Captain Fantastic would have knew the threat was even coming. He wouldn't have put his team in that place because he would have known that threat was there. And with you got the Fantastic Four there, and they can't handle one person. That was some bullshit. Like that's some bullshit. Yeah, it was like the first one was cool and retarded. Yes, I agree. Like it was cool.
I think Krasinski was also supposed to play somebody in the DC multiverse type of thing. He was like the on a boat with Lex Luthor at the end of Justice League or something, or one of those movies. I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I remember it was like Lex Luthor meeting him on a boat, or like who's the
I like Krasinski,
like
dude.
Deathstroke or something. I think he was supposed to be like Deathstroke.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That's what Red Hook says. Deathstroke. Yeah, I know. That was bad. They should have actually made that a real thing. A Red Scorpion. They actually should have made a Fantastic Four movie that is coming out still, but John Krasinski's not in the fucking. He's not part of the team.
No, now we got Ricardo Richards.
Yeah,
Pedro Pascal.
Is it Pedro? Right?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, let's not even get into the Mandalorian shit. Like, oh my god. Joe looked great as Deathstroke. Pedro Pascal. Yeah, Pedro, like, do you like I liked him in Narcos. Right?
Yeah, he was good in Narcos, yeah. He was good in Game of Thrones.
Never watched it.
He gets his head crushed. I'm gonna watch that again, I think, just to watch his head get crushed.
Just to get over your House of the Dragons boredom. What's up, Code Breaker LP? Yeah, Pedro. I liked that Narco series a lot. I didn't know it was a thing until I was watching it on Netflix one day. I was like, "Holy shit, Chris, this is really good." And isn't there Narcos Mexico too, Jim? Isn't that another
Narcos
series?
Mexico, yeah, it's good.
It's really good.
Yeah, they're both really good.
But they're both done, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. It sucks. Like one thing about, well, it doesn't really suck. It's probably good because Narcos ended. Like it was over. What was that movie with they made a Narcos movie too, right? With what's his name? Not Narcos, but oh shit, the guy that he was like a CIA or agent down in Mexico.
Sicario?
Yeah, Sicario.
Sicario. Oh yeah, Sicario. Both of them are good. I thought there was going to be another one because after Sicario 2, the way it ended, it was like he was going to have that kid go. So you would think there would be another one.
Yeah, and like Sicario and you
And
know,
then there's
with
part 2, Day of the Soldado is really good too.
yeah. And what's the lead actor's name?
Josh
now?
Brolin is in it, and so is what's his name, Benicio del Toro.
Benicio. I like Benicio, dude. He's a cool motherfucker, dude.
Well, probably like with that, like because Taylor Sheridan did both of those, and now he's got all this other shit going on. The last thing he's
Oh,
probably going
that's
to do
Taylor movies?
yeah, Taylor Sheridan.
Oh, fuck.
So, like with all the shit he's got going on, he probably is like, yeah, that's okay. I'll just go make a bunch of westerns and keep printing money.
You know what's a really good movie too with Benicio del Toro in it is Savages.
What's that?
Blake Lively, Taylor.
Yeah, Blake Lively, Taylor Kirsch or whatever
Yeah.
whatever his name is, and then another. I'm trying to think of the other guy's
Oh,
name.
dude. Yeah, I
It
know
is
what you're
good.
talking about. Yeah, it's good as fuck.
They're like army guys. They bring in like all this Afghan Kush and start
Yeah.
selling weed.
Taylor Kish is underrated, dude. That dude, I like to watch that guy on screen.
Yeah, he was good in Battleship. I like
Yeah.
Battleship.
I love that movie, dude.
I'm
love,
not gonna lie, I love that shit. It's one of those
Yeah.
like kind of dumb movies, but every time it comes on, you watch it.
Is Blake Lively in Battleship too?
I love John Taylor.
Is she the blonde?
Disney movie. John Taylor's fucking fantastic.
Like Battleship, like Rihanna is probably like the most recognizable female character in that movie.
There's a blonde though. That's with the guy with fucked up legs. Is that?
The guy, what's this guy? I can't remember, but he was like
That's an actual soldier. That's
John
guy with no
Carter
legs.
is
He's a black guy.
fantastic. Yeah,
black guy that lost his legs and everything. It's an actual
John
guy.
Carter. I'm sorry, not
Yeah,
John
he's
Taylor.
like a
John
real
Carter
life,
is
like,
great.
colonel or something like that.
I got
yeah,
John
Brooklyn
Carter on
Decker is
4K.
blonde.
I love that fucking.
Okay,
movie.
Brooklyn Decker. Okay. Yeah, she's hot.
What's that movie? Wasn't Taylor Hish in a movie with Robert Downey Jr. though? Like it was like a 1900s English movie. Oh, maybe it wasn't with Downey Jr., but he was in a movie. I like Taylor, man. Like he was the best part of fucking Friday Night Lights, all that stuff.
Yeah, he was fucking everybody's mom in that show. Yeah.
Goddamn right, because he was a white trash trailer boy that was a running back, right, Chris? Like he was the guy in Texas that got to get all the pussy. The quarterback was a nerd. The Taylor, he was gonna fuck your mama. Like I love Taylor in that show, man. Remember when you could schedule your TV programming back in the day, Chris? Like,
Well, I mean, it's not even like don't say that because back in the day it was like not even 10 years ago. Like you literally like
yes,
this was me like whether it was AMC because there was a point in time in the golden age of television, the USA Network would show Burn Notice and then Suits, and that was Thursday, and then on Sunday you got Breaking Bad and Walking Dead back to back. So you'd set your DVR. You turn that sumbitch on at 40 minutes because then you could blow through the commercials for both shows and have them end, and you could just zip through the commercials. Yeah, man, that was.
Do you remember Monk?
Better times.
Do you remember Monk?
Yeah, that was
Monk
like the
was-
first USA sitcom. Yeah.
That was actually popular, right? Like Monk was great.
Have either of you guys ever seen this show called The Murdoch Mysteries?
I've heard of it, Jim. I
It
don't
is
know if
really
I've
good. It's
watched
like
it.
it's like almost like a Sherlock Holmes type of thing. It's really good. It's like Canadian TV, I think, but it's really good.
I think I've watched that, Jim. The Murdoch Mysteries. I think I've seen it.
It
Like,
might be called something else. There's like I've seen it with different. I've seen it with a different name before, and I can't think of what it is.
oh,
But yeah,
Bruce
like-
Campbell was in Burn Notice.
Yeah, like he's a main character. He plays.
Oh, I got to watch that shit now. Let me get my little book.
Sam Axe, I think, is his character in Burn Notice.
Writing
But
it
yeah,
down.
Jeffrey Donovan's the main character. Gabrielle, I can't remember her last name, but she's the main female character. I'll say this: like when you think about it, between like USA, AMC, FX, like the early 2000s, like through the mid 2000s, was like prime, like just really, really good original TV.
Dude,
from like 2003-ish to maybe like 2017-ish was just there was like a really solid 10, 15 years of just really good network TV.
Yeah, what was that? Mr. It made that show, the Mr. God, we were talking about it the other night. The robot show, right? Mr. Robot or whatever.
Yeah, Mr.
Wasn't that
Robot.
USA or?
Yep, USA show. Yeah. And that guy got too
first season.
famous.
That first season blew me the fuck away, Chris.
Wait a
Like,
minute, so
holy!
maybe I will go see Deadpool and Wolverine. 'cause
I'm gonna
it's
go
got
see it.
Blade is Wesley Snipes is in it as Blade.
Don't say anything else.
I'm just
don't
looking
want-
at the cast. I'm just looking at the cast on
don't
IMDb.
care. I want the surprise when I get there. I don't want to know anybody in this movie. Psych was awesome. Psych was a great show in Motto. The young white guy and the young black guy that were faking their way through these fucking police psychic. That was great, man. There's a Burn Notice movie. Did you know that,
Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah. Like the fall of Sam Axe, I think is what it was.
Oh, Pedro's in that one too. Pedro's done a lot of work. Like, you would think that Pedro started out in The Mandalorian, but he was already a pretty big actor before that. Yeah. There's a Monk movie. Ooh, I like Monk. What show was the main actor from that was in Monk? Did he come from?
Well, like the first
Was-
show that he was in, that he was Tony Shalhoub, was that show Wings that came on
Wings.
back in the
Wings.
day?
I loved Wings. The two brothers that ran the fucking airplane
Sandpiper
hangar.
Air.
Yeah. Wings was great. Wings was actually one of those sleeper shows on NBC that I preferred over Friends. I hated Friends,
I
but
never
Wings
watched
I would
Friends.
watch.
But Wings,
Uh,
God, Amy Asbeck back in the day was just banging hot.
Yeah.
Um,
Wings was a shit. Like, yeah, Wings was awesome. And both of those brothers in that show actually had a pretty good career after Wings, Chris.
mhm.
They both had some legs after the show.
Yeah, one of them had done a little bit more than others, but yeah, like that show in general was just really, really solid. And I didn't see it until like it started getting syndicated on USA.
Oh, really?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So, like I remember when I was in high school, for whatever reason, at 5 o'clock Eastern every day, USA.
So what year were you in high school, Chris?
94. Well, like fall of 94, graduated May 99.
Okay, so like two different audiences. So I got to see it in prime time while you were out partying because I'm older than you. And then 10 years later, you're like, oh shit, look at this fun show of 5. Because that's how I found like shows when I was a kid, like the 5 o'clock daytime, like stuff like All in the Family or Chips or any of that stuff, right?
Yeah,
Like
well, there was a lot of shows that came out that I was a big fan of that I didn't know until they came out in syndication. Like, for example, like Highlander, the TV series, came out in the early 90s.
Yeah.
And I didn't watch it really until it got on syndicate. And it came on Fox, and it would come on Fox at like 10 o'clock at night. So I never saw it. But I remember when I was in high school, it came on USA every single day at 5 o'clock, and they showed it in order. They showed the series in order.
Oh, that's even better. Yeah.
So it was on for about a year, and there was like a little over 100 episodes, and you're showing 20 a month, so you could get through. They got through the whole series in about 6 months, and then they looped it one more time. And that was probably like
The good old days of
1997,
TV back then
1998.
too, right, Chris? Like,
Yeah, and like in USA, like back in the day, every Christmas they showed the original Star Wars trilogy. Every Christmas for about 8 years. And that was just something that I did every Christmas was get up. I'm like, okay, USA is going to show the Star Wars trilogy. And
Nice.
that was 10 hours of TV, when you put in the commercials, and that's just what you did.
no, don't tell me, Chris, this can't be real. This can't be real. They're remaking Matlock with Kathy Bates.
The fuck out of here.
Don't tell me that's real, Chris. Andy Griffith was perfect as Matlock. Because we already had a history with the Andy Griffith show. Oh my God. Don't tell me that's true.
I think they're remaking Highlander with Henry Cavill.
Yeah, they start shooting that in 2025, in January of 2025.
So is Warhammer done? Is he done with Warhammer? Correct. Jim?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't
I have
know.
no idea.
But yeah, there's a lot of people like in certain spaces who are really excited about Highlander and hoping they don't jack it up.
The Highlander TV show with Adrian Paul was my shit back in the day. Never missed an episode. So great.
Yeah, I'm kind of a Highlanders. Super
Who are they gonna? Who's gonna play? Who's gonna play the Spaniard? Which is Sean Connery was the Spaniard in Highlander. Is it gonna be Pedro Pascal?
I don't know who the rest of the cast is. Like who's going to play? And the thing is,
No, it's gonna be Beyonce.
no, I want to say that role's been cast, and it's just like some white guy.
Oh, so Warhammer 40K is chalked. Games Workshop shit the bed, and Cavill is moving on. Yeah, and that's my problem. Like everybody says Henry's our fucking savior from, all this stuff, and he just keeps getting shit on all the time. You know what I watched the other day, Jim? I watched The Man from U.N.C.L.E. with Henry and Ari.
Arlie Hammer.
Dude, I don't know
what happened to Arlie Hammer.
He did some like weird cult.
Army Hammer, yeah.
He did some weird like cultish stuff, right? Didn't he didn't they say like he human fleshers? I don't know what it is, but
I saw an article like was selling timeshares in the Caymans or something like that.
That movie is so good. Him and Armie Hammer have such great chemistry, and it ended, Jim, with them being assigned to a new mission, and it fucking never is gonna. He ate chicks. Yeah, I thought that it was like some cannibal stuff. Sean S. But was it proven? Like, did it really happen, or just people just saying it? I like that movie a lot. Just because it's fun. It's just a fun movie. It's a fun spy movie.
I liked The Lone Ranger with Johnny Depp as Tonto and Armie Hammer as I thought it was good.
But yeah, I'll say this: if Henry Cavill can bring Highlander back, I mean, not that the first one will have to be really good because the first movie was actually really good. But if he can make the franchise work, or two and three,
Sean, do you remember the old saying? I like to eat at the Y. We're all eating women, right? Like what the hell? But like, is that a thing, Chris? Like, did they ever prove? Like, if Armie Hammer ate women, wouldn't he be in jail?
I don't know. Who the hell knows?
He's he didn't even need Hollywood. He's a goddamn gazillionaire from being part of the Arm & Hammer family. That's what he's from. You know that, right?
No, I have no idea.
The Arm & Hammer stuff you put in your fridge.
Oh, I thought he was MC Hammer's son.
No, he's like the Arm & Hammer stuff that you.
The baking soda.
Yeah, the baking soda stuff. That's his. That's where he's from. So he did eat women. Wow, that's fucking scary.
I thought he branded them or something. And not against their will. They were willing to be branded to be part of his sex cult.
Well, if that's all he did, then he should still be making movies with Henry Cavill. We should be on fucking The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Part 4 by now, because they're fun movies. And why isn't Henry Cavill being James Bond? I know he was a villain in a movie, but why hasn't they made him James Bond? Don't you think Henry, the British actor, with all this self-righteous pride, to Save Hollywood could be a great James Bond, but they give him projects like The Witcher, and he walks away because the writers aren't true to the story. He does 40K, Games Workshop acts like a bunch of cucks, and he walks away. And now
wasn't he just in like a British spy movie called Argyle or something?
Yeah, which
Was
failed.
that any good?
It failed big time.
Was that a TV show or a Netflix movie or something?
No, it was an actual movie.
It was an actual movie. But I think I saw that movie, and is that directed by oh shit, who directed?
You know what?
that
You know what would be fucking fantastic? They need to get Guy Ritchie to do fucking James Bond, like to direct James Bond.
I like Guy Ritchie movies, dude.
Oh fuck yeah! Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels, Snatch, fucking The
Mank
Gentleman. Yep. But
Yeah, I just watched The Gentleman.
The Gentleman. Great
the TV
fucking-
show. The TV.
I gotta
show,
watch the
Gentleman.
TV show. I love the
I'm
movie.
about halfway through the TV show.
It's fucking great, Chris. Right? Like,
Yeah. I mean,
Is it
like,
just
like-
the same as the TV show, the
No,
movie, or is it
no.
different than the movie?
no.
It's like the
It's
the
wild. You're
boss.
like, what the fuck is going
You know,
on
like,
here?
McConaughey was the boss in the movie.
Yeah.
The boss in this, he's like in prison, but it's like I don't even know how to describe it. It's not like a resort prison. The guy was like in a tent out in the woods, and he uses
Yeah.
his daughter as like the liaison. But the premise is the same. There's like the weed farms that are on these like British estates and stuff like that. The
It's
premise is more or less the
fantastic.
same, but it follows like one of the guys, the main character. He is like one of he inherits his father's Duke title, and he finds out after.
But he wasn't even the first in line to get it, which causes strife in the family.
But
right.
the brother's hilarious, the idiot. brother.
Right. Yes.
But but yeah, I mean, like the premise is the same, but it follows not so much the drug dealer himself, the drug lord, but more so one of the guys that they're renting from.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, like, and
So the drug guy's not like a Matthew McConaughey American character.
No, I mean, like,
Why did they change it then?
Well, the side
because it's taking place in Britain, where
That's exactly where the Gentleman movie took
no,
place.
No, hold on. The guy inherits the property, and the guy doesn't even know what his dad was doing on the property because the guy that inherits it was out doing like war
like UN's like security
UN stuff, right? He was a UN agent or
officer,
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he comes back and his dad dies. And he wasn't even in line to inherit the property, Jim. His older brother was, but the dad's like, no, that guy's a retard. So we're gonna give it to you. Dude, just watch the show, Jim. I actually think if you say when you watch it and you say, hey Dave, I want to do this review, it'd be fun because
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
not
like-
boring. The show's
and
not
again,
boring.
Like the drug lord, but like his daughter, the drug lord's daughter, is actively involved, and they're doing like various things throughout the show. But like Vinnie Jones has a role in it as like the groundskeeper, and he's kind of a little bit humorous in that. I mean, it's a fun watch. It really.
And Guy Ritchie directs it, Jim. So it's not boring. You're never bored. And the chick that like manipulates the main character is pretty good too, Jim or Chris. I never didn't believe what was happening in the show, which is a good thing, right? Like, you'll watch something like this. No, this guy wouldn't believe this shit. Nobody's gonna believe this shit. I liked it. Oh, Guy Ritchie and Vinnie Jones, match made in heaven, says Red Scorpion. Yeah, I would give what would you say, Chris? 7 out of 10 for The Gentleman?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm about halfway through it, but the stuff I've seen so far is really good. I mean, it's a Guy Ritchie, it's a British thing, so it's a little slower paced than like say an American, TV show.
Yeah, it's
But
not The
it's
Boys.
good.
Whatever. Yeah.
But it's real. I mean, it's solid and it's definitely worth a watch.
I like the guy that plays the main character too.
Yeah, his name's Theo something.
Yeah, he's
He was
really
in
good.
those- He was in those Divergent movies. Did you ever see those, Jim?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the guy who played the what's the name of that faction? God.
He's one of
The-
those guys that you've seen 1,000 times, Jimmy.
Oh yeah, no, he was in the. I know what you're talking. He was also in like the vampire movies with what's her face, the chick from what's her face? Fuck the what was it called?
Yeah, he was the kind of like the leader.
Oh,
of that
Underworld.
Dauntless.
Underworld.
Yeah,
He
he
was
was
in
the
a couple
leader
of
of like
Underworld.
that Dauntless faction in the Divergent movies.
Yeah.
He's just one of those guys you've seen 1,000 times. You just don't remember his name. But he's really good. He sold that shit well. And you know, the other thing, like, I don't know if it's a limited run series, Chris, or not. I don't know if it's one season
It was supposed to be a one-off.
Well, it ended like it was a one-off, but if they kept going because it got, because it got enough views on
Yeah, it was a huge
Netflix.
success. Like it was a huge success.
Yes. I could see him keep going. But like, is Stranger Things done? Is it gone? Or
think
are they
so.
working on another season? I mean, I liked the last season with Eddie playing Metallica on top of the fucking trailer. That was awesome. And I didn't watch season 3 of Stranger Things because by season 2 I was like, "Ugh, this is bad. Like, oh my God, I'm so bored."
I never watched the show, but I think I read that the girl who was one of the main characters who went on to do other things, that Millie or whatever her name
Yeah.
is, she I think she was not coming back and they were going to end it because the people grew out of the roles, I guess, so to say.
Oh, like the boys, like the young Hispanic boy and those guys. But Red Scorpion says season 5 is 2025. Wow.
What? Stranger Things.
Yeah. But that's the problem with these like they can't have these 1.5 year hiatuses, Jim. It's fucked up. Like, we move on, Chris. We move on to the next thing. Like, you're watching Gentlemen, but you're also watching other stuff too, and you don't even know what's coming out, new that you used to like on Netflix. Like,
Well, I'll say this, like I'm that person who will watch something straight through. And if I'm like, okay, if I've got time to watch something, I'm going to find a series and I'm just going to watch it.
I'm the same guy, Chris.
I'm
Like,
not going to sit here and like, oh, let me watch. It's not like it was back in the day, right? Where you had DVR and you had to wait week to week. I'm like, okay. Like with the last, I rewatched Sons of Anarchy a few months ago, but every time I went to turn on the TV, I was going through the next episode. I didn't skip around and stuff like that.
right.
And the next time I sit down to watch the TV, it'll be to finish The Gentleman. And I got a little sidetracked. I started on Peacock, the Continental. They did that limited Continental run.
The John Wick prequel or whatever. Yeah.
I got through the first episode and I just forgot about it. And then I'm like, okay, I need to go back and finish that. But that's how I watch shows. I don't hop around.
Oh, like if I get hooked on a show, I'm gonna watch the whole show. Like Warriors on Netflix is really good. I enjoy the fuck out of it. It's basically about the Chinese and America and San Francisco back in the early 1900s and how they were pretty much third world citizens. It's fun. There's always a great fucking action scene with great martial arts. It's so good. And it's a Cinemax show that they put on Netflix. And I went through 3 seasons in like 2 weekends. Like, I loved it. And there's another season coming up.
But I'll say this too, like y'all are talking about that House of Dragons show.
Awful.
I
Yes.
mean, I'll probably watch it, but I'll wait for the series to run its course because now with shows, you're like, oh, if I'm going to try to get invested in something and I'm willing to wait for another season to come out, I don't want it to just kind of die. Now I'm at the point I'm like, I'll just wait for the whole damn thing to be over before
Yeah.
I'll start watching
Yeah.
it.
Just understand with House of the Dragon, nothing fucking happens. It's so boring.
But
I
like,
like Ender's Game too. If you like to see a bunch of women talk, and strategize and then cry because they're not part of the fucking fight team, that shows for you. Anyway, we've been going for 6+ hours, Chris. I gotta go. I'm taking my wife out tomorrow.
There you
Jim,
go.
you left me for an hour and a half. You
Sorry.
suck ass. But thank you for being here. If
Hey,
you
no
go
problem.
see Jim, if you go see the movie tomorrow, let me know and we'll stream
All right.
tomorrow night.
Maybe I'll go see it because I saw who's in it. I might want to go see it just to because all these people that are in it.
You're not
So-
far from a theater. You're in Florida.
Oh, I'm not that far. It's like 20. There's actually, well, if I take a little ride, there's a beautiful IMAX that's about 30 minutes
Oh.
away.
Oh, that's about the same thing for me from me to Naperville. I could go
Yeah.
see a IMAX.
I
version.
used to always like going to that one. I want to say it was like in Ottawa or Morris on 80, where they had like the
John,
the
we got a like
refillable.
from Sean tonight. We stream 5 nights a week, Sean. Please subscribe.
Hey, Dave, you said
yeah.
you're 30 minutes from Naperville.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to the NAF Grill in Naperville?
The what?
NAF Grill. The NAF Grill.
Nope.
Okay. That like in Chicago, there's quite a few of them. And when I lived in Iowa, I would literally, the wife and I would go to Naperville and like to Chicago. We'd always stop by there. But it's like a chicken shawarma, and it's fantastic. And
I
the
just
one
wrote
in
it down, Chris. I'm going tomorrow.
and the one in Naperville is the first location. They have one they opened up very close to where I am here in Frisco, but it's like shit compared to the original one. But
I'm gonna hit it
NAF
up tomorrow.
Grill, it's fantastic. It's very close to the mall, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Like the Aurora Mall there, Woodridge Mall, right there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, wherever it is in Naperville. But yeah, the NAF Grill, man, chicken shawarma, shit's good.
You're talking my wife's language. She loves chicken. I'm a beef guy, but she loves chicken. Is there beef there, Chris?
There
I
might
think
be, but the chicken shawarma is world class.
Cool. So if Jim goes to see the movie tomorrow, there will be a live stream tomorrow night. If not, peace out, bros. Have a good
All right.
weekend.
Have a good night, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, chat. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you, as always, for the interaction. You make me laugh every night. Every stream starts out with me and Jim go saying, what are we going to talk about? By the end, we can't even get to what we want to really get to. But I appreciate everybody being here. And I hope Jim goes to see Deadpool tomorrow so we can do another live stream. But if he doesn't, it's on him, not me, guys. Just remember that. It's not on me. Come on, Jim.